10 seconds.
Yep, it's on.
All right. Welcome, guys, to the next trading marathon. We are running about 10 seconds behind on a lag. So if you got a silent period at the start, that's why we were a bit quiet for a few seconds. So this is how we're kicking off. I've got 𝗪𝗓.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
You're muted.
Am I? No.
Still muted.
No, I'm not muted. I'm still here.
Maybe it's me. We've got Seth.
Hi, Seth.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
I can hear Seth.
I'm muted.
You're muted.
𝗪𝗓, you have to carry on talking. I can't hear you.
You can't hear. Okay, you lost your return. Okay, you cannot hear us, but we can hear you. Hello, guys. I'll take the lead. Right. Welcome to the marathon. We're all very excited to be here with you and have another lovely marathon for 2 days. So I hope you're all ready. We've got lots and lots of alpha. A lot of people to speak with you and share the ideas, give you all the alpha, giving you all the support. You're going to hear things that most of the people that don't say in training and in general in this space. So more to come. Here with us is our friend Seth. Seth, welcome. Welcome to our team. He's part of.
Having me.
It's great. It's great having you. And he is part of the Sniper Club, right? Correct me?
I'm in partnership with Sniper and Banter, working together.
Beautiful. Oh, Simon's back.
Hopefully, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Perfect. Sorry about that, guys. I completely went mute there. I don't know what happened. Carry on.
No, I was trying to introduce. So he's one of your guys, so you can take over.
Okay. So all it is, guys, we've got Seth, who is an absolute legend amongst legends. He's basically the creator of 𝗍𝗟𝗪. And we're starting you off today with an hour of him essentially taking you through his indicator. Obviously, it will be live on TradingView. He's got 3 smashing brilliant parts of the indicator. So I suppose he'll spend the good hour teaching you about what it is, showing it in action, and dealing with some questions. So with that, Seth, I think you need to present your screen again, the window, and then we'll be able to bring you up and you'll be able to kick it off. But come and say hi, man.
Cool. Here we go.
Cool. Right, I'll add you to the stage now. There we go.
Perfect. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you here today. My name is Seth, and I am the creator of 𝗍𝗟𝗪. It's a set of 3 different indicators, and 2 of them are price action indicators, and the other one is an oscillator. And in this session today, I'm going to take you through each one of them. I'm going to start out by just walking you through each indicator, talking about the components and the benefits and how it actually works. And then if you've got any questions, you can ask some questions. And then in the last piece, we'll focus on maybe showing you some strategies and showing you how effective and helpful these tools are in the market. So of the 3 indicators I've got, this one that you see on the screen now, this one is called Indicator X. And basically, this is a price action indicator. And if you don't know the difference, most indicators out there are lagging indicators. They repaint, they give you the information when it's actually too late. And oftentimes if you trade with those indicators, you end up buying when you should be selling or selling when you should be buying. So if you're going to use an indicator, make sure that it's a price action indicator. This indicator over here, Indicator X, what you're seeing over here is it is showing you the cycles of a market. You can see these squares that are produced here are called contraction boxes. What this indicator is doing is it's marking out contraction boxes, which is basically just noticing certain movements in price action. If we get into some technicals, I can show you quickly. What it's doing is it's actually measuring whenever you see a lower high and a higher low in the market, like this. It's real simple, actually. So whenever you get this lower high and this higher low happening, let's just say over there. So this high would be lower than this high, and this low would be higher than that low. Then what the algorithm does is it draws a box around it. Now, it doesn't look too fancy, but this is actually a very important area to become aware of, because this is letting us know when contraction is occurring. It's kind of a tightening of price. So what this indicator is doing is it's marking out the 3 phases of a market cycle. The first phase is the contraction, where you get the boxes. So let me show you over here exactly how it works first. And once I show this to you, it's going to completely change the way you see the markets. So what happens is price goes into contraction. Then we get this contraction box being formed. This is what we call the first phase in the market cycle. So phase 1, the contraction phase. The market is actually operating in 3 different phases, and this is happening in every asset, whether it's crypto, forex, stocks, and it's happening in every single time frame, because what happens in the macro happens on the micro. Then what happens is we get this contraction box, okay? This is the contraction phase. This is when price goes into a tightening. It's when there's low institutional volume. It's when the buyers and the sellers equalize in the market. And we call this the fair value level. And what the indicator software does, it'll mark a line out the center of this box. And we call this the fair value level, or the value line, or we call it the zero gravity level. And I'll explain in a few details why that is. Once we're in the first phase, guys, this is so important to realize. Once we're in the first phase, this box here is a leading indicator. These 𝗎𝗒𝗒 indicators are leading indicators, which means they tell you the future. They let you know what's going to happen before it's going to happen. That is why price action indicators are so incredible to trade with. So once we see it go into contraction, we know it's the first phase, and then we know what's going to happen next. We know the second phase is coming next, which is what we call the expansion phase. This is where price breaks out of the box and it starts to whipsaw and oscillate around this value line. So we know once we get contraction, we know expansion will happen next. So let me just write here. So this is phase number 2. This is the expansion phase. Expansion phase is the phase where most retail traders lose their money, because it's also known as the manipulation phase. And once I show this to you, you're going to see this everywhere in the charts. It repeats itself over and over again. If you understand how the market makers trade, or understand how the big players trade, this is their formula. This is what they use to trade. Because a market maker, they're the ones who move and drive the market. And they enter with very big high position sizes, which means they can't enter like a retailer. They can't just enter in one position. They have to break their entries into multiple positions. So they create a framework like this, which I'm going to be presenting to you now, in order to extract liquidity from the retailers to fill their massive orders, to fill their position sizes. This is why the expansion phase is also known as the manipulation phase, and this is where they collect money from the retailers. And I'll show you exactly how that works right now. So what happens is we get fair value. This line over here gets produced, and they oscillate around this line. Price breaks below, and what they do is they'll break price below with a big candle. So everyone suddenly thinks the market is going down, and they enter their short positions over here. Then the market turns against them, shoots up and liquidates them. Then as price gets above this value line, the retailer starts buying again, and they turn around, they liquidate below. As it gets below, the retailer starts selling and they liquidate again. And basically they just keep trapping and confusing and tricking the retailer to make the wrong decision in their trading. Because how they get their positions filled is they need the retailers to make a mistake in the market. When the retailer makes a mistake, this is where they enter the market. So they have to trick you to making a mistake. When you make a mistake, they use your liquidity to fill their position sizes. So then this whipsaw will occur usually 3 to 7 times around the value line. Once they've filled all their position sizes, it goes off into the third phase, which is the trend phase. or the profit-taking phase. So we've got these three phases happening on all time frames, and you'll see when I take you on the charts now that I've shown you this. So this is the third phase, phase 3, the trend phase. Once you understand that these three phases are happening in the market, you can actually improve your trading massively because you'll know what phase you're in and you'll know how to trade according to your phase.
When you're in the it's when people get stopped out on the phase 2, and very often they miss the phase 3. And when phase 3 is moving away, they're trying to chase it with again. They get. So this is very, very, very important and very, very absolutely beautiful presented. So I hope people can understand the importance of phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. You need to understand how to play around with phase 2. It's absolutely diamond.
Exactly. It's so important to know, because if this is the phase where most people lose their money and they get manipulated, if you understand how this phase works, then you know how to stay on the safe side of this phase. And basically with the easy algo indicator X, this is what this one's called. When price is below the value line, this is the only place we're looking for our long entries. So we know if price is under value, we're safe. As soon as price gets above value, we do not want to enter our longs because we are a little bit late into the trade. So for instance, there's many ways we can trade this, and I'll take you on the chart and show you. But we want to enter our long positions under the value line, and our short positions, we always want to enter above the value line. But this also just depends on the movement of the market. You know, if we're in an uptrend on a higher time frame, we're only going to be looking to enter when price is underneath these value lines. Because if we had to enter below here, or below here, or below here, it is the optimal entry. So when price does go into the third phase, we're just catching that wave into the trend phase. So it's all about timing and just understanding what phase you're in and how to trade that phase accordingly. So now let me take you onto the charts and show you exactly how this works with the indicator. And I'll explain in more detail exactly what you're seeing. So basically over here, all these boxes are contraction boxes, which is showing you the first phase occurring. Then we get the value lines. And then these little lines over here are basically liquidity lines. They're showing you the stop loss levels. So it's potential areas to enter or exit your trades. You know, the key to being a consistently winning trader is being able to trade in alignment with the market makers or in alignment with the big money. And this indicator is designed to keep you in alignment with the big money. The stop loss levels, which are the liquidity lines, are basically what the market makers are targeting. These are the areas where they actually enter their positions because they know that there's resting liquidity in these regions. And this is why you must have heard about these stop hunts, you know, always going for the liquidity, because in order for them to fill their positions, they've got to go to these levels. So let me give you an example of how this process is working. Once we get the first phase start over here, you see the contraction box, we get the first phase. Now we know exactly what's happening and what's going to happen next. Then you can see at this point, price breaks out with this FOMO-induced candle, and it shoots down to take out this liquidity. A lot of retailers who don't understand this, they will enter their short positions because they think price is going down. But this candle, this FOMO-induced candle, is designed to trick you into making the wrong decision at the wrong time, so they can fill their positions. So everyone goes short over here, and then they go long, and they use your liquidity to fill their long orders. Then price goes up again, and you can see the same thing would happen here. So price oscillates around these value lines. You can see sometimes it's more than other times. Over here, breaks down. These value lines become these magnetic levels. Let me go on to, oh, here's a good one. Here's a very good example here. So you can see we get contraction, and then we get this whipsawing, and it creates this funneling out movement. Usually this is how it works. And it starts out as these very small whipsaws. And as price gets further from contraction, the waves get bigger and bigger until eventually it shoots off into the trend phase, which is here. This is would be the trend phase happening here. So we got phase 1 occurring over here, phase 2, the expansion phase, and then phase 3, which goes into the trend phase. So this software is marking out these phases for you, and it's keeping you on the right side of the market. If we look at this from a higher perspective, you can see we are in an uptrend. You know, and there's many methods to identify the bias of the market. Once we identify the bias, we know with the indicator X, when is the best time to enter, which is below the value line. So for instance, we can see our entries would have all been underneath the value line, underneath the value line. These would have been all our entries for this trade. This would have been fantastic over here because we could have entered at any one of these levels. You can see, look here, this is actually a perfect example. Price comes and takes out these liquidity. Can you see it comes down, takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity. See, so this is a perfect example. And look at the top, all the liquidity is being taken out. So it's going into this whipsaw expansion phase, taking out all the liquidity. You can also see we've got these liquidity candles, these reversal candles, showing us exactly what is going on. And because we are in an uptrend, we would have entered every time price came below the value line and took out a liquidity level. So these liquidity levels can show us the price, the precise location under the value line where we're going to get this rotation and price is going to go back upwards. If we had got it in onto any of these levels and then just held our trade, it would have taken us inevitably into the third phase, which is the profit-taking phase. So it really just breaks down and makes more clarity out of the chart for you and understand how do the institutions trade, how do these big players, market makers trade, and this is the methodology that they actually are using. So if we know we're in the contraction phase, we know how to trade according to that phase. And then all we want to do is we want to find out what is the higher time frame bias. So for this strategy, I normally use two screens. I use one of them, which is for the higher time frame. And I like to use the Heikin candles. Let me just change the charts. So I'll show you an example on on Solana over here. Once you understand the higher time frame, trading on the lower time frame becomes really easy, especially with indicator X, because it just helps you get these incredible entries. So here you go. Basically, I've got two time frames. I've got the lower time frame over here and then the higher time frame, which is my bias. So if we're working on a 4-hour chart over here, or let's just go into an 8-hour, what these value lines do, they do the opposite on the higher time frame. There's a little bit of details to this, and I don't have a lot of time to get into all of it, but whenever price breaks a higher time frame value line, we get usually a big movement up or down. You'll see over here, price breaks below and we get this big movement down, and price breaks above and we get a big movement up. So these value lines are a fine line in the sand showing you the difference between a bear market and a bull market. Because the institutions, because this line is the fair value line, it represents the 0 point where the market makers balance their book of business. See, with the contraction zone, we get this equalizing of price where the buyers and the sellers equalize and become 0. Then whatever happens past this level, we know that this is the 0 point. So oftentimes price shoots away and it retraces back to the level, so the market makers can balance their book of business. But in this example, I'm going to show you this over here. So you can see price breaks above this 8-hour value line. We've got these flat back candles, which is showing this bullish nature. So at this point, we know that we're looking for buyers in the market over here. As soon as we get this candle break, we're looking for buyers. So then if I come over here And I'm just going to find the exact position on my chart. There we go. At this point over here, we know we're only looking for buyers. So I come onto a lower time frame. So I like to enter on the 5 minutes or the 15 minute, because then we can get really precise entries into this uptrend. We know there's an uptrend happening because we can see it on this time frame over here. And let me just reverse here, just to show you how effective this tool is in showing you the best places to enter your trades. And you can see over here, we would have noticed this at this level. And then you can see, I'm just going to make this a full screen. You can see every time price is below, this would be our entries. We only want to enter when price is below these value lines. And then it breaks above. We've got another one forming over here. And you'll see, guys, this gives you the best entries you will ever get into your trade, with the least amount of drawdown, with the least amount of pain on your pain-pleasure threshold. It literally just shows you the best places to enter. So you can see over here, we're in a confirmed uptrend. We know price is going up because the higher time frame tells us. And then indicator X just shows you the best places to enter into that uptrend. And usually this is in the expansion phase. When price is below the value lines, those are our safest places to enter the trades. All right, that's a short intro with Trend X. Now I'm just going to, with Indicator X. Now what I also use in combination with Indicator X is another indicator of mine, which is called the TDIX. And this we use in combination with Indicator X. It helps us get even more precise entries into or underneath these value lines. So like for price is below the value line, we know we're looking for an entry, but we don't know where's the best place to enter. So if we look at Trend X over here, we can see it shows us a divergence. And divergences are showing a strong sign of when a reversal will occur underneath the value line. In the next example, we see here, we call this a shark fin. So shark fins are when this white line breaks through this blue band. This is also showing us high chances of reversals. So whenever price is under a value line, we're looking for either divergence on the oscillator or we're looking for a shark fin on the oscillator. This just helps us get more precise entries. It's not always going to 100% show you those, but we use it just, the more data we get in our trades, the more we can make informed decisions and inevitably just enter at the best positions we can get into. Then over here, you can see we got a divergence. This would have been another entry. Over here, we got a little mini shark fin at this point. Here, we didn't get a shark fin, but also if you look at the oscillator, you can see the bands. This is a Bollinger Band. We're getting the squeeze happening. And when we get the squeeze happening, we know there's volatility about to occur, so we can anticipate that we're going to go into the third phase. So you can see here, guys, this is so cool. We got the contraction phase, the expansion phase, and then we got the trend phase. And you'll see no matter what time frame I go onto, you will see this pattern playing out over and over again. But then let me go a little bit more into the TDIX. So the TDIX is based on some very, very, very helpful indicators. We've got multiple indicators I've added in here. I've got EMAs, RSAs, Bollinger Bands, which are all working together to give us information. When price breaks out of these bands, you can see the dot. These are high reversal areas. So this indicator is just showing us the most likely time price will actually reverse. And you'll see if we come on here, bear in mind, we have to trade according to the trend. So because we're on an uptrend, we're more than likely to rather go with the divergences. And if we've gone just with the oscillator, not even looked at indicator X, you can see that would have been an entry on the divergence. This would have been an entry on divergence. And look at that. This would have been two amazing entries into this uptrend, just going off this one indicator. So this indicator has taken me months to put together, and guys, it is extremely, extremely accurate. Let me find you some more examples. Here would be more examples, so you can see all the value lines, and we'd buy underneath the value line. And we got a shark fin over here, so it's another buy point, and it's taking out liquidity levels. So you guys, we've got multiple confluences. We're looking for liquidity being taken out. We're looking for the oscillator giving us divergences or shark fins. And this is just giving us a full toolkit of information that helps us get just the best entries into our trades. So now I'm going to show you the third indicator. So I've taken you through now indicator X, which is this institutional levels. I've taken you through the basics of the TDIX, and now I'm going to take you through Trend X, which is an incredible price action tool. This is also a leading indicator. It shows you the future. It shows you what's going to happen before it happens. And I'm going to explain to you in detail now how we're able to decipher that. So what we're looking at over here, we're looking at pivot point grids. Over here, these blue lines represent pivot points. These are showing us very high probability levels where price will bounce from, where price will actually make a movement from. Not only that, it's also showing us the dividing point between a bullish and bearish market. If price is above the pivot, it's bullish. If price is below the pivot, it's bearish. So it helps you identify what is the trend of the market. And all of these indicators work together. I like to use Trend X in combination with Indicator X and the TDIX. They all tell a story and they all give you a lot of information to be able to make very excellent trading decisions. But what is incredible about this indicator? Notice the difference here. Can you see at this point, we've got a very wide grid. And this is known as the central pivot range. So it breaks the pivot into a range. And then notice here, we've got a medium one. But then look at this grid over here. All of a sudden, we've got this super tight grid. When we get a very wide grid like this, this means we're going into a ranging market. And if price is above the grid, we know it is a bullish market. So for this grid over here, it is a bullish market and a ranging market. Now with this indicator, you can see we've got these grids and the grid opens at the start of the market. Then we've got these blue lines which measure the high of the market and the blue lines are the low of the market. And then it shows the close of the market. So this one grid is measuring 1 day's worth of information based on the previous day's price action. It's printing out these key levels based on what's happening in the previous day. So every day the day ends and then it shows you the key levels based on that day. So you can see on this day over here, we got a very wide grid. This is not recommended the best trading day. The days you want to look for to enter is when we get these very narrow grids. Can you see? It's very narrow grid. The narrow grid tells us that we're entering into a trending market. So as the day opens, guys, this is what's so amazing about this indicator. As the day opens right over here, as soon as the day opens, you can see this grid immediately. And at the start of the day, it will tell you what is going to be the quality of the market that day. So it's giving you information in the future. It's telling you what's going to happen in the future before it even occurs. And this indicator, guys, is super accurate. I'll show you a few more examples so you can understand. So as this day opens over here, the day would have opened at the opening of this grid, these lines here. And then we can see price opens just on the grid and above the grid. So we enter our trades when price is above the pivot, just on the grid. Our precise entry would have been over here. Stop loss would have been just below the previous swing low. And then we've got target points plotted out. This indicator marks out the targets for you. So you can see this blue line represents the previous day high, which becomes target number 1. And then we've got target number 2, which is resistance 2, and target number 3, which is resistance 3. So it's plotting out support and resistance levels, previous day, previous high, previous low from the previous day, and pivot points, which is these points we look to enter. And then you see we would have entered over here, and we could have taken profit just at this level, or resistance 2 or resistance 3. And you see it did end up hitting resistance 3 over here on the next day. So it also depends how you like to trade. This indicator comes with 3 different grids. So we've got the daily pivot, which is for day trading. If you're just a scalper and you want to just go in and out of the market every day. And then it's got the weekly grid, which I'll put on for you, which is just giving us more information. So we use the weekly grid on a higher time frame. The weekly grid we use on a 1 hour time frame. And this is if we want to do more swing trades. And then we've got the monthly grid, which is if we want to also do bigger swing trades, which we use on an 8 hour time frame. So you can see over here. So now on a higher time frame, and we always start on the higher time frame, and then we can determine where the trend is going. So look at this, guys. As price got on top of the grid over here, it moved, got on top of the grid. If we had just entered on top of these pivots, we would have got fantastic positions in Solana. And you can see all the targets we hit. Target 1, target 2, target 3 hits. Target 1, target 2, target 3 hits. And now you can see price is stuck in the grid. When price is in the grid, these are not favorable conditions on this monthly time frame. But look here, I want to show you the difference between these grids. So this, because we're on the monthly grid now, it's measuring 1 month's worth of data. So this is 1 full month's worth of data. It's showing you the high of the range, the low of the range. So this is the previous month low, previous month high, and then it's showing you the pivot points. And then based on the size of the pivot, whether it's wide or narrow, it's going to tell you the conditions of the market. And as you can see, we had a wide grid, which told us that it was going to be a ranging market. And have a look, guys. It was ranging this month, completely ranging. Now we go into the next month and look at the difference in the sizes of the grids. Can you see that all of a sudden this grid is much smaller and we've got a tight pivot? So as this month opened, it was letting us know that this was going to be more of a trending market. And if we go into a lower time frame over here, you can see as price got above the grid, look how price just burst up into this trend. So this indicator really gives you insight into the conditions of the market, the movement of the market, and how I like to use it for even more precision. I like to overlay a few of the indicators on top of each other. So I'll show you this. If you ever have issues understanding the bias of the markets, this indicator will change that forever. It'll help you identify where's the market going, what's happening in the market with ease. So like if we just look at this quickly, we can see price is above the monthly grid and the weekly grid. So immediately we know it's extremely bullish. As soon as price is above these two grids, it is extremely bullish. And we can look to enter our long positions above this grid. And then if we look at the daily grids, which are these light blue, they can just give us re-entries, or if we wanted to trade small trades within this weekly or monthly time frame, those would have been our precise entries. So we can enter on top of, as price breaks above the monthly grid, we can enter the weekly grid, we can enter, and then every time price is above the daily grids, we can start looking for entries until we get a reversal, which could be happening here, and then price will reverse and then continue. But basically, guys, Trend X is one of the best indicators you will ever use in identifying the movement of the markets, the trend of the market, and also finding the best entries. I want to look for, this was an excellent trade. This was actually given out in my group. So, when you purchase these indicators, you get access into my group, and I've got training on each one of the indicators. I do training twice a week, answering questions and stuff. And I also give out signals. I go through and I show you which are the best pivots to trade. So I will find tokens, a bunch of tokens, and I'll find the narrow and I'll say, guys, these are the best tokens. And this is one of them that I gave into the group. And look how well it responded. Okay, at the time, I was only going off of the weekly grid. So I gave this trade idea in the group as it broke above. You see, I saw this pivot over here, guys, and look how tight that pivot is. As soon as I saw this, and I saw this over here, I sent this out to my group over here. The week had just opened because this is a weekly pivot. So every single Monday morning, I go check out all the pivots. I put all the narrow ones into a category, and those become the best ones to trade. So I sent this out to my group right over here, and I said to them, guys, if this breaks above the pivot, you want to enter this trade. And this trade ended up just rocketing. if I put on all the other details, you can see over here, it broke through. Okay, so it broke through the previous week high. And look at this, guys. This is always a second entry. You can actually have a second entry at this point. You can see it broke above the high, retested it. We could have got a second entry, and then price hit resistance 2, resistance 3, and I never expected it to just blow up at this high. But it ended up doing, from the grid, it ended up doing a 200% move. So these grids are pretty powerful tools, especially if you catch these narrow, thin ones. You know, they can really help you get insane entries. If you look at the previous grid over here, even though this grid wasn't that narrow, even this previous grid. So look, guys, you can see prices on top of the grid, and we get this explosive move up. Then we get the next week, price gets on top of the grid, and we get this big movement up, gets on top of the grid. So these grids are just showing you the most likely places where price is going to make a movement. This indicator is also based on institutional trading. And so when price gets onto these pivots, you want to start paying attention, and especially when we get these very small, narrow pivots. Also, another thing to look out for is you can see this pivot is higher than this one. This one's higher than this one. We've got these ascending pivots. When we get ascending pivots, it's also confirming to us we're on an uptrend. And then we look to see is price above the pivot, which is showing this bullish nature. So it's so easy at a glance to look and know, is it bullish? Is it bearish? Should I be looking for longs? Should I be looking for shorts? It clears up all of that uncertainty. And the most amazing part about this indicator, guys, is that this indicator is price action, and it stays the same no matter what time frame you go onto. If I go into the 12-hour, it will stay the same. If I go into the 15-minute, it'll stay the same. So I can be on a 15-minute, and I can be seeing what is actually happening on the higher time frame by looking at where price is positioned on this grid. So I'm on the 15-minute now, but I know at this point we are bullish. So it's just, for me, this is one of the biggest challenges I had as a trader was, what direction is the market going in? Is it an uptrend? Is it a downtrend? Is it bullish? Is it bearish? And this solves that. Until price breaks underneath this weekly grid, will I become bearish again? So as long as it stays above the grid, and you can see the next week, the grid opens, it's still above the grid. But see, this was not a good week to trade. I immediately saw this wide grid, and I was like, I'm not trading this asset because it's not a good asset to trade. So what I do for my group at the beginning of every week, I will just flip through all the assets, and I will look for all the narrow ones. And then I will compile all the narrow ones into a file, and you'll see I've got them here, weekly narrow. And these become the ones to trade. Like, look at this one. This one was also given in my group. Look here. The start of the week happens over here. Price gets on top of the grid. It's also on top of a daily grid and a weekly grid. And then we get this explosive move to the upside. It did 14%. And then it came back down to the grid for a re-entry. And here was another re-entry. As it breaks the grid and gets back on top of the grid again, these can become 2 re-entries. Or we can re-enter when price is on the daily grid. So this shows us multiple places to enter our trades. And I actually entered this trade yesterday. This was also a signal that was given. I entered on this daily grid. I missed the entry on the weekly grid, so I entered on this grid over here. And it shot up to my take profit 1, which was 5%. It really, guys, this will simplify trading for you, and it will completely change the way you trade, because it also lets you know what's going to happen. So every day you can wake up at the start of the day and you can look at the grids. Over here, you can see we're on a weekly tight grid, and now we got a daily tight grid. So we know at this point, this is a very high probability that if we enter this trade as price breaks above this grid, we know there's going to be strong upside. And there was. I knew it was going to happen, guys, because if you see thin grids like this, we know it's a trending market. And we only want to be trading in trending markets if we want to catch these big movements. Ranging markets are also good because we can do our farming. But with this, you can understand how the market is moving, what is happening in that specific market. And then you can decide, Do I want to trade this market, or am I going to find a better market to trade in? You know, with crypto, we've got coins. So we're very lucky we can actually go through here. We can go through, here's some narrow ones I was looking at today. You can see, I'm going to take off the weekly grid and just show you. So every day I go through scan and I'm looking for these narrow dailies. So this would have been a great one to trade today. Here's another narrow. And you can see, look, as price breaks above it, we get these nice big movements. It always happens like that. Look at this. Price breaks above this grid. We get this big movements because it's a narrow grid. So, yeah, so Trendex it's a price action tool, and it's just showing you these key levels. You can mark these out by hand. There is methodologies to do it by hand if you don't want to use an indicator. But I like the indicator because, look, instantly I've got all my levels I need right in front of me. I can also turn off previous grids if I want to simplify things. And there you go. I've literally just got my day's levels plotted out. And then I'm just waiting for price to get above these grids to look for my entries. I know on the higher time frame we're going up, we're bullish. So it just clarifies a lot of things for me. All right, guys, that was a very quick walkthrough of the 3 indicators. I took you through the TDIX, which is the oscillator for selling and buying. I took you through Trendex, which is our tool that helps with entries and shows you precision for identifying the trend. And I took you through Indicator X, which is our institutional indicator, showing you exactly where's the best places to buy. If there's any questions, does anyone have any questions? I'd love to answer some questions before I just talk on forever. There you go. There's some questions. What is the indicator called? So the indicators, it's called Easy Algo Suite, and there is a link in the description below if you want to find out more information. I'm also offering a 3-day free trial. So click on the link below, check out the trial, test it out, come into the group, say hi to everyone, get some amazing results, and yeah, I would love to hear from your experience. How do you get that value line? Okay, wait. The value line is created based on these contraction levels. So when we get contraction in the market, we get a value line created from that value line. So for instance, if I had to turn the indicator off and just show you how to manually figure this out, say we go to a 1-hour time frame. If I want to figure out how to mark out a value line on this chart without using an indicator, it is more challenging, but you can do it. So we're looking for a contraction in the market, and I'll draw it for you, then I'll show you exactly how to do it. We're looking for where price has a lower high and a higher low. So you can see this is a perfect example of contraction. And this would be the contraction box over here. Can you see, guys? It's basically when we get a squeezing of price. We got a higher low and a lower high. So I'll write it out here for you. It's when we get a simultaneous lower high and higher low. This is letting us know price is going into contraction, and the contraction phase is giving us information of the value line. If I look on the chart, here would be a higher low and a lower high, because you can see over here, this peak is lower than that peak, and this peak is higher than that peak. So this is where I would draw my contraction box over here. And then to get the value lines, we just draw out a line out the center of the box. And this becomes my 1-hour value line. And you can see I'm only looking for my long positions when price is underneath this value line. I do not want to enter long, because as soon as price gets above the value line, there's going to be more risk involved. And guys, we're looking for the best positions to enter into the market. So that is how we figure it out. If I had to go into a few other examples over here. So we're just looking, I mean, you can practice on your chart. We're looking for high lows and low highs. Sometimes they're a little bit harder to spot. Let's go into a 4-hour. Here we go. This looks easier to work out. So over here, high, low, low, high. Here we go. We've got one there. This is not quite one. Here you go. This is one here. And once you practice, it becomes easy. Initially, it can be a bit challenging. This would be an error right here. Another thing to look for, because we know the expansion phase comes next, we can just look for areas where there's whipsaw. So we're looking for contraction. I'll draw it out for you. We're looking for this contraction box, this tightening of price. And then we mark the box. And then we know what's going to come next. So we're just looking for a whipsawing. You'll see price always whipsaws out of contraction, always. So you can see more contraction. And you'll notice, guys, price respects these levels. Look at this. Look how price came and bounced exactly off of that level. Once you mark these out, you'll see this happening on your chart all the time. All these levels getting respected. These levels, guys, these value lines also become very strong support and resistance, as you can see over here. We got this break. Price broke above here. It found support at this level. Support, even got rejection wicks into this level. We got 2, 3 rejection wicks showing that price is rejecting, does not want to go lower. And this would have actually been an entry, because you can see we've got another contraction box over here. This is how we can get very precise entries. We've also got price tapping into a demand zone. So sometimes you want to add multiple confluences. So we would have seen prices on an uptrend. It broke above a high time frame value line. It's finding rejection into the high time frame value line. It's tapping into a demand zone, and it's underneath a value line here. So this would have been a long entry. If we look at our oscillator over here, we also get a shark fin. Whenever we get this green where price is breaking out of its band, this is our confirmation of these reversals. So we use this in combination with the indicator X just to get more confirmation as to best time to enter these trades. So this would have been a fantastic 4-hour entry. If we'd gotten in over here, I mean, we could have even gotten over here. We would have gotten a nice 18% on that trade. And you'll see if we have our to work out liquidity lines, which the indicator does, these would be the liquidity lines. So, I mean, you can mark this out by hand, but it is very challenging because sometimes you get them wrong. But if we use the indicator will immediately just plot out these all-important levels for us, which really just makes trading, it simplifies trading. We don't need to think about it. And then we just know once we see a value line, we want to enter our longs only underneath it. You know, this is where people get tricked over here at this point. So you'll see if we did not have this indicator on and we get this big candle, most people are going to enter their long position right here. I'm telling you guys, I've seen this over and over, and you can probably relate to me. They're going to enter their long position and they're going to have their stop loss under the swing low. And then what's going to happen as they enter, price is going to turn around and it's going to liquidate them. And then the same thing's going to happen on the other side. They're going to see these big sell candles. See this big sell candle. And then they're going to enter their short position over here. And the stop loss is going to go above this swing high over here. And then what's going to happen? It's going to turn around and it's going to liquidate them. So this expansion phase is designed to take the money from you in the market. That is its purpose. This whipsaw phase, it expands below, it expands above, it expands below, it expands above. And then it finds supports. If it finds good enough support, it will now go into the trending phase. So we can watch out for this token, ZEC USDT. It might go into a trending phase now because we're finding support on this level. Can you see? It's like blocks. It found support on this value line, then it broke above. Now it's finding support on this value line. But guys, you really want to understand these phases. You really want to understand these phases. I'm going to go over it one more time because it's just so important. Once I understood this, it changed how I trade, because now I can look at the markets. I can immediately understand what phase the market is in. And then I can trade according to that phase. So I know if it's in the expansion phase, I trade according to expansion. If it's in contraction, I wait. There we go. And you'll notice that it always takes out liquidity. So I'll draw this a bit better than I did the last one, so you guys can get a better understanding of how it works. In my group, I give advanced training on how to use it. I've got so much training of examples, going into a lot of detail and depth, if that's your thing. See, so the indicator will do this automatically for you. It'll plot out your contraction zones, your value lines over here, and it will plot out these liquidity lines. And this is what we call a typical master pattern, guys. This is based on a branch of smart money concepts called the master pattern concepts. So we got phase 1, contraction. Yeah. And then we got phase 2. We got expansion. And then we got phase 3, which is the trend phase. When you look at your charts again, try see if you can identify these levels. Mark out your contraction points. Notice this, guys. You're going to see this pattern happening over and over. So how this happens, we go into contraction, price breaks out, and then it starts forming liquidity, and you'll see it takes out the liquidity, reverses, takes out liquidity. Because remember, guys, these are the stop losses. Retail traders, they place their stop losses above these swing high points. So the market makers go for these levels to take out the liquidity. And they take out the liquidity, reverse, take out liquidity, reverse. Once they've filled multiple positions, so maybe they'll fill a position, off your stop losses, fill a position. Once they got their positions filled, then they will decide to take the price to higher levels. Because remember, guys, the market makers, they move the market. They have the liquidity. So what we want to do, we want to emulate their strategy. We want to enter when they enter, because the smart money, the market makers, they're always doing the opposite of what the retailers do. So when the retailers are buying, you want to sell. When the retailers are selling, you want to buy. And this indicator helps you to emulate the market makers, to enter with the institutions, and to basically do exactly what they are doing. So it keeps you in alignment with their strategy. And then eventually they go into the trend phase, and this is where they take profits on their accumulated positions. So phase 2 is the phase where they're accumulating. They're filling their positions, they're retailing, they're confusing the market. I mean, have you ever been in a trade where you enter long and it goes short, you enter short and it goes long? This is the phase, guys. This is the phase that's happening. And then all we want to do is make sure we enter our long positions under the value line, so that when price does decide to go into this third phase, we are in the wave, guys. It's like going surfing. You know, you're waiting for a good wave. You catch the best position in that wave. So when that wave does finally take off, you're riding that wave and you've got the best entry into that wave. And this is what Indicator X does for you. It just helps you to navigate that wave. The users can find the indicators. They can either click on the link below, or they can go to www. Let me mark out over here. They can go over here to easyalgoindicators.com/sniper-school, and you can see we've got a lot of specials at the moment for monthly, yearly, quarterly, as well as now we have a lifetime option. So we've got the Indicator X, 3-day trial, Trend X, TDX. And guys, I've just added a new indicator, which is I'm basically launching. I'll give you guys a sneak peek into it. It's a screener. So what the screener does is it works with Trend X over here, and it basically shows you the market, what's happening. So you can load all your assets in here, and you can see over here, is the market above the daily grid? Is it, if it's an X, it's below the grid. If it's a dot, it's in the middle of the grid. And if it's a tick, it's above the grid. So we want to look, see right now, we want to look for assets that have three ticks or 3 crosses. So right now is not the best assets to trade, but this screener is basically going to show you exactly when is the best time to enter your trades. So you can put your favorite tokens in here and you can observe it at a glance, and immediately it'll tell you the trend of your asset. Is it an uptrend? Is it in a downtrend? Is it a narrow grid? Is it a trending market? So you'll be able to figure out, is it uptrend, downtrend? Is it a ranging market or is it a trending market? So then you'll know if you've got your assets here, you'll know which are the best ones to trade for that day. So this is very new. It hasn't even been launched, but I'm launching it into my group this weekend, which is very exciting. Been working on this for a few months now. So any more questions? Yeah, so this is basically what you get with the lifetime. After you get all the indicators and the TrendX screener, plus VIP Discord, where I give live training twice a week. It's also got courses. I've got a course for every indicator, very detailed course. And then we've got different deals if you want monthly, yearly, or half yearly. But the best deal at the moment is the lifetime package. But go through, guys. Check out the trial. I would say go trial it. A lot of guys do the trial and then they see the value in it and then they only make that decision. But trial it out, test it out, see what you think. I can guarantee you it's very different from any other indicator you've ever done or used before. And I highly recommend it if you really want to take your trading to another level. Any more questions? We've got 4 minutes left. I really want to answer any questions you guys might have. No questions? Yeah, so this screener, guys, it's really been such a process putting it together and getting it made. But if you look over here, for instance, if we look at Solana, on the daily, it's got a wide grid, so it's more of a ranging day. But on the weekly, it's narrow, and on the monthly, it's narrow. So we know on the higher time frames for Solana, it is a trending market, but on the daily, it's wide. So we'll maybe look tomorrow, and if tomorrow it's a narrow day, narrow week, narrow month, then we know it's going to be a great time to look for entries. But also we want to wait for price to get on top of the grid. So we want to see a tick over here, a green tick, and a green tick over here. And then we know it is show time. And you can see I've got Bitcoin over here, so we can always keep track of Bitcoin. We've got dominance chart over here, so we can keep track of dominance. And we've got USDT, so we can keep track of those. These can give us deep insight into what's happening in the sentiment of the market as well. So really, it's like having a complete toolkit. And then once we find the asset out of our choice that we want to trade, then we can just come onto the actual screen, let me come onto the 5-minute time frame, and then we can look for our entries over here every time the price is above the grids. So you can see, let me go into Solana. Oh, it's fine, I'll just use here. So you can see this would have been our long entry right over here. Price breaks above the grid, that would have been an entry. Or over here, price breaks above, we could have got 2 entries. Price breaks above the grid here and it just shoots up to all our targets. And we get a re-entry over here, shoots up to our targets. So yeah, these pivots really just show you, you can see over here, price was underneath the grid. Look here, price breaks under the grid here, and then it's under the grid here. So we know this is going to be a bearish market. So we're looking for shorts, this market. Then over here, it's above the grid. So now we're looking for longs. And we're using this grid as our determining factor of letting us know whether it's bullish or bearish.
Hey, Seth, it's Beth. How are you? There's a couple questions from YouTube, so I just put them in the chat for you. There's some students that have some questions. They want to know, one of them was, does the package come with Discord? Can they get into Discord?
Yes.
So yes. Okay, great.
No, the package comes with the Discord.
Oh, awesome. Amazing. And then they wanted to know, can the algos be loaded at all TradingView subscriptions or only for premiums? I think that would be for premiums. I'm expecting. No,
it can work. It can work on the free plan as well. Yeah,
amazing.
It works on the free plan of TradingView. The only thing is that the free plan only, I think you can only put 2 indicators. So you would have to take one off and then put the other one on, but it works on the free plan.
Amazing. One other question was if you could clarify the contraction swing sizes that you use for indicator X on the value lines, like, basically a 4 to 8 hour time frame, or does it work better on lower time frames? That was the big question in the YouTube chat as well.
Basically, with these contraction sizes, we use the higher time frame and the lower time frame. So you'll see over here, a higher time frame value line is stronger than a lower time frame. So the contraction lines or these value lines over here are going to let us know if we see price break below a value line on a higher time frame, we know that it's a very strong sign that price is going down on the lower time frame. And we can look for entries.
This is great. I'm getting in as soon as I'm done with my 5 hours today.
Awesome.
Yes, I love it. I love it. He said, somebody says, can I swap my wife for a lifetime subscription?
I don't know, have that option available just yet, but I can speak to management. Good question, though.
Oh my God. Okay. Awesome. I know that this has been great. I've been watching the whole thing. I know that the Sniper Club team, the OG mods are coming. I remember spending time with them in Bitcoin in Miami. So looking forward to doing that again. But this was fantastic. Thank you so much for doing this. This is phenomenal.
Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
No, absolutely. I think we have a couple of minutes. I was waiting for Bruce and those guys to get here. So let me let the team know. I'm sure they're watching. I just got this new monitor, so moving over to the monitor to the other laptop is like, wow. It's fun. Finally, I can see. I can actually see with a big monitor now.
Yeah, it makes a difference having a big monitor. Hey, like when I got a big monitor for the first time, it really took my trading to another level.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, I got Luxago for the first time too, and I think I really believe that it just adds an extra level of confluence.
Definitely.
It really, really does. These guys we give them a couple minutes. They're trying to stream from Zoom. So if you guys have any more questions, let me see if there's any more questions in the chat. Let's see. How to add the suite in TraderView once you purchase. Yeah, how do you add the actual these indicators once you purchase Lux Algo? I mean, you can probably answer that. I can answer too. Go for it.
Once you purchase it, it'll immediately give you access to a link to claim them, and then you put your username in them, and then it'll come over here, and you'll find it in your invite-only scripts. You'll find them all in here.
Yes. So another question was, can I try a 3-day trial and then move over to the lifetime?
Yes, of course. You can test out the trial, and then if you're happy, you can upgrade to the lifetime. It's definitely, you can do that.
Amazing. One more question is, can you explain the price value line?
Yes, I can explain it, of course. So the value line is basically showing us where there's this equalizing of the buyers and the sellers. Let me just turn this all off to make it clearer. The value line is one of the most important lines to actually become aware of in the market, because it's showing you where there's low institutional volume at this point. It's showing you where the buyers and the sellers are equalizing and balancing their book of business. So this line over here is also showing you the dividing point between the buyers and the sellers. So you can see price gets above the line and it shoots up, gets below the line and it drops. Can you see there? So these lines are just showing you where the market makers want to drive the market. If it's above here, it's showing you they want to be bullish. If it's below it, they want to be bearish.
They want to know, is that similar to fair value gaps?
No, it's not fair value gaps. It's very different.
No, it'll be different.
Yeah, because you'll see over here, he has a fair value gap over here.
Yeah, totally.
It can be very similar to supply and demand. So sometimes these value lines are supply and demand zones. So you can see over here, this is a supply zone, and there's two value lines in that area. So we know this level is a very good level, and you can see it rejects straight off this level.
Yep. Wow, that is amazing.
Yeah, you guys, when you play around with it, you will actually be very amazed with it, because it's so accurate. Like, look over here, price rejects off these levels. It shows you exactly. You can see at this point over here, gets above the value line, and it finds rejection on that level, and then eventually it goes up. And then, it just helps you understand like what phase is the market in. If you think of the market in phases, it helps you understand how to trade according to that phase. Wow. And also having these liquidity lines. Having these liquidity lines is great, because we know price likes to go for liquidity.
Absolutely. Another question that they have is the value line the same as POC?
It can be very similar to a PC, except the only difference is with this is it will show you the value line before the POC will on,
Ooh,
I think, what is that tool
that's
called? The
great.
volume profile. So this value line
Yeah.
will start right over here, whereas the volume profile, you need a big chunk of information. So it's kind of like a volume profile.
Actually, I think I may have used that somehow, maybe over and one of our other moderators over in
So look-
Australia. That's so helpful. So helpful.
I used to trade with the volume profile. Look, I'll show you. If I stretch the volume profile here, it's only giving us one level. Can you see? So it's not breaking it down into the minute value lines.
The minute ones, yes.
It'll still work, but it doesn't give you this accuracy because the volume profile isn't measuring contraction. It's actually just measuring volume.
Wow.
So it's a little bit different.
That is so cool. Oh my God. People want to know what phase Tia is in right now. LOL. I want to know if phase Celestia is in.
Which one?
Tia, Celestia. Yeah, I love that.
Let's have a look.
Not financial advice.
Have a look quickly. No financial advice, but let's have a look. Let's see what it's doing.
Yep, not financial advice. We can look at it.
Okay, let's go to the higher time frame. So to find out the accurate, I'll go to like an 8-hour or 12-hour, and you can see over here, it's actually in a trend phase right now. See, it's just broken away from the value line. It's on the higher time frame trend. So let's get out the liquidity lines, and then we can see. So what in this situation it'll do, like price likes to, you see, these value lines become magnetic levels. You can see price breaks low, comes back to it, shoots up, comes back to it, shoots up. So price loves to come back to these higher time frame value lines a lot. So this could actually be coming back to the value line or coming to the liquidity line. We'll just have to see what it's doing. We can go into a lower time frame. Oh, here we go. So you can see it's just taken out some liquidity over here. So it might be going down to take out these pockets of liquidity waiting at this region and at this region. So it might be going out to take out that liquidity. But I mean, look at this. Look at this. It breaks below value line and the perfect rejection into the value line, just showing that it's rejecting it.
No,
this is where
you're getting like a million questions now. They want to know, does color matter, the green and the blue? There's like a million questions coming in. So thank you for over too. We appreciate it.
There is detail. See the green on called origin boxes. We've got over here, we've got 3 different kinds of value lines. We've got minor value lines, major, and origin, and they each give you a different reference point. The green are the strongest because they're showing you places that when price crosses the value line more than 3 times, it goes green. If it crosses it only twice, it goes red, and then it goes gray if it only crosses it once. So the gray, I'll put them on now. I turned them off. The gray are also known as naked point of controls. I'll turn off. So you can trade just with the grays, actually. Here they are.
Wow.
I'll turn
that is
this
so
off.
extremely helpful. I can't even. Wow.
So you can see price is magnetically attracted to these gray boxes.
Yes.
Comes back. If I go into a higher time frame, you'll see over here an 8-hour. It's quite trending this over here, but you'll see, look, it rejects perfectly off the box. It rejects perfectly over there. Can you see? Perfectly rejecting off these lines. Look, here's another one. Perfectly rejecting. Price respects these levels. It's pretty crazy, actually.
It really is crazy. Now, another question: if they have the Lux Algo package, this is separate to the regular Lux Algo. Is there like a different? Does this come with? I think the question they're trying to say, like, what part is this? How I know you're going to show where to get this, but if they have the regular Lux Algo package, these are extra indicators they have to add, correct?
This is a completely different indicator suite from Lux Algo.
It's called the X suite. So X suite. So the answer to the question is, if you guys have like the oscillator matrix and the price overlay, signal price overlays, this is separate, but this is very, very valuable. Yeah,
it's very different. These are price action indicators, so it's very different from Lux Algo. It's different strategies, and it's showing other key levels and other components. They're both extremely valuable. It's just a whole nother way of looking at trading with indicators.
I completely love that, and I'm definitely going to add them. Like as soon as we get off this, I want to add them 150%. I know that Bruce and Dylan, the OGs, are setting up for you guys. They're getting set up in the background right now. Just give them a couple minutes. They are actually going to be streaming from Zoom. And I believe I can see they're coming. They are coming. Let me see if there's any more questions before we let them up here. Yeah, they were talking about take profit lines. You've already shown that. Does it reprint once they are set? I don't know what 𝗪𝗡 means.
No, there's no reprinting. It's
no reprinting.
It's a non-reprinting. So once it prints, it's there forever because it's only calculating price action. So there's no reprinting necessary.
Right. That's what I was going to say, but I wanted to hear it directly from you.
No reprinting. It's just, it's just measuring a contraction in the actual price action, and that's all it's doing. And obviously liquidity lines.
I can see all the DJs coming in now. Rise up. They're all coming
Slowly
in.
coming in.
All
Okay,
of our
there's some names we
Hello,
recognize
Dylan.
here. Rattus.
Hi, how are you?
How's it doing?
Faces.
What's happening?
What's
The
up?
crew.
Hey, guys.
So excited to hear you guys. Let's hear the
everybody.
alpha.
What's up, DJs?
Proper DJs. While everyone's coming in, Dave, I've just picked up something. We saw AVAX and Sol head and shoulders earlier this week, Monday, Tuesday, looking sad, okay, pushing a trend, looking for a last gasp bounce. What did they do? They fell over, okay, lost their trend. I've seen Phantom now, looks the same that these guys looked 2-3 days ago. Head and shoulders sitting on a trend. If it doesn't bounce here, it's got this look about it that we're going to send all these alts to this next level now, lower down. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, well, there's a target on Bitcoin, 49,800, that I see as a potential bounce area. So wherever, if we get sent there, 2.5% dip on Bitcoin, these altcoins some of them are going to take a beating with that.
So yeah, that 49,800 is a liquidation level, 50x liquidations, basically. That 49 is perfect.
Yeah, we'd probably get to identify. I mean, it's either going to bounce here because we're in this range between 51 and 53-ish. But if we don't bounce, I think 49.8.
Okay, well, let's break it down. We've only got 46 people in here so far. Is Bruce fetching everybody?
I think they're all coming in from the other Zoom. Yeah, they'll be here in a few minutes. I see we've got 46 legends here, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the legends that arrive first.
OG.
It's the
What's
OG.
up, man?
It's like you guys are the OG Upper Club guys. Great.
We're on YouTube as well. It is working. I just went to check.
Does anyone know what's happening with the 24-hour thing? Because I tried to hit the thing, it didn't open.
It is live. If you just go to the school YouTube channel, you should be able to see it, the stream in action.
In the YouTube, okay.
It's possible you had stream 2 rather than stream 1, that was all. But the first stream is active. The first hour with me didn't happen. We started at 1 o'clock UK with Seth.
Wait, on what channel?
It's the Crypto School channel. It is the YouTube channel. Okay.
Okay.
So we don't go through the link. We go through Crypto School then.
Just Google. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're here with us now. They're going to be seeing what you guys see every Friday.
Yeah, I
with
see
us.
it. I see it.
Everybody,
It's working.
we are live on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, Bruce.
Yep, we're live, so
Thanks, sir.
we can rock
On
and
your
roll.
best behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone. This is your Friday AMA, guys. We're yours.
All yours. Good morning. For those on YouTube, my name is Bruce, and what we're doing today is we're kind of going to let you have a sneak peek into what goes on in Sniper Club. This is a subscription club, kind of based on the idea of what Sheldon wanted to create originally with his own trading group, where people supported each other, helped each other in depth to get to the next level in their trading, and basically build it for all of you. So normally we have about 9 to 10 Zooms every week. We have trading setups that are done by the Sniper Team by Dylan, by DJ and David, who won the Bybit contest, by Simon, who does airdrops. We have educational sections. We have whole sections on trading, psychology, on and on and on and on. So today we're going to have our normal Friday AMA kicked off by the Lord of Entry himself, Dylan, and you guys get to watch and hope you enjoy. And if you have questions about it, we'll have a time for you to be able to ask questions later. So Dylan,
Ooh,
make your magic.
lovely. What an intro. What an absolute intro.
Great.
Yeah, guys, so welcome. I see Chaos is. Are you turning on your camera today, Simon? Are you hiding?
I'm currently in the car, but I'm not driving. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Obviously, I'll give you a wave. Hang on a second. Where are we? There we go. Nothing to see here, guys.
There he is. There he is. Okay. So look, the general process here for Fridays, guys, we try and keep it light, have a bit of fun, you know, ask questions, try and avoid Bruce's love life, and things like that if we can. You know, if there's trade setups presenting themselves, we're going to grab them for you, those type of things, and we'll give you an overview of where we think we are with the market. So I think let's just crack on. Let's look at this current BTC situation. David's also got some interesting levels for us as well that he's been watching, and I think they're going to tie into some of the ones that I'm looking at here. So let's just see what these guys are doing at the moment. So currently we have seen BTC trading in a very tight range over the last couple of days. I mean, this started around about Valentine's Day. They were very romantic there. They pumped it up for us, and now we're just ranging at the moment. So we do have these ranges. So what are we watching right now? What do we need to hold for the day? We're watching this 50,500 area. That is key for us. But what I don't like, what's going on here, is we did print this lower high here. We didn't ping this range top, and BTC is starting to look a little bit weaker for me, from my perspective at the moment. It looks like it's starting to bleed out slightly here for us. So big areas that we need to just pay attention to, and we need to understand where they could potentially wick us if they want to fake us out. So we often get a situation where, you know, they come in, they put pressure on us, and they fake us out into a region, and then they send it up again. You want me to help you clean up? This 236 fib. So this is going to be a 49,700 to about 49, anywhere up here, 49,700 to about 49,800, that 236 fib. So that's a hot zone for me that I'm looking at here. So if we're going to get a fake out, that's where I want to see the bounce. And what does it tie in with for me? It ties in, if we look at this liquidation heat map, this is a CoinGlass liquidation heat map. It gives you a picture in the last day as to where the most liquidations are, and you can see the shorts are still outweighing the longs at the moment, but they give you a nice little cluster here, which shows the higher leverage stuff, the 50x, the 100x leverage guys. And if they come and take out this cluster here, that takes us down to 49,000, call it 49,900. So that would make perfect sense. If they want to come and flush us, they're going to come and just take out this little cluster here. If they're really feeling, you know, degen vibes and they want to kill everyone and ruin our weekends, they might send us down to about 48,900. You can see this little blue cluster here. That's slightly lower leverage. That's 25x leverage that we're watching. So big level here, if we're watching the liquidation heat map, is 49,900. So that's the major one. And then the tie-in is the 236 fib that we have as well, a little bit lower down. And then if they're going to send us higher, you can look at this heat map. It's on CoinGlass, 52,700. You know, they could easily come and just squeeze us out there. So if we do get some kind of BTC pump, eyes on 52,700. It needs to crack that region. And if it doesn't, it could also just be another visit to this range high that we're watching here. So you can see that is right about this range top. Let me just highlight this quickly for you. So we need to crack that area. Okay, we can't get excited if things turn bullish. We really want to see BTC just blow through this horizontal. So first step is break the trend, obviously, but if we blow that this weekend, you know, then it's game on. Then we're cooking. That horizontal's blown, then it's 57 that we're looking for on BTC. But right now, as far as I'm concerned today, we need to hold this 236. We want to wick down there at worst, hit that little level there. And how does that tie in with dominance? So if we do get this bleed out now, and they start sweating us now as this US market starts, well, it's open now, as it starts pushing lower, we need to just track this dominance again. It's a key weapon for us when we're watching altcoins at key levels. We've got to watch this dominance.
And we got to make sure that this dominance is coming down. When BTC is dumping, we want to see this dominance be drifting down a little bit. And what does that tell us? It tells us that these altcoins that are currently sitting at key supports, like Link on the 4-hour here, it's been floating around for 2 days in this area, is going to hold. Solana holding this 50-day moving average. We want to see this hold here. So if we get that little quick wick and dominance starts pushing down for us, then we're going to have we're going to keep our eyes on this. And you know, things like Sol, AVAX, Phantom over here, big support areas, we want these to hold for us. So lock your eyes on that dominance. As long as that dominance is coming down while BTC is wicking to that level, then these alts should hold. And then next thing, we need to be prepared, okay, for our next levels, okay? Because if they really want to end us, that dominance is going to start firing up and market's going to turn bearish. And we need to understand where's our next area. And a key thing for me was earlier this week, we saw we saw AVAX and Solana with this picture, this head and shoulders, okay? This is Phantom chart that we're looking at now. It's been lagging. But Solana and AVAX, here they are. They gave us the head and shoulders on the rising trend, and there was pressure here on the trend, and they lost that trend. The market went bearish, they dived. And now Phantom is doing the same thing here in a big area. So, you know, the bull in me says there's multiple reasons why we're going to get a bounce here for Phantom. 50-day moving average, 382 trend, horizontal. We've got stocks reset all over the place. We've even got some Lux Algo action on some of these guys as well. We're sitting in an order block. You know, there's multiple reasons here why we should, or it should hold. So, you know, the bull wants the bounce here, but we need to understand our next level. If BTC turns south here, we got to have stink bids and orders for Phantom, for example, at 36. And the same result is going to be Sol 94. We're going to have AVAX 34. We're going to have CAS, for example, 159, these type of things. So we just need to understand our next levels at the moment. Dave, talk to me.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. There's altcoins that if we hold this level of Bitcoin, because right now, you know, we've been ranging. We've been in this range between 51, 53, 51, 53. And so we may hold here, right? I'm already seeing a little bit of relief right now with the US market open. There's a weekly level at 50,767, which we've tapped multiple times. But if we do come down to that 49.8, there are some altcoins that have some, you know, some great entry levels. In my opinion, one of them will be TIA as a 786 potential that I'm looking at, and then also Harmony One is another one I'm looking at. But there's a lot really, and so I've got alerts set, and I'm just ready to see what the market gives us, and just going to wait for the reaction before firing off that trigger.
Yeah. So look, I mean, in summary, we've seen weakness, and these alts have held better than expected, and they're all sitting, not all of them, but a lot of them, in potential entry zones. So these are scalper areas where you can start nibbling at position.
Can we have the music on, please?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can today, can we, Bruce? Or
We
can
play
we?
the screen.
If it's
Share the
David's
screen.
music, we can, unless he
Dave,
wants to file a copyright
Dave,
strike.
drop me your link there. Drop me your link.
All right, cool.
Guys, we have 209 people live in YouTube watching you. I think they probably need some music on.
Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Have they got many questions for us?
Do you know this very important question? Just the first one. Ask Dylan if he can show us what the hairstyle he got under his scalp.
Dylan still with hats.
Oh my God.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
sexy.
Yeah.
Kojak.
Prize.
I dropped that to you there, Dylan, on WhatsApp.
Okay, I can put on Dave. Yeah, it's so it's bold and shiny. So I just thought we'll just go with the cap.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice buyback right now.
Yeah.
Nice candle right now.
Okay, let's get this music playing. It's probably going to start very loud, so don't get a fright.
I will keep eye on the questions on the YouTube. And guys, if you want to ask something, just go
Thank
forward.
you. Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, Can you guys hear that?
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Cool.
No,
Let's get it
it
going.
stopped.
Yeah, I exited my browser here. I pushed the wrong
Oh,
button. There we go. Okay. Okay, is that okay? The volume.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay,
A
guys.
little
this
bit
is
less, please.
David's mix. Emir, you can't ask for the music and then tell me to turn it down. Okay, come on.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to hear
No
your
pleasing.
beautiful
No
voice.
pleasing some people.
It's hilarious.
Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's okay. Okay, let's
Yeah.
let's take some questions, guys. But just from my side, you know, there are entries on offer here. If you want to have a go, there's entries here. Link is still in our entry box. Okay, so it is interesting. And the reason why Link is a potential long is it's sitting in order blocks right now. Okay, it's eaten out the first order block. There were 2 order blocks here. It's charred the first one. We are now in the second one, and it's a big area. If this area fails, it's very clean. We can see where the next area is. Okay, so it's a very clean exit here. If it's going to fail, they'll probably wipe this candle out quickly, and then we're looking at buys for Link at about 16.5, that sort of thing. So Link is in a box of interest. Here's Metis from yesterday. We were looking for a trend break on Metis, and we got it. So it's now broken. I was using 𝗟𝗔𝗔𝗿 for this Metis trade, and you can see this yellow line here. This is 𝗟𝗔𝗔𝗿 that I was using. This yellow line was the weekly pivot, and it was such a tight weekly pivot. So it was a good sign that when it breaks, that it should hold that area. So Metis is looking good at the moment. We still got an upside target here of about 124. Should, you know, if the market holds, we should be making our way up there. Then I really like Filecoin. And Run and them were talking about it today again in the research group, that there's some big things coming here for Filecoin. So I've started slowly just laddering into a Filecoin position here. And I think there's going to be a lot of action and fireworks on Filecoin if, you know, the market must behave, obviously. But I think it's going to be one of the best performers coming in the next, you know, in the next few days, maybe the next couple of weeks. Then I've got something like Doge, if anybody's interested. Also looking interesting. So again, another support area, could be a potential long for Doge. Why do I like this area? We've got 618, we've got horizontals, we've got 50-day moving average, pretty much the same package that they're offering us on Phantom. So it's a big area to lose. Okay, so the market really needs to be bad.
Yeah, can we look on Phantom for a bit? You mentioned it before here.
Yeah, there's your Phantom.
So yeah, I'm on a Phantom trade. Right now I'm still in profit. Should I close it and look for the entry zone a bit lower, or just keep it open? I'll probably reach 0 because my entry zone is exactly at the box that you marked.
So yeah, I mean, if you say, should I close it and look for lower, then you're making an assumption that the market's going down. Okay, so
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, I am making that. Yeah,
it's going down. Okay, and it's not always going to work that way. So we just got to play the strong areas. So, you know, like for me, I'm still sitting in my positions, and we're sitting on good support areas. There's no reason to exit until we lose major support zones. If this was a tiny 15-minute support area, I'd be like, yeah, maybe it's just cut it. But it's a big area. 50-day moving average is big. Trend is big. 382 is big. And the bearish sign is the head and shoulders, saying we could go lower. But it's just the sign saying we could go lower. We have good supports here that we are watching. So until you start losing this major support, I would, you know, for me, I'm not cutting. And, you know, it's the same as my Link situation. Sitting in this box, I mean, if we know one thing about this market is it changes very quickly. So we can start feeling bearish, and then within 15 minutes, there's green candles and everyone's flying again, and you know all the drama's over and we've forgotten. So, you know, Link's also like a nice little clean exit for us. Very simple play. Let's look at yeah, Sol. Similar. You know, at some point we need to get this bounce. At some point we need this bounce for Sol, even if they're just going to ride us up to a trend, for example. It's still a move that we're looking for. We can still just get that little push into this region here. So this 108, looking at that. If not, if it fails, we're losing 50-day moving average. We're losing horizontal support levels there. And there's a couple of signs here for me that I'm watching, guys. Look at the stock, 8-hour, bottomed out. 12-hour, bottomed out. Daily, bottoming out, okay? So when we see that, you know, sometimes they give us one more move. It might even be a wick or a little fake out or something like that. It feels like we are getting closer and closer to a reversal. I mean, if you look at Link on 𝗥𝗢𝗙𝗲 here, I think they've even printed an X. Yeah, there we go on the 4 hour. Look at that. So they printed the short here for Link, drifted it down. They've printed an X now in a support region and an order block. And it means it's getting tired. Okay, is this the full move? We're not sure. We don't know, obviously. If there is some big wick now from the market, we know the next X print is coming down there. That's at that 6.6. So, you know, just play the percentage areas.
There's some request from YouTube. If you can look at CAS, Engine, and Atom, please.
CAS is ready. Ooh, CAS is breaking trend. Maybe we should
Yes.
go long here. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Let's see if I got some budget here.
You know that I'll be happy about that.
Obviously, you're gonna chime in, yeah. Obviously. Okay, so let's break down this CAS situation, yeah, and let's see what the plan is. Okay, so it has turned early. Let's try and understand maybe why this was an interesting zone. Why would it potentially turned early? Well, you can see there's a horizontal layer here, there's a horizontal level in this region. Okay, so we've got strong horizontals talking to CAS. We did have a retest of the previous lows here. Okay, that was a nice little retest. Look how quickly they bought it up. And now we've got a trend break. So what do you look for? If you get a trend break, how do you deal with it? Like, you know, what you normally need to look for is your next big horizontal region. Okay, so you can look for something along those lines. And you typically get a move, not every time, but you know, you typically get a pattern of these things where they pop up, they reject at the horizontal, then they come back for that retest, and that's really where you get your best buys, or that's where you confirm that you know, the trade is potentially on. So look out for something along these lines for CAS. Obviously, another strategy is you can ladder in slowly when you see a trend break, and you know, making the assumption that the market is turning bullish. But quite often, you get the break, you get that rejection, and then you're looking for that horizontal retest buy that just confirms that the buyers are stepping in. Because sometimes it's a squeeze, and there's bears shorting and things like that, and then it just pops higher, and then the real test comes on that retest there. So look out for that that retest, and you just want to see that confirm a support. Who's long CAS?
I am.
Me too.
Just
You're
okay.
always long, CAS.
David,
Yeah,
did you push
normally.
buttons? Did you push buttons?
I-
Come on, Dylan.
I might have pushed some buttons, yeah.
I don't have my trading account, but yeah, otherwise I would have opened it here for you guys. Yeah, it's looking.
Look,
Look, it's
DYDX.
EYDX 50-day MA, 50-day MA every time. It's sitting on that support. What were the other questions, Luba?
I think somebody wanted Atom.
Yeah,
Right.
Shall we let
Bro.
Dave do
Atom and Engine.
Engine.
ENJ?
Yeah.
I can do ENJ. I got stopped out of my 𝗧𝗪𝗓 trade. Anyone who took the 𝗧𝗪𝗓 trade with me, we had a nice little bounce here. Okay, it was beautiful, but it wasn't meant to be. They came and they pushed us up 6%. Okay, and they've sent it back down. So for me, I'm out of the 𝗧𝗪𝗓 now, and this can struggling here on the 8 hours. So just watch this. I did mention it in Sniper Club earlier, how to deal with this thing. But the next play is if we break back in here on 𝗧𝗪𝗓, reclaim the 16.7, then there might be another long on. So look out for that. You can look out for something along those lines. Then you can maybe try that one again. But yeah, it cut me out there.
I mean, that all looks to me like Bitcoin weakness, not celestial weakness.
Not sure.
Yeah, just under a bit of pressure there. But yeah, I mean, the frustrating thing is, and that's why I often talk about candle closes.
Yeah.
You know, look how they're going to push this thing back up. They're really trying it. But if it reclaims 16.7, then look for that one. Okay, let's look at ENJ. How do you ever look at that? Okay, so the first thing you want to do when you get a clean chart and a new chart, or that you haven't looked at in a while, you just want to move out. You want to dial out, and you want to just see what is the big picture play here. What are they really giving us? And so I like to go weekly, daily, that sort of thing. I mean, look at this perfection here. Wow. 618 rejection. Look at that. Okay, you see that so often on these tokens. Now let's look for potential support regions. Okay, so what you want to do, you take a low, okay, look for the, a good looking low. This one looks pretty decent to me on the 5th. And you want to try and see where these fibs are tying in, where are your hot zones. So immediately you can see, okay, nice little 618, 50-day moving average. That's hot zone number 1. Okay, now we want to pull the 382. That's another bullish area we want to look at. Look at that, very nice. You look for where does it tie in? Where do we get matching horizontals, corresponding horizontals, adding confluence here, giving us that extra support that we want. And you can see here that these candles here were rejected off there, it was support over there, rejected there, support. So we know this this is a big zone, this 382. So if you are long on E and J, it depends on how you're playing it and things like that. Your first line of support you want to watch is 0.3253. That's the candle low on the daily. That's quite a big support region, 0.325. So eyes on that. If you start losing that area, that's potentially then bearish and they want to come down and test things a little bit lower. And then you have your next big reaction zone. So, always just play big reaction areas, wait for the juicy zones. Sometimes you wait days, sometimes it just doesn't come. But if you're patient enough, you hit these areas. So that's E and J basically in summary. And upside targets, you can't get too excited until you're blowing this 36. Okay, so if it does start moving up, okay, you really need to take out this 36. You can see this horizontal here, big area. Okay, you want to blow that first, then the retest type thing, and go higher. So yeah, a nice little support base to work with.
I have Manta also, if you can look at it.
Which
I find it Manta.
Manta.
Yeah. I find it harder to chart because, at least for me, because I'm a beginner, because it's a new coin and doesn't have that much information to work with. But
yeah, these are tricky. David's traded this one really nicely.
Yeah, I'm in a trade also. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still kind of holding the trend line on the lower end there.
Okay, so let's wipe it out. Let's take a look here. Yeah, you've got your trend. Okay, so I mean, this is 8 hours, so we do have something to work with here.
Yeah.
Let's look at 4 hour. Not the worst. You got a nice little trend here. Okay, you're looking at something along those lines. Rising trend, so they're slowly just buying this thing up. Support regions. Okay, I'm looking from that low to the high. I want to just see what we're hitting. Okay, there's a 786 there. Okay, so potentially a reaction zone there. And then you've got your next horizontal and trend that you need to pay attention to, which is just underneath here. Sort of that guy. Okay, so 3.05, okay, support. 2.94 support. Both these areas could offer potential bounce. And then the play is really simple. Again, you lose this trend. Okay, David says it nicely. You lose the trend, you get out. Okay. It's often a sign that things are going to go lower. They're going to send us down. So if you lose the trend, you'll often get a little bounce at the next horizontal. Then you're going to get the retest, and then they're going to send it lower. So just look out for that. But as long as the trend is intact, you can play the trend. You can't be too bearish until these trends are lost.
And as a confirmation, the candle should close below the trend line.
Yes. So
yeah,
I mean,
not only flash.
The last example was the Celestia. Okay.
Yeah.
Look where this candle is. They keep pushing it up. They might still push this candle up above that region. So always try and look for the candle close to really make sure. Because sometimes it's just a flush up. Shall we take some fun questions quick before I hand it over? I'm going to hand over the reins to Dave and Bruce and everybody.
What questions we have? AGX. Luba, do you see anything in YouTube?
Yes, there is some questions. I the All-Star is saying, I mostly watch Dylan's channel. I just battle to make the leap into the entry, even thought he gives us the entries. Any advice?
Are you saying you're missing the entry, or you're not clicking buttons?
Probably he missing the entries, I think so.
So the best thing you can do is, if we give entry regions and things that you want to watch, is set an alarm on TradingView. So, you know, one of the keys is to make sure you know your way around TradingView. But, you know, the first thing you can do is click on the plus sign. So if you're waiting for an entry, let's say, for example, link. Okay, let's say we were waiting for link in this region. We'll go to the plus sign. Okay, so let's just hide that screen. And if you're waiting for an entry, let's say we're waiting for this region down here at 16.5, you're just going to go, to the plus sign on the right hand side here. So you can see this little plus area, and you're going to click plus, and you're going to add an alert. Okay, and that sets an alarm for you. So when the price hits that area, it's going to ping you. So when I give on my show, when I give reaction areas, maybe preset alarms on those charts. So sometimes if I look at Sol and I say, this is your main zone, and then this is your next region that you want to watch, set alarms on those areas, and then your trading view is going to ping you. And hopefully that should give you enough time to react to it and maybe start getting something going in it.
And I can see a really nice question, if you can answer for the YouTube watchers. There's like, can you tell us the typical day of the Sniper Club?
Typical day of the Sniper Club. Well, I mean, yeah, I'll let Bruce. I mean, Bruce has just woken up. Yeah,
there's no such thing.
Wake up early, go naked into the sea.
Yeah, that's some people do that. Yeah. No, I mean, Sniper Club is there's so much going on. We basically have a section in there where any one of the people that are in Sniper Club can ask questions of Dylan, David, Simon, or myself about a trade or about a setup or about something they're working on. You know, really personal connection there, and we'll actually work with them on that trade, helping them iron out kind of their issues, trying to understand it. We have multiple sections where we put up our trade setups, where, you know, David has a trade idea or Dylan has a trade idea. Well, actually, Dylan's in a whole nother world, because Dylan goes through every token ever known to mankind and posts setups for those. But we post the setups that we're looking at. We even have a signal section where we have high confidence spot trades or high confidence leverage trades. We'll post theirs. There's discussion groups on, we have whole sections on building a portfolio, because we realize that a lot of people in crypto aren't heavy duty leverage traders, you know, degens, but they're looking basically to invest for their future in crypto. So we have sections on discussing how to do that. We have discussion sections on trade psychology. After this, by the way, I'm going to do a whole section on the 24 marathon on trading psychology, hopefully with OG Craig, because trading psychology is a huge factor in success or failure as a trader. And then what we do is we have 9 to 10 Zooms every week, different subjects. Friday afternoon is this kind of free form AMA where people just interact and ask questions about whatever, again, except my love life. We have on Sunday, David and Dylan do an advanced trading session. Monday, I do a basic trading session. Simon does a basic one also on Monday on a different time zone. Tuesdays, we have trading psychology, and David does a basic section. All throughout the week, it's like this. Just it's nonstop, and we've
also got Bruce. Can you pin me as well? I mean,
I can't find you. Where are you? There you are. You're
cool.
live.
So, there you go. You got it. There we go. Cool. So we've also got quite a large sort of degen area as well, haven't we? We've got this we've got a degen section where we're posting. Do I need to add myself to can you see me?
There you go.
Okay, cool. So basically we've got this very cool degen section where the guys are obviously posting what they basically see as can be really high risk stuff. Often they can go to 0, often they can literally 100x. So there's gambles to be made. We've got a really cool airdrop section. We've put through 11 airdrops so far, where everybody who's followed, some of them have made up to sort of $2,500 to $3,000 per airdrop in some cases. So it's been really lucrative. We've had a really
Didn't you do an estimate on what the club has made for revenue?
we took on the last major airdrop at my last calculation $165,000 of new money into the club just for the guys that followed. We obviously had Celestia, Dimension, we've had 𝗏𝗡𝗡, which isn't so lucrative, but you know, it's the Dimension one was great. We've got about 130 in the works. It's going to be an absolute airdrop summer, guys. It's going to be huge. There's going to be, you know, there's guys that have paid for the next 3 years worth of Sniper Club just from one airdrop. So it's a real,
Simon's a savage. Simon's a beast.
Simon's a beast. Well, I'll agree with that one.
Yes.
Like, we're trying to cater for everything. So for those of you that think Sniper Club is just related to trading, well, it's far from it. I mean, there's deep dives, there's fundamental research going in. We've hired researchers that are there dropping alpha and updates and things on these tokens that you would never know about. You know, we're trying to give you a space that you never need to leave. Like if you, all things crypto in this area. You know, we're covering spot, portfolio, leverage. I mean, we're only missing NFTs. So coming soon.
now,
Don't
for now.
Yeah, when they come back. Yeah.
And can I say, in additional, this private, because for me they are like private Zoom AMA sessions. They are sick because you feel like you have your own private lesson session. You are one by one. This is just something priceless.
You get a lot of one-on-ones, which is good. Not intentionally, it's just how it goes.
And great banter too.
Absolutely. Well, with people like you, Emir, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you need 48 hours in a day just to absorb all the alpha. It's absolutely mind-blowing. You can't keep up with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is pretty hectic.
We were talking today about actually neatening it up a little bit because new people arrive and it's almost overwhelming. So we are working on a plan just to clean it up. We want to have, like, you know, the important bits sort of higher up maybe that we're going to be looking at. So, you know, the stuff that everyone jumps in first, what do they want to see? They want to see trade signals. They want to see the airdrops and things like that. And then all the fluffy things, we're probably just going to move it lower down for you guys and just try and separate it a bit, just so it's easier to navigate and understand, I think.
There have been.
In a nutshell, our objective is that everybody who becomes part of the club, that you personally experience the maximum success, depending on what area that you're interested in, but that you get real success out of it personally. When we're going into the bull run. So if you're an investor, you want to make sure that your portfolio is primed to really capitalize on that. If you're into trading, we're going to make sure that as a trader, every day you're getting a little bit better and can be one of the best traders in the world over the next while. It's going to take time. It's hard work. But our objective is everybody's success, and we're dedicated to
that. Someone's just said in the chat they want to share. Yeah, go ahead.
Who's it?
Dylan, another Dylan.
Yeah, jam pack.
What's up?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's happening?
Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, Sniper Club's amazing, man. You know, it really gives you a lot of confidence because there's so many people who say they can give you stuff, and then, when you follow them, you obviously have to do your own research. But Dejan Dave, he's gotten so many entries. Dylan really is his name, Lord of the Entry, absolute perfect name. Bruce is so interactive. Anytime you ask him a question, he really gets back to you. It's honestly amazing. It gives you so much comfort. Simon with the airdrops, it's so much fun, and it gives you a different way, because if you get discouraged in trading, you actually feel a sense of confidence with this airdrop section that gives you, it's fun. It's fun. It's interactive. But the whole Sniper Club team is just amazing. Sheldon Sniper School is awesome. I just signed up finally for whale school with Kyle.
Oh, nice.
But just going through everything, they're telling the truth. So they're amazing. And if you guys want to be part of the community, you definitely should. It definitely feels like a group of people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So great job,
working
guys.
hard in there, guys. And sometimes there's so much information, it's maybe a bit overwhelming. And don't be scared to ask questions and things. We've got the usual crew in here every time, but newbies, please open your cameras, ask questions, let us know, contact us. You can reach Bruce directly, David directly, me directly. You know, just let us know. Let us know what you need. Let us know where you're stuck. We want you to benefit from the full thing. Gents and everybody, I need to rush off. I've got 2 big guests coming on my show, and I'm prepping tokens and things. We're gonna have lots of fun. It's 𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗧, and it's this degen from Twitter. He got 1 million X on 𝗪𝗶. He was one of the first buyers of
Wow.
𝗪𝗶. Yeah, he literally did like 1 million X. I mean, it's something ridiculous. The guy's like, he's killed it.
But
So
we're
just
here.
getting
We're
a
going
couple of things
to
ready.
continue.
Yeah, we'll see you on the show.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dylan.
Okay,
Cheers,
guys,
Dill.
thanks everybody.
Love you,
See you
brother.
later.
Cool.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. The 𝗂𝗏 is saying from the YouTube, my favorite part of the Sniper Club is psychology alongside the Simon's airdrops. The psychology lessons, they are just amazing. Because from my opinion, we need to start with psychology, and there is a chart to learn the charts, because the psychology is a so huge part of the for the trading. Yeah.
And FYI, following this AMA, I'm actually going to be doing, hopefully with Craig, an hour session talking about trading psychology, because basically, you know, every trader worth their salt realize after they've learned how to draw the squiggly lines and, you know, Fibonacci's and all that stuff, that the you know, in your head and in your heart.
This meeting is being recorded.
Go get a couch. We'll do it.
We don't. I was going to say we don't have a couch. Sorry, but yeah, we'll get you a couch. We'll get you a digital couch. No problem. Yeah.
Digital psychology. There we go. Yeah, but
So
yeah,
let's-
but
so
the
we-
fact is that every one of us goes through the same thing, right? We all look at a trade and it's bright red going down, but right at a level we know we should take the trade, and we get scared, right? We all react the same way. But learning about it, learning how it works, learning the mechanisms of how that works inside your brain gives you the ability now to recognize it when it's happening and to counteract it and take a trade that you want to take in spite of the fear. And I mean, for example, one of the things we all admire about David is the fact that, you know, especially when he was, you know, went through that 𝗏𝗏 thing, is that he really handled very stressful situations incredibly well, which is one of his keys to success. That's why he won the 𝗏𝗏 contest. And so we learn from each other that way, right? We watch each other, we get advice from each other and support each other. And that's the key. We're not alone. I mean, trading gets lonely, right? I mean, you sit in front of the screen and there's squiggly lines on the screen and you go, God, I don't know, what if, and you're sitting there doubting yourself. But when we get to do it with each other, with a community, I can call Dave up and go, David, I'm looking at this thing, but I'm nervous about that trade. And you go, yeah, well, take a look at this, take a look at that. Or I can call Simon up or you know, the other people in the club, you know, and we do that for each other. And that cohesiveness, that community, that mutual support is priceless. I mean, you know, you all have heard the story of how Sheldon got successful. I mean, he started as a trader in a club with OG Craig, right? And Jason. And he was a kid, right? And, you know, and like he made every mistake you made or you're making. He made every mistake I'm making. But through that kind of support and cohesive community, turned into the trader that's now the leader of, you know, all of us. You know, it sets a huge example of what we're capable of doing if we're in the right situation, if we get the right training, and if we have the right support. So kind of cool.
Absolutely.
Definitely. I'm just having a look with Luba as well at YouTube, just seeing what people are saying. Apparently it's frozen, but we've come back now, which is good. So here's a question. Obviously, we're on an AMA. I'm going to ask David something. Everyone is saying in the comments here and on YouTube that Uni's pumping. I don't know if you want to bring up Uniswap. Should we have a look?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the news is today.
There's a lot pumping. I just saw sushi take off 15%. There's a
Did I read it right that they were working on Uniswap v4? I'm sure I got a pop up today, and I hadn't looked at it yet. I haven't had time.
Oh wow!
But
46%. Wow.
I wonder if that's got anything to do with it. I'll do a little bit of research.
There's got to be some kind of DeFi play going on now, for sure.
Do you want to share?
50%, and one candle, 1 4-hour candle.
Should we get one of your charts up?
I know that accumulation period was really, really long, and I always said, look out for the uni. It's going to be huge.
Yeah. It's so weird. I was asking about it yesterday.
I'm sure that I saw, oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Yes.
I'm sure I saw Uni V4. I'm going to have a look at that now.
60% pop.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are kind of hitting potential. I mean,
should I tell you guys that I sold my uni like 1 month ago for like no profit? I was like on 0.
No.
Yeah.
So we are hitting this order block.
I didn't lose anything, but
okay.
Yeah.
AGIX. Sorry, David, go on.
Yeah. You know, if any of you guys are in longs here, this is probably a TP zone, but you never know. I don't know what the story is with DeFi, but you can see that there's another level up here. So yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, we definitely need to dive in. I was looking at 𝗓𝗓 as well.
And pancake pumping now.
Is it really? Wow.
Straight, the dexes are going. I'm just looking now. All right, here we go. 8 minutes. 8 minutes ago, Uniswap discussing protocol feed distribution to uni staking addresses. There you go. So there is a chance for the uni staking addresses to earn some money. That's why it's pumping, I guess. That was 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, that looks like all the DeFis are probably going to pump then. Like 1 inch just went off right now too. 11% for 1 inch.
Biggest week in Uniswap protocol governance ever? Question mark. There's obviously some stuff going on with the governance right now as well.
And
I wish I caught it.
World Wild took another pump too.
Philip's saying 1 inch as well. Yeah, all the dexes seem to be popping.
All right, that's the flavor of the day. Okay. Obviously, if you're looking to trade Uniswap or anyone that has pumped already, don't do it. It's too late. Let it come back down to earth. Let it find support again, and then you could potentially enter trade. Or if there's a clear rejection point, you could look for a short. But I wouldn't personally short a pumping market. I'd be very careful of that. What is that, David? What do you got up there?
This is cute. Yeah, I'm just sitting in the work real quick. Yeah, start keeping an eye on all this stuff here.
Yeah. Wow.
A couple of people saying about DYDX as well. God, look at that. There's a load of things popping now.
Yeah. It might be popcorn season.
I hope so. We could do the green day now.
Yeah.
We've not had enough this year.
Yeah. So this is the range that I was mentioning earlier, guys.
Yeah.
You can see we're kind of wicking, and we kind of wick to it again right now. And that may have been the bottom, especially with this DeFi pop off. Like if Bitcoin dumps 5% right now, DeFi is not going to care. DeFi is probably just a little red and then go to the next level. But yeah, it's looking good. But yeah, a couple of them, and I got to get going here in about 10 minutes. Or like here in 5 minutes, but I'll be back on with Bruce in a few hours. But I'll just show you guys a couple of things that I'm looking at, and then I'll pass it to Bruce.
Yep.
But yeah, I was paying attention to 𝗏𝗏. You know, it's had this big bleed, staking narrative, huge retracement, 25% retracement, but been tracking this trend line here. Kind of there right now. So if we hold this level, this is I'm actually in a small long right now with 𝗏𝗏. This is one to where if Bitcoin holds, this should go. I'm also in a 𝗏𝗏 long, but I made a spot call in the Sniper Club. Pretty confident in this trade because we have an order block that's huge right here, and I don't see 𝗏𝗏 going below this.
Yeah.
Less green, meaning this is good support. sellers are getting exhausted here. And I also thought it was interesting that on the 8-hour time frame, it says 100% on this order block. So does that mean it's really good support? Hey, maybe, yeah. So, and then yeah, if we fall, if Bitcoin has that little dump to 49,800, then I'm seeing TIA tap this 786 level, and this is where I'm gonna take a long for TIA. That just looks really good to me. And then Harmony 1 is another one. I really like this one. You can see on the higher time frames. I talked about this on the Sniper Club on Sunday, but we basically broke this higher time frame trend line. So you can see here, I drew it from the 13th of August, poked its head out, came back inside, poking it out again. We have the 50-day moving average now, which we're seeing as support, and then zooming in. It's just held itself really, really well. So wherever, if Bitcoin, if we do see some kind of dump, I'll be happy with that because I'm looking to snag a Harmony long, either at the sniper zone right here at 0.01733, or if we get lucky enough down to the 786, which would basically be the top of this trend line here. So
quick question, what is the sniper zone? Like, can you explain what the sniper zone is?
Sniper zone is this little blue pocket here.
Okay, formed by the Fibonacci's, or?
Yeah, it's a Fibonacci. So I set it between the 618 and the 65.
Yeah.
And you'll see there's a little pocket there because there's usually some kind of, it'll go past the 618. You can see like in this candle here, it kind of like stabbed it perfectly. There's usually reactions on 618s, which you can see here on Harmony 1. It's already proven to have a reaction here. So the theory is that it could have a reaction here again. And then 786s are gifts. And I love the fact that the 786 on this particular fib falls in line with the top of this trend line, because you'll see it on a lot of these patterns where, you know, it'll touch the top of the trend line and then make the big move from that point forward. And then ape is another one. This is, I got my eyes on it because you guys heard it's not a hypey thing anymore. They're on the Arbitrum network. There's developers on ape. They're excited. They're making movements. And
they've had a good turnaround now, Dave. It's things are looking up rather than it just being some sort of deflationary coin. They've as the Ape DAO amongst other organizations, they're making proper effort now to make this a good investment. So yeah, it's looking up for ape.
Yeah, it's looking good. And you know, if you take a look at the zoomed out version, like we have so much room to go.
There's a long way
It's
to
insane.
go.
Look at this. I was trading ape back in the days.
Yeah.
With levels, right? So we're all the way down here. So I'm excited about ape just because there's real development behind it, and the moves are huge. And I made this in the Sniper Club, which is, again, this is the reason why you guys want to be part of Sniper Club, because we're dropping alpha all the time. But potential 40% move here, and then potential 100% move.
This was for spot.
Yeah, I made a spot call, but for me, I'm going to leverage this thing personally. So I have a spot bag, but for a leverage call, you know, this could be it here. But if we are coming down a little bit on Bitcoin, you know, I was seeing the 786, right? We have this trend line, we have this order block here. So for me, that's amazing. I think we're gonna pop off.
Wait, what was ape about? Like the fundamentals, the project? What if you guys?
Well,
Simon could probably answer that better.
Oh, listen, I mean, I've not looked into it as much as I should have done, but the thing with ApeCoin is
ape is NFTs. It's NFTs.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah, NFTs. Yeah.
But they've got this ape DAO as well, and there was a time when they were just giving away ApeCoins for rewards for just about everything. I used to log on to a thing on Twitter on a Sunday night with a friend, and just for going online, you get some rewards. You know, just by completing a couple of tasks, they give you some more ApeCoins. This was the ape DAO. They've kind of got to the point now where they've reined all of that in, and you know, rather than just giving away the tokens for free, there's development going on. Like you said, there's NFT project. It's probably, in my opinion, one that can grow quite nicely in the next bull run. I think that there is enough of a backing behind it so that it's, you know, it's like you've got to look for your safe projects. You know, that things like, let's say, Cardano were from the old bull run. And perhaps there's not the, you know, the place in the market. I'm sure I'll upset some people by saying that, but it's a dinosaur coin that's been and gone. You know, you've got Casper, which is a new token to an extent. You've got all these other small caps that are coming through. Something like Ape has got the opportunity to go on its first proper huge bull run, in my opinion. So,
and there
I
is
think
so
it's-
huge community behind ape.
yes, there is. Yeah, it's
good.
one of the gold ones, in my opinion.
And
Yeah.
it's, you know, when you guys are traders, right, you pay attention to what the market's doing over the past since Asia Open. You see a lot of bleeding, right? 6%, 5%, but you see ape not even 1%. So for me, that's like there's buying going on right now, even though we're bleeding, which is a bullish kind of vibe that I'm getting from ape. And then the last one I'm going to share with you guys before I get off of here is I've been talking about LEI forever in the club. Posted it like 3 times in the club. And you know, for those of you guys that were paying attention to it, LEI is taken off. It's a micro cap AI. So there's a lot of people that I've been getting people reaching out to me like, dude, render took off. Like I feel late. Fetch protocol, I feel late. Well, there's still many AI tokens that have not ran yet. And in my opinion, LEI is one of them. It's a micro cap. So if you guys go to CoinGecko, type in LEI. You know, it's a $9 million market cap.
Wow.
We go to 100 million, it's a 10x. You know, for this to go to 10 cents, 20 cents.
Where do you buy this? Like on
Very,
Dexys?
very possible. You can get it in Mexi,
On Mexi. Okay.
Market, Gate.io.
Oh, it's on Bybit.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is a little sleeping giant, and you can already see it's just like how Render is giving me the vibes of people. You know, all the early whales are getting in. I mean, we're already 2x, and now we've had this retracement to this potential SR flip. So, you know, seeing something like this and then to the next level for me. So, last bit of alpha there, and
Hey,
hope you guys enjoy. So, yes, sir.
David, what do you know about OpenFabric AI?
I don't know anything about that, but if you want to give me the ticker, I'll
The
look into
last
it.
2 or 3 weeks pumping like 300%.
Nice. What's the
I've
ticker?
not heard of it. Yeah, what's the ticker for? I've not heard of that, Dave.
It's OFN.
We'll look into that.
Oh, sorry, 200%, not 300.
But wish I could have stayed longer, guys. I got an appointment to run to, but hopefully that was good.
David will be back in
Nice
an
one,
hour and a
David.
half.
Yep, I'll be back there with Bruce.
Yep. We'll
Just
just
Hey,
try to
Bruce,
get
do
you
you
guys.
mind if I ask a question?
I do not mind at all. Absolutely. See you there, Dave.
So a little bit ago, you were talking about like just, you know, asking about charts and some help. And again, like I haven't been like the greatest, like my technical analysis has been so on point after Sheldon's class, but my emotions definitely get the best of me in my trades. So like every entry that I've taken, like I got helium at $6.76, and I don't know why I backed out of it, but it ended up going almost to $10, and I would have made such a good trade. But I'm trying to build one in Rose. The other day I saw it had like this liquidation level event where it literally dropped from like 12.5 to like 11. So I started building a position around 11, and I was wondering if maybe you wanted to take if you had time to just look at that chart for a couple minutes.
Which one is it again?
Maybe Rose, Oasis Network.
Rose.
Oh, Rose. Okay, Rose.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Bruce,
I thought it would run a little bit with the AI coins as well, but it didn't really. So,
Bruce, just real quick, I'll be in the car in a minute. I'll still be on, but I won't be spotlighted with you.
Sure.
Just real quick, you've got your session next, right? So you're going to be on anyway.
Yep, we're going to be doing a session in a little less than an hour on trading
All right.
psychology.
So depending on how this AMA goes, maybe you're going to be starting a bit early, or just because you're on, or
We're going to do this until we're done, and then we'll
see how
jump
it
over to
goes.
that. So we're going to play it by ear.
All right, I'll catch you from the car, bro.
You bet. You bet. You bet. Okay. So, yeah, hang on a second. Try and share here. Share screen. Okay.
I'm trying not to marry coin because you said, you know, in the portfolio management, like I have my 4 to 5 spot bags. Like I have my tokens that I want to like continue to put money in.
Yep.
But there's other coins that I'm going to start trying to trade, like Phantom and Rose and, you know, whatever. So I just figured I'd start small and build a position in Rose and see if I was doing it right.
Yep. Cool. Well, then let's mark this thing up because I haven't marked it up. So we have a clear support level right there, right? Clearly support, and we've got what looks like a trend coming down right there, kind of bouncing off it. Notice that it is, it bounced off that level, respected that as resistance, did an SR flip, tested it, it's coming down. It's still above the 50-day moving average. Can you see that right there? Can you see my screen, my chart? Wherever you went?
Yes.
Okay, good. The fib, let's take a look at the fib from the bottom. Shows the 618 just a little bit lower in that region right there. Let's take the fib from here and see what possible retracement could happen from. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yep, nope, we'll do that. So, well, okay. So now that we got a little bit of this marked out, what is your question? What are you looking at? Do you want to enter a trade? Do you want to start a position? What do you like to do? Did I lose you? All right. Well, I have no idea. So, I mean, Rose right now it's rejected here. So a good entry would have been here, right? The break and retest of strong horizontal support would have been a great area. It's come up and it's pushing on this trend line right here, right? But it's holding this. So, it's kind of in the middle, a middle area for me. I would find this for actually, hold on. There is minor support right there. So you might take a, again, I don't know much about this token or its history, but if you're looking to get into it, you take a small entrance right over there to see if the 50-day moving average and that horizontal level holds. If it holds, then you should be in good shape. A safer bet actually would be to wait and let it break over that trend line right over there, let it come back and retest and take an entrance over there. That'd be a much safer entrance as an initial trade than getting in now, because I'm concerned that this thing might want to continue down because it's looking like it's kind of getting it made it high, it made a lower high, and so I'd be concerned that it's going to make another lower high and retest this area right over there. So right now I'd be patient, actually. Right, if it holds the 50-day moving average, breaks this trend line, then give it a shot right over there, just on the other side of the trend line on the retest, or let it come all the way down to this support area, which is pretty strong, and look at taking a trade from there. That'd be my thoughts on Rose. Cool. I guess we lost you. All right, what other questions you have, guys? Because it's all me now. Everybody else left. What is it?
Aptos.
Aptos. APT. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I think I'm in this also.
Okay.
I think it's a good support zone. I didn't buy now. I bought like a couple days ago, but I think it's a good support zone. Wait, you're looking on the 1 day. Let me look on my chart also.
No, it's okay. It's all gonna be the same. Just you get more detail on the low time frames. So Aptos conversely looks actually pretty good, right? So let me ditch that. So again, it's also on the 50-day moving average. It's coming down into a pretty strong support area. Let's get a sense of that right there. All right. So hang on. It's in a pretty good area right now. I mean, depending on Bitcoin, and this is the coin we have with a lot of trades, right? And I'm going to come to Bitcoin in a second, but Aptos looks like it's holding support here really well, right? You can just see it, right? So anywhere from sort of here where it's at right now down to about the, what would that be, the 907 area would look like be a great entrance. And then you've got yourself a stop loss that would be just below that support area. So you're looking about 3 or 4%, and you've got yourself a 19% upside. Looks really good. Again, the variable is Bitcoin. So
I think a lot of trades now are just like dependent on what Bitcoin does.
Exactly. Like, let's look at that for a second, because I've been staring at this. I got Mavia, Rune, Ordi, Link, Myro, OM, Phantom, SA, all ready to go.
I have Phantom also, yeah.
Right. But this is what bugs me, right? And actually, it's looking better, right? Let's look at Bitcoin. Right, Bitcoin. Dylan said it earlier, and so true. It made a lower high right there, right? And he was using a higher time frame, but it's the same. So there's a high, and it tried to make a lower high, and it's been holding above this area right there pretty well. But it means that even if it pumped, it's just going to pump like 0.5% and lose it, 0.5% and lose it. It seems to be respecting this downward trend line. So I'm personally hoping to get clarity, my Bitcoin coming down, taking a tag of that 618 right there, right? That area, that's 550, 50139 or so, right in there. If it tags that area and bounces from there, I'll then start to feel optimistic about all the other longs that are basically sitting ready to go, right? The problem is that right now, if you take a long on any of the tokens, right, from here, all you've got from Bitcoin is the promise of 1%, right? Which means that your alts will take off, and then when Bitcoin reaches that resistance again, all the alts will stop, and you get all excited, and then your hopes get dashed, right? So I would rather right now, and I'm a more, just so you know, I'm a more conservative trader than David and a lot of people, right? I'm very cautious about the trades. I wait. I take fewer trades, but I take bigger trades when they happen. So you're going to hear the less degen-y side of the story from me. David will give you more degen-y, which is cool because you get the balance and get to match the trades to your personality. But I would rather two things before I got into any longs. And I am in a couple longs, but generally I would want either this to come down, tag the 618, which would basically free up all the rest of the crypto that is interacting and related to Bitcoin, and now you'd have room to grow. Or have it break over this resistance level, come back and retest it, and then go. One of those two scenarios would be ideal for me to unlock all the other stuff that's going on. What I'm afraid is going to happen, especially going the weekend, is Bitcoin is just going to continue to kind of leak, just kind of very weakly kind of go like that, which just leaves the ambiguity in the market, except for a few exceptions like the AI tokens, etc. So right now I'm being patient. What else? What other tokens you're looking at?
The one that you said also that you have, Phantom.
Phantom, I actually wasn't looking at, but you bet little blue booties I am now. I just wasn't on my list. Where I had Phantom here. All right,
We can see it, yeah. This.
I actually had a marked up chart. Hold on, where's my marked up Phantom?
The Stefan from YouTube is asking, do you guys enter with the split order or with a normal one usually?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question was, do you guys enter with a split order or with a normal one usually? I don't know, it's just his question.
People do. Personally, I build positions. And as a matter of fact, I think almost all of us do that. Dylan, David, myself,
definitely.
We build positions. In other words, I'll take a small order, low leverage, small risk, and get my feet wet. Let's say with Phantom, let's plan a trade out. Ready? So Phantom looks great, by the way. Totally looks beautiful. I love that. Right? And right down its strong support right over there, right above the 50-day moving average. It looks great. Again, depending on Bitcoin, is what will determine kind of what's going to happen with Phantom. If Bitcoin continues to just be weak, I wouldn't be surprised to see Phantom leak down to the 35-cent area. Hope not, because it's been holding pretty well. But let's assume this trade's going to take off. So what I would do is I would come in and say, okay, we're right down there. I'm going to give this kind of down to, hang on 1 second, adjust down to there. So I'd say, entering right about now actually would be great with a stop underneath the 50-day moving average. She had one closer. So you're looking at about a 3%. So what I might do is I might put in 30% of my potential position size into the trade right here, right? And if it keeps dropping down just above that 50 below the stop, I might add another 30% to it, right? So your first entry is here, right? And then your second entry might be like right over there, right? and then if it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out, and then you pick it down below. And that's the reason I have smaller position size at the beginning. So maybe 3x, 5x leverage, something mild. Then what happens is if price pushes up, comes back and retests right over there, that's when I would enter the bulk of the trade. Right over there is where I would really add on significantly to the trade. Now I'm fully in. And then what I'm looking for is that to come up and make a higher high. There's a high right there. Makes a higher high, and then come test it. Right. So we put in a new support level right there. Right now, it's never exactly like this, but this is the general idea. And when I retest it, this is the point right over here. If I'm looking at a larger trade going somewhere, if you're looking just to scalp it, that's one thing. But let's say our trade expectations, we're going to go try for that recent high right there, right? Something like that. So at this point right over here, that's when I would start to up the leverage, right? So I would maybe, let's say this was $1,000 trade at this point at 5x, something like that. I would maybe add another $1,000 to that trade, which would raise your average entry to right over here, right? Your average entry would be about halfway between, right? And then you'd be able to put your stop loss just above that so you stay risk-free, right? And then if price pumps again, right, maybe up to this level, see that level right over there, and comes and tests it again, right? That's an area where then potentially, again, this assumes that price is going to continue pushing. That's the point where you would add on yet again, maybe double the trade size once more, which would move your average entry, let's say, up to about there, right? And you can put your stop loss just above that. So it's always risk-free. But what happens is if there is a downturn in the midst of this, then the whole thing gets lost. You don't lose money, but you don't make the money you could make. But by doing it this way, most of your profit would come in that final couple percent right over there. You're now up to maybe 15x leverage with a $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 trade, and this is where you capture your profit. That's how we'd build a trade like this.
Mate, that's absolutely brilliant how you've explained that. You've made that really clear.
Yep.
I do exactly the same, and more often than not, I'll get stopped out at break even because I've gone 2 or 3 steps into the trade, and the fourth one just hasn't worked out, you know. But that's fine. You only need one good trade every few weeks to really rein in the money.
And that's it. And the issue is you've got to take a look at the market. So is the market a trending market? Is the market a not going anywhere market? So, you know, for a long time, you know, for the last 2 years, actually, for the most part, trends have lasted like a day or 2 or 3 max, right? So you get a bit of a pump, you get another little pump, and then boom, it's over and it collapses. In the bull market, we get trends that are going to last for weeks at a time. So I'm talking about this in that we're starting to see more bullish behavior out of crypto than bearish behavior, which is great. So we're seeing things like this. There's an example, right? So if you'd gotten into this trade here, that would have played out the way I'm talking about over there. But if you look at most tokens, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, they go up 5%, down 2%. And so it's just hard to get these to last long enough. So for when price isn't of all of crypto isn't generally really moving well, I take one trade, get in, get out, take the cash, build a portfolio. But on a token like this, I mean, you can see it, right? This is consistently from here. It's very consistently moved up. All right, I'm going to take a quick detour on this. I want everybody to start using your eyeballs more and lines less. Like, see if you can't see with your own eyes what price is doing. This is like the thing I'm working on with everybody right now. Can you see what this chart's doing without any indicators on it? This is called naked trading, right? And some of my best friends trade like this. Can you actually see the levels without the lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is how I trade, yeah.
And I want you to start, and for those of you that are really serious about trading, start to work on this, right? Start to look at the token. If you can see with your eyes, no lines, you can see that, right? Oops, go away, stay away, right? You can see this right there. You can see that retracement. You can see that this is probably retracing to a fib level. Let's find out. Come back.
Just while you're drawing that, when I work with order blocks, I've got 𝗥𝗢𝗂𝗏 for the order block indicator. What I would normally do is I would normally work it out with my eyes and draw a rectangle.
Exactly.
And then more often than not, it's pretty much 90% in the correct order block according to 𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏, and it just makes you a better trader over time.
Right. So I don't know if you can see with all this crap on there, but I just said, can you see that level right there, the fib? Sure enough, that fib is the 618. Right. Learn, if you're really getting serious about it, learn to see that with your eyes. It's easy to see after you've been doing this for a while. Strong horizontal level, right? Fibonacci 2/3 right there, 618. You'll be amazed if you start to look at the candles with naked eyes. You can actually see what's happening. You can actually start to see like what actually happened here, right? What actually happened? Oh, come on, go away, go away. What actually happened here, right? Not with the fancy tech terms we use, but apparently somebody right over there did a short, right, which triggered the stop losses in the longs, which caused that candle to come down, right? There was just more shorts, more people selling right there in the longs. And then the people who were trying to long this came in, tried to recover it and pushed it back up, but there were more shorts than longs, and it kept pushing it down. Right about this area, it hit equilibrium, right? So do this if you want, but if you're really serious about trading, take some time every day and look at your charts with nothing on them but the candles. And I promise you, it's harder, and you're going to want to go back to the lines and the candles. But if you take a little bit of time every day to just stare at candles, they'll start to open up for you, right? End of my little lecture, but do it if you want. But it's I find it incredibly enlightening.
I've just seen a comment in YouTube saying a lot of guys are actually completely basic. Yeah, so if you're new to this, you know, we can trade the charts sometimes with a single line, like 1 MA, the 200 or the 50, and it's like you've got to find your style of trading. And the only way you can really find it is to go back to basics, take everything off, and then start reading these charts, start working on playback maybe rather than live charting. Just see if you can't find a way that works for you. You know, what Bruce just said is absolutely brilliant. And I do exactly the same with order blocks, and it works a treat.
And in fact, that's it. See, you guys should, you know, if you've taken anything on, you realize we don't trade, right? I'm going to do Phantom without anything on it. We don't trade the lines and stuff like that. You're not even trading candlesticks. We're trading the order book. We're trading actual dollars that are going in and out of a token, and whether more people are saying, I want it to go up or more to go down. That's what we're trading. The problem is that our brains aren't massive computers to calculate that. So the Japanese came up with, you know, in the 1800s, this candlestick thingamajigger in order to calculate the relative price of rice in the marketplace. And that's what we've been using ever since. But these whether you've got Fibonacci on here, or whether you've got order blocks on here, or whether you've got 𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 indicator on here, or whether you've got horizontal trends, horizontal support and resistance trends, and all that stuff, it's still the same candles, right? The candles are the candles, regardless of what you stick on top of it. Our brains, which is what we're hopefully using for trading, is not good at calculating. It's really good at seeing patterns, right? We can see patterns. We can see heads and shoulders, right? You can all see the head and shoulders right in front of you right there, right? And so what we do is we draw these lines on there to help identify the patterns, right? Resistance areas, trend lines, right? This simply helps us identify areas where price is consistently reacting. See it right there? Consistently reacting, in hopes that it consistently reacts one more time so we can base a trade on that, right? This is the phantom trade that we were talking about earlier, right? I'm hoping, if I take this trade, that this is going to behave and bounce off this trend line again, right? It's as simple as that. Will it? No one knows. Hopefully it will. You can also see that there's a support level right over there, right? You see that right there, right? That has been respected. So, it's been supporting that support line. A little more confluence that my idea that it's going to bounce there is true. et cetera, et cetera. And what you're doing is there's no one indicator that's going to be a silver bullet for you. Get over it. If you think there's going to be one indicator, one something that's going to save you from the hard work of learning to trade and analyze charts and monitor your emotions and not get FOMO'd and feared into decision making, but actually base your trades on actually what the chart's telling you to do and what your plan is, you'll start doing well, right? It's almost that simple, but we tend not to make it that simple. And then you can add, for example, the fact that the RSI is bottomed out over there. Bottomed RSI. Nice trend line, resistance. Looks like a decent trade. And then the most important thing is your risk management, because you're going to do all the analysis in the world. You're going to have 50 indicators that all say this is a great trade. And I guarantee you, you're going to be wrong sometimes. Matter of fact, you're going to be wrong a bunch, right? If you're a trader, that's just the game we play. If you're a baseball player, how often do you get strikes? A lot. How often you get balls and foul balls? A lot. How often you get striked out? A lot. The thing about trading is a very simple mathematical equation. If your losses are small and your wins are bigger and you only get 50-50, you're profitable. So the number one thing that you're going to have to work on in your trading is risk management, right? Keep your losses small, right? Don't go chasing losers. Get out of the losers, chase your winners, build on your winners, and get out of the losing trades as fast as you can so that you can live to fight another day. It's honest to gosh that simple, but we tend to make it more complicated. So, Amir, what you got, buddy?
Yeah, hi. I have a mate of mine who just sold his house and he put a lot of money into this coin. I haven't heard of it, but maybe you have. You know the ChatGPT, the guy who owns it.
Yes. Yes.
Is it the wild WLD coin? Is that his?
I don't know, but it's been one of my favorite tokens to trade, and I haven't done it in a while. And typical when you know, like I traded this thing way back over here a lot, right? I love that token. And then this all happened. I shorted over here. That went well. And then it was like, I kind of ignored it for a while, but give me a break. Right. Look at that.
Yeah.
So
It's a world coin.
Yeah. Well, they call it world coin or wild coin. I call it wild world coin. We can't figure it out. we make up our own names for stuff.
Yes.
But now I'm worried about him, you know. I mean, is this going to?
I would be as well. That's a crazy thing to do.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I told him, I gave him all about the stuff that we have, you know, the banter thing, you know, the high risk, low risk, and what have you. And Bugger didn't listen to me, and he put it there, and I just, you know, I don't know what.
And how's it going? Is it up or down?
It's way up.
Well, he just put it. He put it in, and it went down 18% the first day.
Yeah.
And he tells me that this is the next thing after peanut butter or whatever. It's going to go 200%.
He obviously wants a new career job. He should come and apply it. That sounds good. He obviously knows what he's talking about.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Amir, is that you can look at trading like a gamble, and it sounds like that's what your friend did, gambling it all on black, right? Threw all his money into an incredibly volatile, wild token, and he's either going to win big or he's going to lose it all. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just luck.
But right? Is this the token that guy owns?
I don't know.
ChatGPT.
I don't know. But
I heard the rumors about this token that it's behind the Sam Bankman-Fried, and it's related to him to pump up the price. Otherwise, he's gonna get the lifetime sentence. There is a lot of rumors about this one, and this is really, really. I never would put all this money in. It's just something.
WorldCoin is the one that scans the retina of people. That's the one.
Yeah, exactly. It's just something. Oh my God!
It doesn't really make sense. I mean, why would it pump that hard?
Yeah, and Ron mentioned on the last show, he said, where is the million users? Where is everything? They can't see any data. There is nothing about it. It's just a pump. Yeah. And I know the rumors that they are behind. Alameda Research is behind this coin, and it's like from quite good resources. These rumors are.
Yeah, so much of crypto. This is a really great discussion because so much of crypto is based on Twitter and rumor and gossip.
Yes.
And
phenomena.
And people are throwing an immense amount of money at luck. Personally, I'm not into that. I got just straight up, I'm not into it. Meme coins, shit coins. I'm not knocking that. I've traded them. I've done really well with a couple of them, but I'm sure as hell not going to base my retirement future, my kids' future, on this kind of randomness. And that's just a choice we all get to make. I mean, crypto is has a very large world of people banking on luck. Just catch that right meme coin at the right time, and I'm a millionaire. But it's a lot like the lottery. And statistically, people like that lose their money as fast as they gain it. I mean, I know people that have gotten into tokens like this, made a lot of money, and then tried it again and lost all that money back to zero. How many of you know people that have done the full round trip in crypto? All got rich, all lost it all.
Yeah.
Right?
So is it
Personally,
time to take
the house
profit on
on
this
crypto
one?
anyway.
of no interest to me. Right? I want to keep the money that I make. I want to work hard and keep it, which means that we've got to be a lot more methodical in how we enter, how we trade, what we trade, when we trade, how much risk we take. One of the things we did the other day in our psychology section is we realized that a lot of us, and I'll talk about this later, a lot of us, especially when you're just learning, think of yourself as an amateur and other people know better, right? And we give over our decision-making to the gurus. God bless them all. Gurus out there love you. And so our success and failure is based on how good they are. We have no clue how good they really are. How many of you'd rather do the hard work and own your future? Not have someone else tell you what to do, but your decision making will get you to the place that you want to go. That takes planning, that takes thoughtfulness, that takes being methodical, that makes doing the research, that means understanding the market trading psychology and your person trading psychology. This is a lot of work, but if you want to be a pro, and what we did in the class was we all basically came up with the mantra, said, I'm a professional trader, right? I am a professional trader. Well, if I'm a professional trader, act like it. Like it. How would a professional trader think about something like that? How would a professional trader relate to something like that? Right? Does that make sense, Amir?
Yeah, thanks.
And I know because you're a professional trader, right?
No.
Yes, you are. You're my man.
I'm a DJ.
Yeah, you are amazing, and you train your brain like you are a professional trader, and then you act like professional trader.
And that's the key.
Well said.
Right. And I think Simon, I'm going to make this full circle because Simon said something really interesting, and it's so true, is that you in sniper school, you learn how to basic trading techniques. You learn how to draw the lines and the trends and the fibs and the RSIs and blah, blah, blah. And you learn a little bit about risk management and how to leverage. You learn kind of the basics, okay? And in my mind, when you graduate from something like sniper school, by the way, I'm not knocking it at all. I paid, when I was learning to trade in my Forex days, back when dinosaurs ruled the earth, I paid thousands and thousands of dollars for a professional course. And frankly, the course you take in sniper school is every bit as good, and all it costs is $100. That's your money in an exchange. So you guys are so damn lucky. But here's the thing. You learn all that basic stuff, and what you have to understand is, congratulations, you just graduated first grade. Right? You know how to write your name, you know the alphabet, and you can add 1 + 1. That's first grade. And that is great. I mean, they don't knock first graders, because first graders turn into PhD scientists over time. What comes next, though? How are we going to start to develop those skills? And what happens is that we all start to get a little impatient, right? And so we start looking for this indicator, that indicator, this edge, that edge, and we start getting more and more complex over time. And I'm not knocking any of that stuff, because all of them could be good additions to your trading setups. But what I'm saying is don't expect them to save you, right? So for example, if you want to try an indicator like 𝗥𝗢𝗪𝗏 or 𝗟𝗟𝗪𝗏 that Seth was showing earlier, try it, right? And try it for a couple weeks. And if at the end of those couple weeks you see a distinct improvement in your profit and loss, in your win-loss ratio, then that's good, because that works with the way your brain does its pattern matching. If after a couple weeks you're not seeing any difference, ditch it, right? And you will over time, and this is what Simon said that was brilliant, you will over time find that group of things that done consistently over and over and over again will start to create a profitable business of trading, right? And every one of you is different. Some of you will do trend lines and support and Fibonacci's. Some of you will find that the moving averages, the 21 moving average on the 4-hour gives you the right indication. It's not that it's right or wrong, because the chart's the same chart, but it's that your brain identifies with that set of signals buried in the chart, such that you can actually see more and more clearly when to take a long and when to take a short. And that's the process. When I was learning guitar, you all see my guitar stuff up. I was taking lessons from I'm not a blues player, but I end up jamming with a lot of blues players all the time, and I felt really inadequate. So I went and took some lessons and some blues lessons and learned some licks and all that stuff. And after a while I said, "Look, how am I doing?" And she said, "You're okay." Of course, now I'm okay. Come on, I'm working really hard. And he said, No, you're okay. You sound like a mediocre version of me. Right? And I went, "What?" He says, "Yeah, you sound like an okay. You'll never be that good because you're trying to copy me, right? And you'll never be me because you're not me." And he says, when you start to, take the techniques that I taught you and you internalize them, which takes tens of thousands of repetitions, and then you play the music that you feel in your heart, then you'll be you, and that's when your excellence will start to shine. Trading is no different. No different. Right?
That's a really good analogy, Bruce. I'm going to drop in a small tidbit of info here.
Please, I'm yakking too much.
As you know, on the Sniper Club, I'm the indicator guy. Sorry, I am in the car, which is why I've got the camera off. I'll just quickly put it on. So obviously I am, if you like, the indicator guy, right? So a lot of people know that I deal with 𝗥𝗢𝗪𝗏, I deal with Market Cipher, I work with Seth on 𝗎𝗟𝗪𝗏. Yep. I spend a lot of time working through these things. Two of the guys in the Sniper Club who we spent weeks and weeks and weeks explaining, when I say we, it was myself, went thoroughly into detail. I taught him about how to use the stochastic RSI in line with the oscillator. What we found was he found that if he turned off the reversal zones in 𝗥𝗢𝗪𝗏 and turned on the trend tracer, for example, which are two separate features, he could trade from about a 20% win to about a 35% win. And this was while he was just learning. And then what happened is he subsequently went on to keep practicing, keep getting better. And now what we've got is we had a session a couple of weeks ago and he taught me some stuff. And it turns out all he needed to do was to be shown the way, how to use the indicator, how to work the squeeze, the volatility sections of it, how to change the optimal sensitivity relating to the last few candles. Once he knew how to change those settings, he found his own way. And it took maybe 2 months. And he now trades in such a way that he uses his eyes, as we all do, to find the trade. He turns this on. But the point is, he tried it my way and he couldn't make it work. But he persevered and he did it his own way. And it's like I say to any of the guys that are learning these things, this is what I'm doing. If I'm looking at Market Cipher B and I can tell you when the market is going to reverse looking at the candles, but you need Market Cipher A, which relies on moving averages and so on, that's totally fine. But you've got to find your way. And we're just here to give you the tools. And this is one of the reasons why, we push so hard in the club to do beginners, indicators, advanced, order block sessions. There's just 6 or 7 different ways to trade. If you practice all of them, you will find one that resonates with yourself.
Exactly.
So you nailed it, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, when you find something that works for you, don't let anyone talk you out of it. Right?
Exactly.
The only thing that matters at the end of the day are the results. Right?
That's right.
If you're getting the results that you want, that's it. If you're not getting the results you want, and I'm saying you don't keep on improving, keep on working, because we all do. But if you're not getting the results you want, then you dig deeper and get help and get support and take a look at kind of where things are falling apart for you. But once you get stuff that's working, stick with it. Really stick with it. And I don't care what anyone else says.
You're right.
When I was this is back to my Forex days, the guy that I taught was wonderful. Actually, he was on the marathon 2 marathons or 3 marathons ago. I actually did an interview with him. His name is Nick Sean, and he's a wonderful trader. Wonderful trader. He's got stuff on YouTube. Check him out. He's just a joy. But he trades. He's publicly. He trades just foreign exchange. Although we do some crypto together because he kind of loves crypto. It's fun. But his main thing is Forex. So, it was a thing like Sniper Club. So I was part of that group, and I got a session with him. I talked to him, going like, I've been trading for a year, and I'm okay, but I'm sure not getting where I want to go. And he said, well, tell me about your day. What do you do? I said, well, I get up and I watch your show, and then I go watch this show, and then I go onto the Discord, and I look at this particular trader, what they're doing, and find out the setups of that trader over there, and then I take those trades, right? And he went, got it, go away. What? Yeah, go away. I want you to turn off Discord, turn off YouTube, turn off Twitter, turn off all these things, and I want you to sit in front of the charts with no outside input and just take your own trades. Right? Make them small. I don't care. I want you to get to the point where you can set up a trade, take the trade, and confident in what you did without looking around the corner thinking someone else is smarter than you. And of course, I took it personally, going, oh, he doesn't love me and he's trying to get rid of me. But I did what he said to do. And I took a couple of weeks that were hard where, I wanted to sneak a peek. Going, what's he setting up? Is he doing Aussie USD or is he doing USD JPY? I mean, what's he working on? But I obeyed what he said to do and took a couple of weeks and just did my own charts. And the weirdest thing happened. Guess what it was? All of a sudden, I started making more money, right? Because what he was noticing is that my weak point is I really thought all these other traders were so much smarter than me. They were seeing things I wasn't seeing. And so I had given over my decision-making to these other people instead of owning my own responsibility for my own future. And, then once I kind of had that realization, I could come back in the group and participate. But you'll all go through a period like that, right? I got to tell you, there is nobody on this call, nobody in the YouTube, nobody in Sniper Club that is incapable of out trading Simon, me, David, Dylan, Sheldon, Mama Sniper, OG Craig. Every one of you is capable of kicking our butts. You got to do the work that we've done, the hard work and the years and the dedication to hone yourself to get better and better. And get to the point where you've got that self-confidence in it. But I guarantee there is nobody on this call that is not capable of doing that. But I'm telling you straight up, it's going to be hard. There are times when you're going to go, crap, you lost 3 trades in a row, and then you go through the whole thing. And I'll talk about this in the psychology section coming up, and you start to doubt yourself. Oh, man, maybe I should do something else. I'm no good. And you go with this self-destructive self-talk. How is this different from becoming a pilot or learning guitar, learning gymnastics, learning to dance, right? Learn baseball, learn soccer. It's the same, right?
Definitely.
It's the same process. The difference that screws us up is it's related to money, right? Because we're attaching money to our early trading, and losing money makes us feel really crappy. But if you were learning to play soccer, football for you Europeans, right? You're going to suck, right? You know, which end of this ball is up? I don't know what part of your foot to hit it. I can, you fall down on your butt. You kick it and you can't hit the goal to save your life. I mean, that's what it's like as a beginner, right? The difference is you're not playing for money, right? Here we play for money in the beginning. So in the beginning, as a newer trader, hold on, there we go. In the beginning, don't trade with a lot of money. I don't care how much money you got. Take really small trades. So, because you're going to lose a lot, right? In the beginning, you will lose. You'll think it's a setup, and it wasn't a setup. It's just you got to go through it. So take small trades. I'm more important on your skill level and improving your development as a trader than I am about making money. Once you start to get the confidence, you start to get a win-loss ratio that's workable. You start getting $5 trades that work for you. It's easy to ratchet up the dial and put more money into it. It's easy to ratchet up the dial and throw more leverage on it. But don't do it until you're ready. Otherwise, you're just going to get frustrated. So we got a couple more minutes before we're switching gears. What else you got? Any other charts you want to see? Any other
Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
𝗏, like if it will, I don't know if it can hold the support. I was wondering just how order blocks work and if you can use them. I don't know how to use them yet.
Okay, which token?
𝗏.
Biff?
PYTH. Yeah, nice.
PY.
Oh, Pith.
Got some very, very exciting prospects for this token.
Right.
The airdrop potential is unbelievable for this.
All right.
There's so much money that's going to be coming in for this.
Yeah, Pyth is very exciting.
Oh, Pyth.
It really is. Yeah.
It's Pyth, whatever you call it. We
made
it crazy. So just before we throw order blocks onto it. So this is a sweet trade right now. Right? Look at that. Right? Pumped up, came and retraced. It's at the 382 level on the move from over here, and 618's a layer down. I actually DCA'd into a little bit right over there, DCA'd over there, and DCA'd over there. Because I'm also looking to build portfolio with it. This is sweet. Now, assuming Bitcoin is finding support sometime relatively soon, that's a great place for long. Now let's look at and see whether the Lux Algo supports that. Oops, the other one. All right, look at that. Now, Simon, can you see? Si, can you see my chart? Or you
yeah, sorry. No, I'm there. I was on mute.
Would you give the, I'll zoom in a bit. Would you give the analysis on the Lux Algo part of it?
Sure, you just need to bring up the other indicator, please. The signals and overlays. Thank you.
Okay. Whoops, sorry. There we go. Hold on. What setup you want me to do? Sniper
just need to go to the settings cog real quick.
Hold on. Hang on. All right.
And you just want to change when it comes up. Yeah. So just see where it says smart trails. Just untick that.
Yeah.
And tick reversal zones.
Got it.
And that's fine. You can. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So looking. I mean, this is a slightly out of date version of the indicator, but it's fine. It still has the same features. Obviously, we made a beautiful long previously down where that green plus is, some time back.
Yeah,
and the token moved beautifully. We obviously towards the top of the move, we came into the red ribbon, which is like the reversal zone. And then just at the top of where Bruce's diagonal trend line is, we've got a lovely pop into the ribbon. We then got just after that, the candles changed from green to purple.
Right.
We got our short signal, which is now underway.
Yep.
Now I can see that Bruce. Yeah, well, listen, I don't think you change. If you just double click on that little thing down there, just double click on that. Yeah, that's fine. If you change that to an 8, yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Just okay that real quick.
Oh,
just give it a second. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. It just means that it's slightly more sensitive. But what you're finding now is the short is still valid. We're still pushing down on the diagonal trend line. We're obviously into this order block. Now, the next move is either it's going to dip down into the green reversal zone, which will come up to meet this order block on a wick down, or we might just get a reversal here. So what we need to check is just keep an eye on it. What time you got? You're on the 8 hour, right? So if you just jump into the 4 hour real quick.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so now just change that to a 9 because it's 19 on the sensitivity.
Okay. Come on, come on. There we go.
You can double click that block as well if that helps. Yeah, there we go. So,
got it. Okay.
Sweet.
So we got one X right there.
Yeah, so listen, what you've got is you've got a classic, you've got the X just by the order block, you've got a lovely short that's played out beautifully. We did dip into that green reversal zone that you can see just down there. Notice how I said there was an order block there before you even brought it up, because again, we can see it. And now what I expect to happen is probably you might get another red wick down to that level. I think we might see a secondary X at the bottom of the wick. One of the reasons for looking at that is your stochastic's pretty high up, so over the next sort of 4 hours, the next sort of 7-8 hours, you might see that reset. You might get down into the order block.
The
order block
the other thing I like about that site is the fact that that's your hang on, I got the fibs wrong. Is it's strong support right there, and there's going to be strong fib right there too.
Yeah. So we like it when the science lines up with the order blocks and with 𝗥𝗡𝗏. That's awesome. So I think probably, Bruce, you're looking at another dip down into that box, maybe to collect the orders, and then hopefully we get some sort of reaction. The only thing that's slightly concerning is that order block is a bit more bearish than bullish. So there is a chance that it might not hold up, but that's not the be all and end all. As long as that stochastic does reset, as long as we get our dip, as long as we follow that diagonal down and we wick down again into the box, hopefully everything will line up for a nice reversal for us. So we'll just have to watch the candles basically and see what happens.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Like it's right at the 618 right now on this recent move, but a wick down right into this area would be pretty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it might be that the stochastic. Sorry, go ahead.
Simon, there is a question from YouTube in regards of 𝗡𝗏. Will you only get the 𝗡𝗏 eye drop if you're staking, or you even get if you hold on exchange?
Okay, so what you want to do with your 𝗏 or 𝗏 or whatever you want to call it, it is, Bruce, I think this is a good time for me to cover this because we're technically still under the AMA, and then I'll let you crack on with your 4 p.m.
Go for it.
So 𝗏 is a Solana token, guys, which means it's on the Solana network. It natively requires Phantom Wallet, which is with a PH, not an F. You can get it through the Chrome store. It's better to get it that way because it's safer and you can avoid downloading dodgy links. If you go ahead and get your Phantom, generate a new wallet and save your seed phrase, don't tell anybody. Keep it safe, not on a computer. Paper or metal is good. And then what you want to do is you want to save those seed words. You want to get your address from the wallet, which will be at the top. And you want to copy that out and you want to paste that into whichever centralized exchange you're holding it on. And you want to withdraw your 𝗏 to this wallet using that address. By doing that, you are saving your tokens from a potential situation where the centralized exchange goes down, which means they're your tokens. You're going to actually hold them in your wallet and they can't be taken by the centralized exchange. And then all you're going to do is you're going to go to staking.𝗏.network. You'll be able to see on there, you can stake your 𝗏, do leave some for gas fees. And then once you link your EVM wallet from the profile page, you will then be equipped to receive airdrops. I know I rushed through that quite quick, but it is the complete process. This is recorded and you guys will be able to go back and slow down what I've said and listen to it. But that is the absolute complete process. And there are something like 160 separate company sort of airdrops, whatever, within this 𝗏 retrospective airdrop ecosystem. Just by staking your 𝗏, try and get to 501 if possible. If you can get to 1,001, that's awesome. You should be in line to receive an absolute stack of airdrops, guys. This is one of the largest narratives. It's one of the most exciting airdrop seasons that we've ever had. This is, for me, what I will be concentrating on for the next 3 to 4 months. So that is an absolute rundown. That's a complete series of events. What you need to do, just go back, play it on slow. I realized I rushed through it, but I wanted to cover it quickly for you. But if you follow those exact steps, you will qualify. We can obviously hit you up much more regularly in Sniper Club. I've got videos that are live showing how it can be done. We've got an awful lot of people that are making a ton of money from staking Pyth. So, you know, it's worth doing, guys. Come and see us in the club and we will hook you up with this, no problem. Thanks, Luba. And Bruce, I've got to jump off, my friend. I've got to jump off, guys.
And I think we've come to the end of time because I now have to jump onto
over to you
and go do the psychology session. But hey, guys,
thank you, everyone.
As always, this is a little bit of a strange, different Friday. I hope you all enjoyed it. We hope you know, it was nice to kind of give the outside world a look and a sneak peek into what we're doing behind the scenes here. But you guys, it's been an amazing, fun week together. I look forward to, you know, next week and the week after, and keep on plugging away together. And have a great day, everyone. Trade safely.
I'm so sorry. Just one more question. How much do you need to stake? How much PIF do you need to stake? That's the last one.
501 to be sort of semi-sure, and go for over 1,000 to be sure.
Dollars or units?
This is Pyth tokens, not dollars. This is the number of tokens you need. All right.
Okay. Got it. Thanks, brother. Everybody, thank you. Love you.
Well done, Bruce.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
See you soon. Wait. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, there we go. That works. All right, give me 1 second. I just finished off the AMA with Sniper Club. Give me 2 seconds to get my act together here, and we'll start. So give me 1 sec. David, can you pull my face off for a second? And also, let me pull a chart. I want to pull a chart up. All right, and StreamYard. Okay. I just can't stand seeing my face that big. All right, so I'm switching gears. It turns out Craig is on the road and not going to be able to join us. So Craig was going to be doing the bulk of what we were going to talk about. I'm getting dizzy watching all that. I'm getting nauseous with what you're doing, David. Just leave it. That's fine. It's cool. So I'm going to be doing this without Craig. This is Craig and I on Tuesdays do a trading psychology session. We've been doing it for months. It's one of the most powerful sessions we do in Sniper Club. Very early on in my trading career, I learned that you know, once you learn how to draw your squiggly lines and hold on, make sure this is all working. Are we up to speed here? Hold on. I'm going to check with David. Hold on. David, in WhatsApp, do me a favor. Let me know that I'm good. Just want to... I can't look at YouTube. Okay, good. All right, I'm up. All right. So one of the things that you learn pretty early on is that that the psychology in the market and our own personal psychology is the real determining factor whether you're going to be a successful trader or not. And as a new trader, that's somewhat hard to believe because, you know, you're getting in there and you're learning about squiggly lines and red and green candles and Fibonacci's and stochastic, and we're obsessed with all the technical stuff. And you go, this is it. If I get my technical stuff right, I'll be a great trader. And you get in there and you work and you say, I'm doing everything right, but how come I'm not winning? How come I'm not profitable? And at some point along the way, you will have to come to grips with the fact that that you could draw charts correctly till you're blue in the face, but until you deal with the decision making that goes on right here and right here, you're not going to be making good decisions. You're not going to be trading in a way that's profitable. Let me give you an example of that. I'm going to go big picture for a second, and show you the big picture of why. All right. So many of us who were in the bull runs, the previous bull runs, were not profitable. All right. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, I can leave that there. That's fine. So, I mean, think about it. Okay. What goes into making a decision about buying, right? Mostly for new people, it's about following the herd, right? So, you're going to hear me use these same words over and over again as I run through different analogies. But from a big picture, here's Bitcoin, right? So a lot of people got into Bitcoin right over here. We call these people whales, right? Why? Because they got in really early and they bought Bitcoin when it was $1,000 or $200 or $500 or a couple $1,000s, right? Most people didn't hear of it. And if you did hear about it, all you heard was, oh my God, it's a scam. Oh my God, it'll never work. You know, you'll listen to Bubba sitting next to you at the bar who says crypto's this, that, or the other thing, right? We don't know. And when Bitcoin got to be about 35, 40K, somewhere in this region, that's when it started to do this. FYI, I first learned about Bitcoin right over here at about 10,000, right? Because Bitcoin was an easy way to transfer money from my bank into my Forex exchanges, much cheaper than doing wire transfers. So I said, gee, I'll open a crypto wallet, I'll take Bitcoin and put it in there and send it off to my exchange where I was trading foreign exchange. And each time I did it, I noticed that by the time it got into my wallet and sent it off, I made money. I'd take a couple $1,000, I'd put it in my wallet, and by the time I sent it, it was a couple $1,000 plus a couple hundred. I'm going, this is weird. Well, I'm so dumb that I didn't really notice that something was going on until it hit 40,000, right? I missed all of that because I just wasn't paying attention. And what happened was media started getting in here. These YouTube channels were growing. People were getting really into it. It was growing. And what was happening was that as price was going up, there was more and more noise about crypto, and retail was buying like crazy. So the question is, every time there's a trade, somebody bought and somebody sold. So the question I ask you is, if the retail newbie traders who know nothing on crypto were buying at 50,000, 51,000, 60,000, who was selling? It was these people, right? The whales who bought it for nothing, saying, holy cow, I bought a Bitcoin for $1,000. You want to give me 60 grand for that token? Sure, have it, right? And so retail FOMO'd in, fear of missing out. FOMO, all the way to here. And then markets did what markets always do, is they topped off. Who cares why? There's always a reason. There's always an excuse. But markets go up, markets go down. That's just what they all do. And sure enough, market went down. And we were taught to hodl, right? HODL, which is a joke of hold, right? Never sell, ever sell, ever sell, never sell, right? So we all held our tokens, just like all the gurus are telling us to do, all the way down over to here, where it was now worth half of that. It was in the 30s, 31,000. Bitcoin lost 50% of its value over there, right? And right around here, a lot of the retail traders started capitulating. I can take it when it's going to go lower. I don't want to lose everything. I'm going to get out while the getting is good. So we started selling tokens that we bought for a lot of money into the market. And then the question is, who is buying our expensive tokens for 50% discount? The whales, right? We call them whales, right? The mature traders, the traders who knew how the markets work, was simply saying, you want to buy, you want to give me a 50% discount on your tokens? Cool. And then we did it again, right? Retail came in, like you guys remember, right? When crypto was over here and around 69,000, it's going to the moon. Plan B, it's going to 100,000. Every guru's out there going, oh my God, we're going to the moon over there. And retail instead of doing their own research or learning TA, simply held on to the tokens, held on to the tokens, held on to the tokens, held on through Luna, whoops, there we go, held on through FTX, there we go, and got all the way down over to 16,000, right? And we capitulated, some capitulated earlier, right? And we said, I'm out of here, this thing's going to 10,000 because everybody's now saying it's going to 10,000. All the same gurus who said it was going to 100,000 now say it's going to 10. So it's at 16,000. I'm going to keep the few pennies I have left. So we sold off our tokens. Who bought it? Yep. Now you're seeing the pattern. The whales bought it over here. The mature traders, the traders who did TA, bought it over here. And retail didn't come in. Some institutional investing came in over here. And retail is finally just starting to pay attention over there. Right? Now, this is a high level analogy for trading psychology, right? We're scared to buy when things are cheap, and we're scared to let go because of greed when things are expensive, right? And yet the mature traders who make profit on top of profit on top of profit do the exact opposite. And so as traders, because you guys are into crypto, you're into trading, our goal is to try and teach you, like this is what we do in Sniper Club, teach you how to behave like a professional trader, to behave like a wealthy whale, we'll call them, for lack of a better word, so that you too can profit in this bull run and, more importantly, hold on to the profits that you make instead of giving them back to the markets later. The problem is that what you're dealing with now is raw emotion. So let me get rid of all this stuff. All right. And I'm going to do another analogy. Wow. That's a lot of stuff on there. Come on, you can go. I'm now going to go into a trade and take a look at the exact same issue that we have on that. So I'm going to go to the shorter time frame, right? Let's pick a token. Let's pick Solana. I'm looking at Solana. I like Solana. Now, Ethereum. Phantom. We were looking at Phantom on the previous session. Phantom's the perfect one. What happens is, let's take a look at a short-term trade right now, a 4-hour trade, is that this looks like a wonderful setup, right? Got a level down over here, right? Got a level that price is at right now, which is right over there, right? It's at some fib level. You do your markup. You do your markup. You've got trend lines, you've got Fibonacci's, you've got stochastic RSIs, all this stuff. You got your Lux algos, your easy algos, all this stuff lines up, and you go, gee, this is a great trade. And then the fear kicks in, right? Why? Because look at that. There's red candle after red candle after red candle. This thing looks like it's going down. And so the emotion kicks in and takes over and says, oh my God, I'm scared because this thing, what if it goes lower, right? And the answer is it could. This could come down to this level before it starts pumping up again. It's a very real fear. The problem is it holds us back, right? We get afraid, we get nervous, and then what happens is then we get influenced by what's called OPO, which is other people's opinions. You go on a couple of shows and someone says, oh, the market's tanking, it's all red, Bitcoin's going to come down lower. And we say, yeah, but I got a great phantom trade that's set up. By the way, I'm not saying take this trade, right? But I got a great phantom trade, I should take it. But everybody's saying it's going down. Should I take it? Shouldn't I take it? And all this doubt fills you, all based on everything except the chart that's in front of your face, right? And so what happens is we get hesitant and we wait. We say, well, I'll wait until it actually moves, right? So let's put in a trend line here. Let's hypothetically do, come on, I don't know why, behavior. Come on. There we go, right? So you get, here's your trade, here's your trend line. Look at that, bounce right off that trend line. Isn't that a pretty thing, right? Stop loss just below it. I'm sure there's, I think we looked at there's order blocks in this area, whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever setup you use, you look at this going like, oh my God, this is a great trade, but everyone's going, the market's going down. Look at all that red over there. Red is scary. Red is negative. So I get afraid. So what I do is I say, I think I'm going to wait. I get hesitant. And then price bumps up a little bit. Why? Because it's bouncing off support. It's bouncing off the 618. It's bouncing off the trend line, and it bounces up. And you go, oh, okay, I'll take the trade now because now we know it's going up. But now what happens is now you move your entry all the way up to there, right? And your risk is still down under that last low. So instead of having a 1% risk on that trade, you have a 7.34% stop loss. And all you've done by letting that fear get to you is increase your risk of loss, right? Same thing on the other side. Let's pretend that this was the trade right over there. I say I marked up the trade, right? Over here, let's say I took the trade right there. Beautiful setup, right? Double bottom. And I say, I'm going to come up to this support level at this point. This was resistance, right? All right. So pretend these candles didn't exist. Forget that stuff right over there. So I marked up a chart and I said, I'm going to take that trade somewhere just below that level. Perfect setup. Love it. Right over here. Good. And you get your stop loss under there. Nice setup. 2% stop. You got a 10-to-1 risk reward ratio. Looking perfect. And you get up over here and you say, I should be taking profit. Let's mark it right at the 302. But what happens right over here is the opposite of fear of loss comes in. Actually, there's another fear of loss is the FOMO comes in. The fear of missing out. What if it goes higher? Oh my God, John says it's going to go up to another 20%. If I take my profit now, I'm going to miss out on all those extra gains. And then you go to bed and you wake up in the morning and price did a full U-turn, came all the way back. How many times has that happened to you, right? So the thing is, what we've got to admit and we've got to own is the fact that the FOMO, the fear, the being influenced by other people overrides our technical analysis, and that's where we get in trouble. And one of the main jobs of a trader is to learn to identify how you're feeling as you're taking a trade. And by identifying these feelings, like, wow, I really want to enter the trade, but I'm feeling a little nervous. Why am I feeling a little nervous? Because I'm afraid it might go down lower. Okay, well, if I do proper risk management, and then I can control my loss, then that fear isn't as big, isn't it? And so what you can do is you can talk yourself back into logic and reasoning instead of the fear of loss or the fear greed, FOMO, overwhelming your rational decision making, because trading is a very rational sport. And that's hard. And the whole thing that we need to look at is the fact that as a trader, this is a very critical task that we all have to learn to deal with. Another thing that we need to deal with, and by the way, I'm going to talk for a few minutes, and then I'm hoping you guys will have questions about this, and I'll switch from my charts to looking at YouTube so I can actually see your questions. Another psychological issue that we have to deal with is a thing called confirmation bias. And there's lots of these, by the way. I'm just covering kind of a few high-level ones. Confirmation bias is you see what you expect to see. The technical term for that is apophenia. You see things that aren't real because you expect to see them, or you don't see things that are real because of our expectations. I'll give an example. When I was learning to fly on instruments, which means you can fly in the clouds, there's a special set of techniques that you learn. Because what happens is when you're coming into landing an airplane, right, at some point you call the control tower and say, this is Cirrus 84 Delta Lima on final to runway 22 left, or whatever it is, right? And the tower says, 84 Delta Lima, cleared to land 22 left, winds at whatever. Now, when they say cleared to land, that is the legal terminology, means the runway's yours. Right? It means there is nothing else on the runway. The tower has said no cars, no animals, no other planes, nothing. The runway is yours. You're cleared to land. The problem is that they identified in the airlines is that there could be a elephant sitting at the end of that runway. There could be a 747 sitting at that end of that runway. And if you were told to that there was nothing else on the runway, that you would actually, your brain would not recognize that there was a plane sitting where you're about to land. And it happens all the time. So what we were taught is we had to actually say out loud, like when it said, okay, 84 Delta Lima, cleared to land. And then when we come out of the clouds, we can see the runway. We were taught to say out loud, is the runway clear? Right? And sure enough, sometimes you go, wow, no, it's not. I got to go around and come back when the runway is clear. We run into that a lot. And this is how it sounds for trading. You get onto a show or you get into with a group and people go, are you bearish or you bullish? Right? And there's kind of a group agreement. Oh, we're bearish today. Like, I mean, it makes sense. Look at this. Look off to the right over there. That's all red. That's pretty darn bearish. Okay? Look at Bitcoin doing what I wanted it to do. Come on, baby. Come to Papa. By the way, I'm hoping Bitcoin comes right down to the 618 right over there, because that would be a perfect setup for longs. But you go, oh, we're bearish. Well, what happens is the minute you say, I am bearish, you stop being able to see longs. Okay? You can't see. You will not see that long. You won't be able to see that long. You won't be able to see that long. All these are beautiful setups because you said, I am bearish, which means you now are no longer seeing the good. You're no longer seeing the longs in there. Might there be a bearish move? Sure. Might price come down a little lower? Sure. But by declaring that I am, right, you're now identifying with a particular market direction and you're now attaching yourself to it, at which point that's the only thing you'll see. Conversely, if you say, oh, I'm bullish, man, I'm totally bullish, right? I'm bullish. Go Bulls. Woo-hoo, to the moon. What, all this. All right, people are going to hate me for this. All the bullshit that we say out loud sometimes, all it does is manipulate our psychology to become blind to the other options that are in front of the table. I'm not knocking being excited, by the way. Being excited is awesome. Enthusiastic is excited. But when you say words that blind yourself to other options, that's detrimental to trading, right? So say, oh my God, I'm bullish. You will start missing. And by the way, this is my weak side, right? I tend to be a very optimistic person. So when I go, I'm bullish, I stop seeing the shorts, right? Some shorts. Where's some shorts? Let's find a short. Oh, there's one. Look at that one. I did that one by accident, but that would have been a perfect one, right? Price came under, retested, boom, there's a short right over there. If I was saying I was, hold on, there's even a trend line that marks it. Look at that. That's classic, right? Price loses that support level, turns that support level into resistance, comes back up and retests it. What an ideal short that would have been. But I was probably saying, right, I'm bullish. So by saying I was bullish, blinded me to that one short that was sitting over there. By the way, I found that one by accident. I didn't, that wasn't very smart of me, I didn't plan that one. I didn't know that was luck. But that's a perfect example of when everything else is setting up for a long, this set up for a perfect short, and we missed it because of our bias, confirmation bias. And that's another thing you've got to work hard on, right? Is when we all watch the shows, we all watch Rand's show and Dylan's show and Sheldon's show and Kyle's show and all these, all these different shows out there. And oftentimes we get wrapped up in the hype that goes along with it. And that could alter our thinking and our perceptions in such a way because we want to go along with the crowd. And make it harder for us to see what's actually right in front of our eyes. So confirmation bias is another important psychological aspect of trading that you really want to work on. What else? Again, Craig had a big long plan on this, and so I'm covering for him. We do this together every week, every Tuesday in Sniper Club. It's a session that both of us just adore. And Craig's been trading a very, very long time, and his knowledge of the psychological aspects of trading are, to me, just priceless. So if you ever get a chance to watch him do this or get onto one of our Zooms, which you do every Tuesday, be prepared to really learn a lot because it makes a huge difference. So I'm going to turn the chart off, right? And I'm now going to come back to Zoom, okay, which I can't see anymore. Hang on. Zoom. I'm sorry, to YouTube. And are there any mods here that can come on with me and help me with any questions? I would really appreciate that because I haven't been watching the YouTube and I actually can't see it that well because of the way my screens are. So hold on a second. Let me come down here. Oh, there we go. I can see them right here. So, okay. So I'm not seeing comments in inside StreamYard. So could someone help me with questions? There we go. What do we got? So thanks, Waz. I love you too, brother. Yeah, I was saying that I try to ignore the general sentiment because I become one of the others. My training becomes worse. Depth first. Yeah, that's right. And that's really true. We tend to get wrapped up in our, again, this comes from lack of experience, lack of confidence, where we think everyone else is right and we're not. And I talked about this in the early session, that once you start to trust yourself and your own setups, win or lose, you'll become less influenced by the noise that's out there. So that's definitely something that's true. What else we got? Any other questions? I'm not getting the questions. I'm not sure what's going on with YouTube. Are there any questions about? Hold on. Thank you from Stefan. So Stefan, could I look at the pattern? Pattern looks bearish, but I'm bullish on it. Okay, all right. This has to do with looking ahead. Thanks, Kim. I really appreciate you saving me there because I'm not getting any comments on YouTube at all, and I think they're there. But YouTube seems frozen right now. Actually, it is frozen. I don't know why. So I'm going to share my chart again. Let's see, where is this? Okay, so chart up. David, can you put my chart up back again? Thank you. So what happens is the market right now looks very bearish, doesn't it? Right? When the market is looking bearish, if it's already started to move, as a technical analyst, I get two choices. Choice one is I can go, oh, it's bearish, but okay, I'm on SEI right there. Look at that. It's too late. Can't enter a trade over there. It's gone. But what I can do is saying, okay, at some point, this move is going to end, right? Instead of going, I'm bearish, all right, I'm only going to take shorts. I can start planning for my longs, right? So I'm just going to do it right in front of you, right? So I can say, okay, I'm not going to be a victim of the emotion of the market. Because what happens is you start seeing all red like that over there, and you see start candles like that over there, the whole market goes, oh, we're retracing. We're going to 40,000. Oh my God, it's a dump. We use these hyperbolic words, right? Like I sometimes see these little candles go red, and people go, oh my God, it's dumping. Or we see these small little green candles and go, oh my God, it's pumping. The exaggeration screws with your head, right? So one of the things that we've been training to do in Sniper Club is to stop using the exaggerated words for things, right? Are there market dumps? Sure, absolutely. Trust me, we've all been through them. But a couple percent isn't a life-altering dump, right? This is just a retracement, right? We had a double top over there, retraced it. It lost that support level there. That's now resistance. The next support level is over here. You simply can start planning ahead, right? Take a look at, right? Without going, I'm bearish or I'm bullish. You just look at dispassionately, right? There's a fib. Is this coming to a fib level? Oh, look at that, Look at that. Wow. Okay. So I go, okay. So I got to fib the sniper zone as David described it right there. That's a perfectly logical area. So now what you can do is, while everybody else is going dump, 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 die, 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 bad doom and gloom. Oh my God, right? Want to bury their heads. You can be the one person that says, okay, this may take another day or so, but I can start to plan along right off of there. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, right? Right? And you're patient. Patience is one key to being a good trader, right? I found personally that trades that I give 4 to 6 hours to set up properly are my best, most profitable trades, right? So, okay, trade number one is if the market comes down to over here to that so clear support resistance level, clear Fibonacci, right? That looks just yummy and delicious to me. There's a trade over there. Now, if it loses that level, right, you just get really practical with it. If it loses that level, I'm risking down to 9%. So what I'll do is I'll simply set a stop loss that's right under that low right there. So my risk is a lot smaller, right? And if it does lose that level, I'll simply look to pick up the trade over here. I've lost a couple percent, but watch this. Losing that one of a trade, plan, and I catch it at that level. I may lose a couple percent over here, but I'll make an extra. See, this one is a 37% win, and this one is a 55% win. Would you rather just make that trade, which is cool? But if you get stopped out there, you lose a couple percent, but you make an extra 15% on the trade, 10% on the trade, right? By getting stopped out. It removes the emotion from that, right? And by using red candles to trade for your longs, using green candles to set up for your shorts, now you're looking ahead in the market instead of just reacting to what's in front of your face. Huge, huge, huge thing is, hold on, thank you, Luba, driving your car, right? And I'm going to use a bunch of sports analogies. Driving your car. If you're driving down the freeway, do you look 1 foot in front of your car while you're driving, or do you look ahead at traffic? Right? You look 3 or 4 cars ahead of you as you're driving to see where the turns are, to see where traffic's slowing down and coming. If you're playing a sport, right? You're on a soccer team, right? You're not looking just one shot. You're looking, okay, I can kick it to Bob, and Bob can kick it to Nancy, and Nancy will kick it back to me, and I can move over there near the net, right? And then Nancy can kick it to me, and I can hit it in, right? You're looking ahead as to all the different moves that are happening instead of just reacting to what's right in front of your nose. As traders, new traders, you're looking at what's this candle doing. No trade over there. I'll move on to the next one. Over time, you learn. Let me start planning this ahead a little bit, right? But it takes, again, coming back to the psychological aspect, it takes getting over that predetermined bias or that feeling that has to do with the trade. I'm scared it's going down, right? Right? Going down is great. It means price is going to be cheaper for me. If you're looking at buying, if you're looking at your long-term buys, right? In terms of investing in crypto, you want these pullbacks. Why? You get to buy your tokens a little bit cheaper. You can dollar cost average and lower your average price, right? But you won't do it if you're scared, and I think that's the key. Luba, hey, there you are, love.
Hello, yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. Because of the way this is set up, I'm not able to see questions. I'm not able to see anything except what's in front of my face. So
it's amazing. That's why I'm here to assist you.
You are my savior and my hero, as always.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a question. How do you handle disappointment, Bruce?
Great question. Really great question. Two things come to mind. The person who's asking the question, have you ever gotten good at a sport or art or dance or anything like that? I don't know if they can answer that question. Disappointment is part of the game. I mean, I play guitar, right? And I just had a thought. Thank you. Whoever asked a question, you're a genius. Thank you. Thank you. Things. So, one of the best books ever written about success is a book written by Napoleon Hill called Think and Grow Rich. This was written back in the turn of the century, I think it was actually written in the 50s or so. But this is someone who studied the Rockefellers and the rich people of the time. He basically did a 10-year analysis of what was the difference between them and everyone else. Why did they, in the middle of the Depression, when everyone else was broke, become wealthy, and why did everyone else get poor? And that 10-year study, he realized it was not what they did, it was how they thought. And the first line in the book of this, and I haven't read the book probably in years now, but I memorized the line because it's so important. The first line in the book is, thoughts are things. Right? Thoughts are things. What you think, and you think over and over again, becomes real. So when you take a look at what is disappointment, right? Disappointment is, I had a certain expectation and I didn't live up to that expectation in that moment, right? Now, there's a difference between being disappointed in that moment. So I took a trade, I got stopped out on the trade, crap, that sucks, right? I'm disappointed, right? Everybody feels that. It's the following thought that comes after that that'll determine whether that disappointment turns into a motivation and an evaluation of what they can improve, or the opposite. I'll give you an example. I have a bad trade, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5. I've had weeks where I couldn't do anything right, by the way. Just letting you know that if you're a trader, you'll have weeks like that. You have one trade, I'm disappointed. Another trade, it's disappointed. A third trade, man, I'm really disappointed. I think I need to take a day off, come back and take another trade. That one gets stopped out. Now the I am disappointed in your brain starts to turn into I suck, right? I'm no good. I can't do this. Man, I'm not smart enough. And these subconscious thoughts of self-definition start to replace what you know, right? And I'm going to tell you, this is hard. Right? This is rubber meeting the road time, right? Being able to go, wow, I'm disappointed, that trade didn't go well, and instead go, okay, is there anything I did wrong? Was there any analysis I did wrong? Did I get in too early? Did I do my risk management wrong? Did I draw my fib wrong? Did I, and evaluating, technically pros and cons of what you did to see if you can improve is a positive way of handling that situation. But we often don't do that. We often spiral down into kind of a depressed state. Well, guess what? Depressed people go, I suck. I'll never be any good. And with that mindset, the next trade you take, you will prove that you were right. True or false? Right? How many of you ever done that with this or anything else? I can't do it. I'll give it a try. And you prove that you suck over and over again. You will only get out of that depression. By the way, pro athletes go through this all the time, which is why pro athletes often have psychologists, sports psychologists work with them, because this is rubber meeting the road area, right? How do you get out of that? Get in with the group, work with, this is what we do in Sniper Club, right? We get people, everyone has bad days, everyone has bad weeks. This is where you get your friends, your trading partners to build you up. Sheldon talks about this all the time, right? Sheldon, when he was originally with Craig and Jason and that crew, he talks about he lost 40 grand in a single trade because of a mistake. And of course, like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And it was his friends, it was Craig and Jason that kind of helped build him up. Again, yeah, you can do it. Let's put our heads down and build it up again. That's what helps you get over that.
But I want to add about your question. Yeah. You said, who this person, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, he is musician like you. He playing an instrument. he asked the question how you
Oh, cool.
handle.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm playing guitar, I'm always disappointed. I'm the hardest person on myself, right? I play it, I record it, I go, oh man, that sucks. I could do this better, this better, this better. But what I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and this is what you will come to know in trading over the years, right? You guys know Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book on oh God, what's it called? My brain not working today. Written a couple books on marketing. Talks about 10,000 hours, right? 10,000 repetitions. When you've done 10,000 trades, it will help you know that that the repetition, you'll improve little by little by little over time, and that's what it takes, right? God, I kind of lost my train of thought there. Sorry, but it's the same thing with the guitar, right? I know that if I practice this scale that works, the whole melodic minor scale over and over and over and over again, it goes from being a thing that I first never knew about, right, which is unconscious and competent, to someone showed it to me, consciously competent, but I have to think about every move, to eventually, when I've done it 10,000 times, to unconsciously competent. In other words, I don't have to think about it. My hands just do it. Trading will become like that too. And that takes just years of practice. It's hard, it takes time, and it's worth it. So yeah, this is just like music. Just like learning to fly a plane, just like learning to be a doctor. Failure is part of the equation. Failure is a learning experience. And there it is. There's the key. If you're disappointed, you've got to re-identify the failure, that thing that disappointed you, as an opportunity to learn, right? Man, that trade didn't go well. That sucks. I'm disappointed. What the next words have to be, instead of, and this is the key, right? This is the decision point, right? Instead of going, I suck, I'm bad, I'll never get good, which spirals you, you go, wow, I'm disappointed. That trade sucked. What did I do wrong? Is there anything I can learn? Anything I can improve? Was I having a little FOMO there? Was I having a little fear over there? And this is where the journal comes in. Guys, you were all taught in sniper school and in whale school and wherever you learn to trade that you have to keep a journal, right? How many of you actually do it? Right? Some, probably. I'll bet you a lot of you go, yeah, whatever. Who needs a journal? I know he says to do it because you're supposed to do it. And you kind of rolled your eyes off it and you walked away. For those of you that do keep a journal, how many of you every week take that journal and sit down with it and analyze it? Actually go through and go, all right, here's the 10 trades I took in the week. This, and this. Okay, that over there. I could have done better over this. All right, how many of you do that? Far fewer, right? How many of you actually track your emotions on your journal? There's a couple of wonderful people. Todd Hogarth has a bunch of YouTubes. Mario Nafal has a lot of Instagram things that he posts and Facebook, little shorts, all talking about trading psychology, right? And they all talk about tracking their emotions on the trades. So I actually keep, and you guys hold on, I don't know if you can see it. I actually keep a pad of paper. I don't know if you can see this. Oh, there we go. There it is. A pad of paper where I write down, when I'm in front of a chart, I write down what I'm feeling, right? And it goes in my journal too. Actually, my journal entries go, how am I feeling when I enter? How am I feeling when I make a change? How am I feeling when I close the trade? Because those patterns are very illuminating. When I'm sitting down and I'm looking at charts, I'll go, wow, my stomach feels a little nervous. I feel a little bit of stress in my chest. My shoulders are feeling tight. My eyes are squinting, right? Track that stuff, because that biofeedback, you've heard that word before, all of you, is crucial to becoming the person, right, that trades successfully, right? I don't know if that made sense. Luba, did I make sense just now?
Exactly.
Yes, no, did I miss you? Luba, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you, yeah.
Yeah, because some people are saying, like, when I talk, there's an echo in
Well, no echo right now.
I'm trying to fix this now.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, this is what I wanted to do is I know Craig was going to go more in depth. I wanted to introduce you to the concept of psychology in trading, right? If you're serious about becoming a good trader, definitely look at Tom Hogarth's series on trading psychology. It's on YouTube. Just look him up. And I'll put the link to his stuff a little bit later. If someone knows it, can you put it in the comments now? Mario Nawfal, another wonderful trader, trades forex and other things in the stock market, but his sessions on trading psychology are priceless. They're wonderful. My original teacher, I talked about him earlier, Nick Sean, back when I was in forex, also made a really big deal of trading psychology, really learning to monitor it. So I'm going to take a 2-second break right now because David, who's going to do the next session with he's pinging me. So if you got any questions, type them into YouTube, Luba, and can you watch that while I quickly just answer a couple questions here, and we'll answer some questions.
Yeah, sure.
So, cool. Yes.
All right.
Hold on.
Let's go to
second.
some questions, guys.
David is the next session going to be in the same YouTube? Are we continuing the same WhatsApp? So I'm going to give that to the other David. Okay, good. Got the answer to both of them. All right, so David is going to be joining us soon. All right, so while we're waiting for David to join in, at which point we'll switch over to TA and to charts and stuff like that. Are there any questions?
Telling, thank you, Bruce, for sharing.
Yeah. Any other questions about emotions, trading psychology, market psychology? I mean, you guys know that the whole market moves on emotion, right? It's people hype and pump these tokens and they go crazy through the roof, and we watch that work every day. And you've got to, and one of the other things that we cover in Sniper Club is understanding the market psychology, right? What makes it so certain tokens pump when they pump or dump when they dump, etc. So, any other questions, Luba?
All right, just a second, because I lost you guys. My signal was gone for
no problem.
a couple of seconds. Now I'm trying to get back in track, because I saw the question about the funds and the Solana. Okay, there is another question. Hi, I am new, just wondering what trading site are you using? Also, to get a good view of the lines, what time frame should you use?
Okay,
90 days and 8 hours.
Yeah. So when I start marking up a chart, I typically will start at the daily. If it's a new chart, I've never seen it before, right? Or like pick a token, any token. Bonk. See if I have a blank. No, Bonk's going to be well. Let me do a Solana. I'll do a Solana chart that I've never used. So there we go. So what I'll do is I usually start at the daily. The reason is because it's very easy to see big levels on the daily, right? I guess I did use this one ages ago. So let me get rid of all that. Right, and it's just easy just to use your eyes, right? Get over there, get over there. Let me just get rid of this other stuff, right? So it's really easy just with your eyes to see kind of the overall layout of the chart, right? You can see it was the big bull run over there, came down, tried to reclaim it, came down, had this long bear run right over there, which we all suffered through. But you can start to see that there are certain levels that are pretty clear. Here's a level right over there, right? You can see that. Right? You can tell because it touches. There's another pretty strong level in this area right over here, right? You can see that. So I'll basically mark up my daily levels on the chart, right? And all you do is you just take your cursor and I've wrote, you see this crosshatch, and you'll start to notice that And there are certain areas like right there where over there it touches and over there it touches. And that's where you start, right? And then what I'll do is then I'll zoom in. I usually zoom into the 4 hour and start to get some info that's more localized, right? So I know, for example, really strong level right over there, right? You'll start to notice other levels, right? There's another strong resistance level, right? Come here, and I'll turn that red because that's my color for resistance, etc. And so that's what I do. I'll usually start on the daily. I'll go to the 4 hour. If I'm trading for leverage, I will zoom in deeper in order to get a very tight entrance. If I'm doing spot trading, I usually stay at the 4 hour. If I'm doing my dollar cost averaging in my long-term portfolio, I will usually stay at the daily, or even the weekly, because that's where you get the really good info. Hold on 1 second, guys. David, going home. Okay, so David's going to be about 5 minutes late, he said. So we're in good shape then. Cool. So I hope that answered your question. So I started at a high level and worked my way down. If I was going to do a scalp, for example, let's say I was looking at, there's a level right over here. Let's see, right there, it's a level. Maybe there's a fib there, right? And I want to do a short-term quick trade on that, right? I would have done it at that level right down here. I like that level better. But I might do something like zoom in to the 1 hour, right? Zoom into the 15-minute in order to it's the same data, right? It's exact same data. The difference is for the 4 hour, when you go to the 1 hour, there's simply 4 candles that represent that 1 hour, that 1 4 hour candle. There are 4 15-minute candles in each 1 hour candle. There are 3 5-minute candles for each 15-minute candle, right? That's all it is. You're just seeing a little more minute data in there, and that just simply helps you make sort of fine-tuned decisions. But like I said earlier, I start at the daily, come to the 4 hour, and then depending on what kind of trade I take, I'll either stay high level or zoom in closer. Hope that helped. What else? Lil, we lost you again? Oh dear.
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, you're there. Okay, stay up. Stay there. Any other questions?
Yeah, just a second. Because I lost you guys for a while. Yeah,
No,
that's
any other-
the
any
same
other-
question from all. The same question from how you handle your losses, how you handle.
How I handle what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Handle what?
Yes. Because I'm losing you all the time, guys. I need
Okay.
to move back.
The question is, how do I handle what? What was the last word?
Yeah, just a second. Okay, let's say, do you have any advice how to protect yourself from the market psychology?
Consciousness. Here's the thing, is that, and then that's a really good question. Really good question. Here's the thing: is anyone who tells you that they don't feel the emotions in the market is lying. All right, they're lying. Right? I feel like, let's say I want to take this phantom trade right over there. And by the way, it would have been a great trade. It's looking pretty good, but I feel the exact same emotions. Let's zoom in on it. Right, when that candle was coming down right over to that trend line which it bounced off of, I feel the exact same emotions everyone else does. Right? Oh my God, what if it goes lower? The trick is to say it out loud and ask the words of what. Okay? Oh my God, I'm scared it's going to go lower. Okay, why are you scared it's going to go lower? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to miss a better entrance. Or I'm afraid it's going to go and draw down, or I'm afraid I'm going to get stopped out. Say it out loud. You write it down. Be very clear about it. And then you can say, okay, if I'm afraid I'm going to get stopped out, maybe I should wait a little bit. Or is it real? Or is it just you can start to identify the source of that. Am I afraid because other people are saying to be afraid? Am I afraid because of maybe I've got an intuition it's going to go down lower. By the way, you're going to learn to trust your intuition, because sometimes you subconsciously see things that your eyes don't consciously pick, or your brain doesn't consciously pick up. But if you say it out loud, you can then start to actually unravel emotion into its disparate pieces. Does that make sense? Consciousness, just say it out loud, right? I'm feeling afraid. Okay, why? What am I afraid of? What's the worst that could happen? Right? In this case, if I set this trade up right over there, this pumped, like I said, did the trade over there. What's the worst that could happen? Right? I get stopped out. Stopped out for 1.64%. If I had done my risk management properly, and I made sure that 1.6% was never greater than my maximum price I was willing to pay for this trade, then I have nothing to be afraid of, right? But the fear undefined is like the boogeyman. It's like the ghost under the bed. You know, do you remember when you were a little kid, right? You know, I'm afraid there's ghosts under the bed. And your mom would take you and pull up the skirt on the side of the bed and go, look, do you see the ghost? No. Okay, you okay now? Yeah, but maybe he's in the closet. Okay, let's look in the closet, right? Your mom knew how to do this when you were, a year old, right? Now you're an adult. You get to do it yourself. Pull back the closet. Look in the closet. Pull back under the bed. Look under the bed. And once you identify it, you go, okay, I've handled all the potential risk factors, and the fear will then subside, and you'll come back into your rational mind again. Great question. Great question. And by the way, that takes practice.
I don't know if Vaz is still on the line, but he's asking, Bruce, can you give some insights of phantom lagging behind Solana and Solana break trend?
All right, so we're going to switch gears into TA, because a couple questions hold on. I'm not sure what that question is, but let's look at Solana. One of my faves. Where'd it go? There it is, right there. All right. So let's zoom out. All right. So what was the question about Solana?
Yeah, this Phantom is lagging behind Solana.
Phantom is lagging behind Solana?
Yeah, the Phantom is lagging behind Solana. And Bruce, can you give some insight of Phantom lagging behind Solana and Solana break trend?
As an ecosystem. Okay. So this is not the chart. This is
yes, about the ecosystem.
Both Solana and Phantom. Okay, we're going to go high level for this one. Great question. All right. So I'm not much of a fundamental guy, right? I'm not into the stories much and the gossip and the rumors and the stuff like that. But let's go weekly. See if weekly show it. Right. So both of them got fairly well trounced during the bear market. Solana came all the way down. This is why I picked up Solana at 12 and $13 right over. That was when I picked up my bags. Solana got hammered badly. Phantom got doubly hammered because one of the founders of the Phantom, took a break. Andre Cronje, he left for a while, and came back, but he's been kind of quiet. Phantom was also involved in some of the technologies that in terms of a lot of the DeFi stuff that got hit pretty darn hard during the bear market. Both awesome technologies, both awesome layer ones. What Solana did is the Solana ecosystem continued to grow pretty dramatically during the bear market. There we go, Sol right there, come back. Solana basically expanded the dApps and the applications running the Solana chain. Solana has been one of the cheapest chains out there forever and one of the fastest out there forever. And they've just been able to, and they got also just towards the end of the bull run, before things got really crappy, they also did very well in the, is it me echoing, by the way, or is it someone else? It was me. I can
No,
put it
they're
on.
saying that I'm echoing.
Okay, you're fine. Solana also got very heavily into NFTs and stole a lot of, because the NFTs were mostly selling on the Ethereum chain, and Ethereum gas fees are stupid high. So Solana was able to take a lot of the thunder out of that, and it's retained its dominance in that area. I mean, basically, the two biggest chains right now really are Ethereum. I mean, I'm leaving Bitcoin out of it, but Ethereum and Solana. And really, it's just Solana's cheaper, right? Solana's cheap. I mean, gas fees are nothing. It's $1 to send stuff from point A to point B. Whereas Ethereum, you're paying, 10, 15, 20, 50, $100 to do a transaction. It's also very, very fast. It's not that there aren't faster chains. I'm not doing one of those comparisons. But I'm a strong believer in Phantom also. They've been building strongly behind the scenes. They just haven't had their run, which means that there's a great opportunity. If you look at it, Solana has already recovered a great deal of its loss, right? So it was down 95% from its all-time high. How many of us lost our shirts on that? But it's recovered. I've already done 6x, 7x on my Solana buys. It's already about halfway back up to its all-time high, right? Whereas Phantom, conversely, is not. Phantom has had yet to have its run. I'm pretty darn confident. Again, I'm not the fundamental guy that a lot of other people are, but I'm pretty certain that Phantom is going to have its day. So basically, DCAing into Phantom now, it leaves you 7x just back up to all-time high again. I'm pretty confident that that's going to happen over time. Just hasn't happened yet. So you want to capture, like, for those that noticed, Uniswap today is a shorter term example, right? You want to capture things before they jump, right? Everyone earlier on noticed this big candle that happened today on Uniswap, but people were ignoring Uniswap, myself included, because, look at this. It's just kind of a boring downward consolidation slope right over there, right? It's boring. So we were, instead of planning ahead for when Uniswap and DeFi started coming back into popularity, a lot of people waited and missed out on that. What was that, 50% pump right there, right? So you want to capture things like, to get into Solana now is harder than to get into Phantom. Phantom right now is a great opportunity. It's done a little bit. It's still, I've got it marked up here. Hold on a second. Let me get into it. Right. So I'm actually in a Phantom that I've been in, that I drew right over there, right, from a couple weeks ago, right? Phantom basically pushed up about that level. It's consolidating. As you can see, I put in a little marker for an add-on right over there, right? So Phantom is pumped up. It rejected this 43.9 area right over there. It's been retracing back down to this support over area. If this level holds, which I'm pretty certain is gonna, you're in line for a really sweet little trade right over there. And what I would be doing is, you can take a short-term trade, which is 12%, but I would also be looking for Phantom to have its day. So have some stake in Phantom for when it starts to actually push up in the market. And I think that'd be a pretty happy thing. So just from a strictly TA perspective. Cool. What else?
There's no more questions from the crowd, and basically what they are saying, the All-Star is saying, I must say that writing down emotions advice you gave a while ago was amazing.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. You're all going to go through a place where you're infatuated with charts and diagrams and Fibonacci's and Lux algos and easy, all this stuff, and whatever you're using. And at some point you're going to go, I'm getting better, and you're going to go, boom. You're going to hit that wall. And what you're going to find is that the wall is not anything that's sitting there on the chart. The wall is all what's going on here, right? The endorphins, the serotonin, the adrenaline, the fear, all that stuff, the chemicals that are raging in your brain based on thoughts that you're having that are instantaneous and subconscious, are now holding you back from going to the next level. So the sooner you start working on that stuff, communicating about it, writing about it, being honest about it. Guys, you talk to honest to God, real world traders, like someone who's a professional trader, like Sheldon, like Dylan, like David, like any of us that are in the club. You'll find hopefully a very strong level of transparency about the emotional, psychological aspects of our lives. Talk to Craig. Oh my God, he tells stories over and over and over again about, and the struggles he still has, right? Getting into a trade, and he told the story the other day, and since he's not here, I'm gonna tell the story on Craig because he blew me off, haha. But he told the story about he got into a trade, and it started to go down, right? And I'm trying to remember what the joke was. I forget what it was, but let's just use Solana's example. So we got into the trade, and let's say over here, and it went up a little bit and started to come down, and he started adding on to it. Well, his stop loss was over here, but he kept on justifying, like, it's just going to come down a little bit more, and then it's going to reverse. So he added on to the trade, right? Added on to the trade, added on to the trade, added on to the trade. And then he took his stop loss off, and I hear this story all the time. Took his stop loss off. Now, this is a guy who absolutely knows better, right? And yet he still did it because he was talking himself into following that trade down. And then when it came up again, right, instead of getting out at break even, he said, oh boy, now I'm going to be in profit. Okay, now I can ride it. And when he woke up in the morning, the thing had dropped off the deep end. And he finally just had to close the trade at a big loss. Even the best of us, and I would say Craig is one of the best of us, has to deal with it. So all I'm saying with that, and the reason I told that story, is that you've got to be transparent about it, right? There are going to be times when you do it well, and there are times when you go, wow, man, my emotions are all over the place. I'm just going to go walk away from the charts, right? Or if you make a mistake like that, to be honest enough with yourself to tell the story publicly, which he did in our psychology group. He told the story to everyone, and it just had happened. To be honest about it, transparent about it, and admit to it is really hard because none of us like to look stupid, right? Oh, there it is, right? We're so afraid of looking stupid that we avoid success.
Yeah. And can I add to this?
You
It's
sure can.
another thing. When you got a big win, it's the same. You need to take time. You need to step back.
Yep. Oh, in my mind, a big win is way worse than a big loss, right? Because on a big loss, you're hanging your head, and now you go into self-reflection mode, like, oh my God, man, I'm not good. I suck. You go through that whole thing, right? But you at least become somewhat self-aware and reflective. A big win, and I've seen this happen more often, is so dangerous because now I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm a guru. Man, I'm the best trader since sliced bread. And oh my God, I've seen people have wonderful big wins, especially if they get lucky on something like that uni trade or whatever. And then you're absolutely sure you're a genius and you throw all that money away. All your winnings will get handed right back to the market because of a big win. This is tough stuff. But if you're willing to challenge, if you're willing to get in there and you're willing to do the work, A, it's incredibly rewarding, and B, it's the key to being a really, really great trader long term, is learning how to just, see things for what they are. So great question, Luba. Thank you.
There is another question from Brett. Can you take a look at the coin XAI, please?
Sure. And David is logging in. I'm so excited. David's here. Cool. What was it?
XAI.
I've seen this. I've never charted it. All right. So my question to whoever asked the question is, what do you want to know about it?
Yeah, can you please tell us what do you want to know about this?
Right.
XAI is one of the runs peaks and has been moving the last week.
Sure. I am assuming then this is for a long-term hold. Sure. I mean, basically, price was launched. It did what a lot of tokens do when they launch, is that they drop back down. It came up and it's been bouncing off of this. I'll make it red so you can see it better. Hey, David. Resistance area, right? Bounced off it again. Broke through, retested, and this area then converted to being support, which I'll turn green. Right? So I don't know anything about the long-term prospects for XAI. David, do you know anything about it? David? Your mic's not working.
He's muted.
Yeah. All right, we'll figure it out. David, figure out your mic. Anyway, I don't know anything about its long-term prospects, but all I can say is that anywhere in this area down just above, there you go, just above that support area, assuming this has got good prospects, isn't a bad buy. It's already pumped off of support by how much? By 20%. So I'd be a little bit thoughtful before jumping or FOMOing into it, right?
Yeah, I was looking to grab that around 115.
Yeah, that's what I marked. Okay. David, do you know the token? Do you know what it is?
I don't know what it is. I just remember OG Craig telling us about it, and it pumped like 10% the next day. So I was just looking to grab it on a decent pullback.
Yeah.
There's
So I
also
think
another trend line. If you drop from the lower levels there's an order block around 94 cents, which I think would be a steal. And on the trend
You're talking
line.
about that thing?
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty much.
Yep, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So two things. This is what this. By the way, this is why it's fun trading with partners, right? Right. Look at this. So, order block right there on that trend line. Order block right down at that 120, 122, 119 level right over there. I think David's absolutely right. And matter of fact, I would ditch this because this is kind of blown out. I want it to come back into that area, and I think you got a potential good buy.
Yep.
Cool. Coolness. So, David, we just finished doing about an hour talking about trading psychology. OG Craig was not able to make it, so I hacked at it myself. And now we're going into back to charts. So if there are questions in the audience, Luba's going to be here to kind of eyeball the questions for us. And but if you want to start, is there anything you're looking at that you want to share? So I can.
Yeah. No. So how did the mindset training go?
Fun. It was hard because I couldn't see the questions. I'm so used to doing it with being interactive with people. So it was kind of hard to do a lecture because Craig was going to give a presentation, and then he got stuck in traffic and couldn't show up. So I winged it.
Okay.
But it went good. It went good.
Good deal. Good deal.
I just hope people learned something.
Absolutely. That's what it's about. Just always continuing your education.
Yep.
Mindset is key in trading. Like
Exactly.
without mindset, you're going to set yourself up for disaster.
Yep. So David, if you want to pull my chart off and put David's up, if he's ready.
Let me.
Basically, I don't know why, guys, but me and David, we are echoing. The Bruce is fine, but when I talk and David talk, the people can hear echo.
Okay, I think it might be Bruce. You're able to check.
It's
that?
better. Is that better? It's me.
Yeah.
How about now?
There we go.
Oh, it's fixed. Yeah, everything is fine now.
It was me. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, so we'll just dive in. For any of you guys that are in the Sniper Club, I do charting on Tuesdays and Sundays sometimes. But we'll just kind of do the same thing here. Tell you guys what I'm thinking on Bitcoin and maybe go through some tokens. And if there's any token requests from the community, I'd love to check them out for you guys. But yeah, we've been tracking this range for Bitcoin for a while. We have this weekly level at 50,769-ish. And you can see that we've just been in this range. So the question is are we going to continue the range or are we going lower? And what I'm seeing right now on the US session, it's almost like they're trying to just a little too hard to kind of keep us down. It's almost like they're trying to suffocate us. And, you know, obviously we're in an uptrend. Like, don't forget the macro, guys. We're clearly in an uptrend, right? So when Bitcoin dumps 5%, you know, it's not the end of the world. In fact, you know, if we get some kind of correction, lower levels, I mean, that's just opportunity for all of us, right? To get these altcoins at these great levels. But there's another level I'm aware of, and you can see here I have this little dash, which is an alert. So this is a daily level at 49,736. And from where we're at now, that's a 3% dip. If that happens, I have areas and charts on certain coins that I would love to take longs on. But right now, it looks like we are still in the range. You know, until we lose the range, we trade the range, right? So if US session decides to keep us down, and then we lose the range, and then we come up like this, you know, that's when we're going to tap this daily level. So that's what I'm paying attention to. We have two scenarios, right? Or we just continue to go up this range here. And you can see that this little level here is a point of control. I guess I need to bring it down a little bit more. But you can see the point of control is right here where this red line is, which basically means there was a lot of volume exchanged at that level. And that level here is at 51,816. And you can see the confluence of that level because every single time that we've tried to get up there, we've rejected. We've rejected. Which is probably why there's a lot of shorts right now. But, you know, we see it time and time again where we reclaim and we go. And like I said, just playing this range. And I'll be honest with you, it's been a little challenging this week in trades because we're expecting it to hit the top of the range, but it doesn't. Then it comes back down. Everybody gets bearish. Everybody thinks we're going to go lower, but then here we are. We're still maintaining the range. So and then you see a lot of altcoins being sold off, dominance going up a little bit to defend the price of Bitcoin. But the key here in trading, guys, is you should always know where Bitcoin is at. Because when Bitcoin sneezes, like Bruce says, the altcoins get destroyed. You know, like Bitcoin sneezes 0.32%, DYM freaking dumps 50% or 10%, for example. But yeah, you know, kind of some of the ones I'm looking for is 𝗏𝗏. I think it's due for a big move here soon, as soon as the red blood settles. You know, it almost seemed like yesterday was it. I think Dylan was calling this one here, which was a nice little 10% move. I did not catch that move, but I caught it down here. And, you know, now I'm doing, you know, a little bit of a round trip, but it's kind of holding this level, 618 sniper zone. For any of you guys that don't know what the sniper zone is, it's essentially the little blue pocket here, right? So kind of maintaining this trend line as well. So that trend line is coming from the 19th of January. And like what we say, if we're in the trend, we're good. But if we start to lose this trend and we retest it, then we're looking for lower levels. And, you know, this scenario would be if Bitcoin comes down, right? So in the scenario that Bitcoin comes down here, you know, I will get stopped out of 𝗏𝗏 and we will kind of visit this MA, and that's probably where we would take the long. One that I have my eyes on is TIA. I have not taken TIA all this week. I know some of the guys have, but with a scenario that Bitcoin comes down to the 49,700 or 700 level.
That's amazing, David, because we just have a request from the YouTube chat. Like they want to ask about TIA.
Yeah, the TIA is great. I mean, I'm staking TIA. I'm looking to stake more TIA today. There's nothing bearish about this. It's a great token, great fundamentals. I think we're going to reach for higher. But, you know, when you draw a fib from this low, this is where I have the fib from the 23rd of January to this high. You can see the confluence around the 786 and the 618, 786 and 618. You can see right here, 786 bounce. Now we're kind of in this 618 region. Are we going to get the 786 bounce again? And I think we will, unless there's some bearish news that comes out about TIA. But I just don't foresee that happening here. So, and that's also cool to see, right? If you go on the 4-hour time frame, you have this nice little order block, decent size, 33%. And that's probably why it bounced here. But there's a lot of support right here. For anybody that wants to spot trade, you know, picking up TIA at $15 range is kind of a steal in my opinion. So I'm looking for to long TIA. If Bitcoin comes, I think if Bitcoin dumps 2.5%, TIA is going to get that, you know, 5% ish move here. And
I'm actually interesting. I'm actually hoping Bitcoin does a drop down to the 618, which I've got at right about 50,200. If it drops down to there, I've got a hunch that's going to free up the longs.
Yeah.
Because it's like you said, it's just been stuck in this boring range and it making everything else behave like that too. So if we come down, gather the liquidity that's at that range and pump up, that then TIA looks just awesome to come down to 786, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. So yeah, definitely want to grab. And you know what's cool, and this is just my thinking, but I think if we tap this level, this will be a temporary bottom for TIA, and I think we're going to climb through and look for higher, and that move could be a pretty hefty one.
How big is that?
35, 36%.
Yeah, cool.
Big move.
I like that.
One that I have my eyes on, we talked about this in the Sniper Club on Sunday, is Harmony 1. It's interesting to see that it is only negative 0.7% compared to some of these other altcoins, holding itself up strong. So I'm not in the trade, but you can see where I have some alerts set. And just to kind of show you guys, but I have this macro trend line from the 12th of August of 2022, right? Try to pierce it. And then we had this fake out back inside, and now we're breaking out again. And what's interesting about this breakout is that the 50-day moving average is right at the top of this trend line. And then you have this order block. So a couple scenarios I'm seeing with Harmony 1. In fact, I do want Bitcoin to dump a little bit, because it would give me a solid entry for Harmony 1. So I would like to grab it on the sniper zone or 786, kind of in this region, right? The goal is to grab and DCA, whether it's spot or leverage, DCAing in this zone here, and then catching that springboard move. And that springboard move is going to be a pretty nice one. I mean, from here in this order block, that's a 30% move to, 0.021. And then I think that's just the initial move.
Are you looking at this as a long-term hold or a leverage trade? What do you look
Both.
at?
I think both are great because we're breaking out of this trend, and it's like what Sheldon teaches in Sniper School. When it breaks the trend, you grab the retest and then watch it go higher. I mean, we're seeing tokens like Filecoin pumping 50, 100%. We're seeing tokens today like Uniswap pumping 50%, Sushi 30%. I mean, some of these coins are waking up. Maybe it's the signs of alt season. We're still waiting for alt season. So yeah, exciting times, even though we're in the red, right? Just consider these sell-offs gifts, for us. So that's one that I have my eyes on.
By the way, I got to interrupt for a second. For those who were here for the psychology session, did you hear what David just did? Right? Instead of looking at the sell-offs as, oh my God, dump, bad, evil, he looked at it as an opportunity. that tiny and he just did it subconsciously. The fact that he did that is one of the reasons David's such an incredible trader. Thanks for that. That's great.
Well, thank you for the kind words there. Yeah, I mean, I've just been trading for a long time, and you kind of build this callous mindset. Like you callous your mind.
Yeah.
You know, I know what it's like to be a new trader and to be fearful and seeing your negative P&L and wondering, oh my gosh, what if it just keeps dumping, or what if it keeps pumping? Do I sell now? You know, you have all of these thoughts in your head, but the more you get into TA and the more you get into, you know, as well as fundamentals, but TA with the order blocks and paying attention to certain patterns. And it's like you see the same story play out. So for example, like I've been monitoring a lot of these tokens and Lena is a good example of 50-day moving average bounces, because I was paying attention to this move and I was just paying attention to it, right? I didn't take the trade, but it was like, what's going to happen here? What's the story of Lena? And so we had this 50-day moving average breakthrough, and then literally wicks perfectly onto it and has this big bounce, 12% bounce. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at other tokens that have the 50-day moving average situation. And that's kind of like why I was explaining about Harmony One, because if we can come back down to the 50-day moving average area, especially like this 786 or lower, I think it's gonna act as a springboard. Like I don't even think it's gonna come down this low, but if it does, I'm expecting it to bounce hard based off of what I'm seeing, like with Lena, for example, and some of these other tokens. And I was explaining this earlier. Ape is one that I've got my eyes on, and it's not just a hype thing. There's some fundamental stuff going on, which is the reason. And it was funny because I was looking at shorting Ape right here, and I'm glad I didn't, because the news came out and the news sent it up and it broke this trend. Now we're retesting the top of the trend. You know, if anything, you know, Ape is a good long potentially here. I might even take it. You know, Bitcoin dumps to the $49,000 level, and we're probably going to be somewhere in here. But either way, I think this is going to run.
I get a question, David, on that, and just your perspective, and I'm sure everyone has the same question. So today's Friday, markets are coming to a close soon. When you're looking at these setups, do you trade through the weekend, or do you just kind of let that volatility play out and catch it up Sunday afternoon or something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly the question from the crowd as well. Johan is asking, would you trade longs over the weekend if they pull back into the target entries, or wait for the Monday and more reliable price action?
Well, with crypto, there's always action on the weekends, and I find myself trading the weekends. But the weekends are very trappy sometimes. So, for example, if we get a lot of green movement Friday, Saturday, just remember that the volume for Bitcoin is not there. So whatever green movements we're seeing, it's just people that are in these tokens are just getting rid of their bags and going into these other ones, or maybe it's a whale group where they're all saying at once, hey guys, everybody's selling, everybody buy this one token. And that's why you see some of these crazy pumps on the weekend, like 20%, 30%, that make no sense at all. And then when it comes down to Sunday and the market's open, sometimes you see it do a round trip and it comes back to where we were in the beginning. So my recommendation is, if you trade the weekends, take your profits. Don't be in the mindset of it's going to keep going up. It very well could, but 8 out of 10 times, there's always some kind of pullback, and your profits, your unrealized profits, get disintegrated. So, yeah.
Vicky is asking, if I can ask you, Vicky is asking, please, can you explain what Bitcoin dominance is and how it relates to altcoins?
Yeah. So Bitcoin dominance means that, like in this area here, more people were in Bitcoin than altcoins. When you start to see dominance come down, all that means is that people are selling their Bitcoin and getting into altcoins, right? So for example, this little big red move here was when we were seeing a lot of green action in the altcoins. But it's the opposite effect as well. If we see Bitcoin dominance pump here, like 2%, the altcoins are going to get destroyed, right? So right now, there's not a whole lot of dominance movement, but you know, just from here to here, this little 0.5% move would explain a lot of this red right now. And it's kind of a mixed bag. We're getting some red, we're getting some green. But when you see big moves down, like for example, if we happen to see next week a huge red candle down on Bitcoin dominance, you can expect a majority of these altcoins to be pumping like crazy. But it's the same thing. If Bitcoin dominance finds support here and it pumps, you're going to see a lot of red and an ocean of red with the altcoins. Because essentially people are selling their altcoins and going back into Bitcoin. Remember, Bitcoin is the king. They will always say it's the king. So majority of these big whales, Bitcoin maxis, like a lot of them are going to just be in only Bitcoin. So there's another situation too. Like if Bitcoin is looking bearish, right? So for example, if we go to Bitcoin here, and there's a lot of Bitcoin maxis or a lot of whales, and they want to hold this support, like they don't want to see Bitcoin come down to these levels because maybe they're in longs or maybe, you know, whatever the case may be. A lot of these whales will sell their altcoins back into Bitcoin to protect the price of Bitcoin so it doesn't come down lower. And that's another reason why we see a lot of blood with altcoins sometimes, is because these guys with big money are getting rid of their bags because they're trying to support the Bitcoin price. Does that make sense? And then vice versa. If the whales feel like, okay, Bitcoin's at a level here, we're not going lower, we have big buy orders at the bottom, now they're comfortable selling their Bitcoin and going back into altcoins, which is why you'll see dominance come down. These altcoins pump like 10, 15, 20%. Because remember, these whales are here to make money too, right? If you go into Bitcoin and only Bitcoin, like think about how much money these guys are making.
Yep.
3%. Like what would get you excited? Why would you be excited about a 4% move over something like DYM when, right, you know, we made this call and you're making 43%? Well, like what sounds better, 5% or 43%? Well, these whales, they're in the same exact mindset as well. But, you know, being in a whale position, you're a little bit more cautious, right? Because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is the king. And if they feel like Bitcoin's coming down or there's something going on, they'll sell their Bitcoin into USDT and wait on the side, or they'll sell their altcoins into Bitcoin and to protect the price of Bitcoin. So pay attention to dominance because it usually helps with the story of where the market could be going. So hopefully that answers that question.
Someone's asking for CAS and Jupe.
CAS. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was looking to get CAS down here. In this, like I was showing you guys the example with Ape and stuff. Like sometimes it doesn't even come down to test the trend line. But I was looking to, and you can see I had an alert here to grab CAS on a 382 pullback, and we never got it.
Never hit it.
So now, where could we grab it? So this is what I'm seeing. 786 around 14.6, 0.146, or the sniper zone between 0.15. But yeah, I mean, CAS has been running, and you know, for me to long these levels, it just goes against my rules. You know, it would need to come here, or it would need to come here for me to even take a stab at a CAS long. But yeah, overall CAS is a long-term hold, and yeah,
for sure.
It's this is kind of what I'm seeing on CAS though. So RSI's bottomed out on the 4 hours, 8 hours bottomed out, 12 hours is bottomed out. Like, wow. A little bit of ways to go on the daily, but you know, what this means is that people aren't selling. People are not selling their CAS tokens. But that's why these order blocks help as well. You can see that there's more green here, which means that buyers are getting exhausted. So there's a chance that this order block is going to get eaten through, which gives me confidence that these levels may hit for potential long opportunities. So if you guys are looking to long CAS, I would set an alert right here at 0.15. Maybe call this the sniper zone, 618, long alert 618. And then if we're lucky, maybe we get a 786 pullback. And this all depends on Bitcoin, right? And these levels that we're anticipating. Obviously, if Bitcoin dumps 20%, these trades will get invalidated and you're looking to grab it down here. You know, if Bitcoin does have some kind of massive, crazy correction. You know, and I remember seeing that. I don't know if you remember, Bruce, but CAS like dumped 30% and then immediately reclaimed like 25%.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
any crazy red death candle for CAS is for buying for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's at kind of a strong support level at just about 16 now, and it's rejecting off it, but I suspect you're right. It's going to come down at least to the 618 there. I don't see how it doesn't. Yeah.
It's trying. It may just be a wick.
Yep.
Cool. So that's CAS. And then what was the other one?
I forget. What was it? I saw it in the chat. Hang on. CAS and oh no, there's lots
Jupe.
of
That's what it was.
Jupe. There we go. Yep.
I haven't really been watching this too closely, but you can see where I left it off. Kind of in a long region potentially. We had this break a trend. 786. Let's see where that goes. Yeah, we're pinging off the 786. Let's zoom in a bit. So from the 786, we are 6% up. I'm curious to know if there's a different trend line forming here. Yeah. That could be one to be aware of.
Yeah.
So for me, it looks like a long, I mean, shoot, it's up 4.6% today.
Yep.
Something's going on here with Jupe. I think any pullback on Jupe might be for buying, but you have to be aware of the situation that we might reject this trend line, which also lines up with this order block. This one here.
Yeah. Take a look at Jupe on the higher time frames too. It's keeps losing support on the daily 4 hour. Right, he keeps pushing up, make a lower low, lower high. Still hasn't.
Yeah.
The last high on the 4 hour was equal to the last one, and it lost that and printed a lower low. So I'd be a little cautious of Jupe.
Yeah, just be careful with this. There's the scenario that I see for Jupe is that we're in this new trend line.
Yeah.
Right. You might do that. However, the 12-hour time frame shows a 21% order block and then a 79% order block. So there's a chance that if we are to break this trend, then we're going to be hitting these levels here, which is a decent move. You know, even for spot, I think you can't go wrong with spot on Jupe right now. But from where we're at with for a spot play, it's a potential 35% move all the way to the 63, 64 cent region. So.
Hey guys, I'm here helping Limbo. There's some questions in the chat for you guys. Some people would like to know about Cardano. If anyone has the recent ADA chart, that would be helpful.
I've not charted that one in a while.
I haven't either.
Um,
I'll do it if you want. I got it.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. David, do you want to bring my chart up?
How do I do that?
No, the other David.
Oh, David. Okay.
Other David. I haven't done it, but I'll just do it in real time.
I'm good to see you, Beth.
How are you?
Good.
Good to see you too. I listened to you guys from Australia. I was in Australia for a while, so it was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
How was Australia?
Oh my God, amazing, but very expensive.
I bet.
Really?
Oh my God. Guess how much a liter of gas is there? A liter. Almost $3. So it's like $12, $10 to $12 a gallon for gas.
Yeah.
Gosh. That's why they need to get a Tesla.
I'm in crypto right now. Very glad to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Australia.
Dude, me too.
David Bowler, change charts, bring mine up. David's down. Or David, you can just do it. I don't care.
Maybe I can just stop the screen.
Oh, there we go. He did it. All right, there we
Cool.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like this move right over there. That right there was great. Been bouncing, breaking, retesting the 50-day moving average was a really good move. And then it's got a pretty clear support level right here. You can, sorry, my computer's misbehaving today. That is clearly strong support right over there from back in history. And it basically came, tested, and it tested it again. So if it holds, and this is going to, again, be very dependent on Bitcoin, but if Bitcoin does hold its current level or not drop a lot, then we're looking at a pretty strong support here right there to enter on CAS. I don't trade CAS. I mean, I don't trade Cardano, but just straight from the TA, we've got, yeah, Lux Algo is still showing it down. And there's a, yeah, that's what I expected. There's an order block right over there. That's a small one, slightly redder, which means it's more bullish. So if you're feeling optimistic about Cardano, and if Bitcoin, you think Bitcoin is going to hold this level, then then you could consider starting along with a stop loss underneath that last wick. Personally, I would hold off on it just because I think Bitcoin's not done doing whatever it's going to do. This is just me, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin took another wick down just to kind of grab some liquidity there, which should make Cardano have another dip down too. So personally, I'd be patient. The worst that could happen is it eats off that order block, mitigates it. And if you miss that first move, you can always pick it up on the retest. So a safer move.
No, that's great
advice.
Great advice.
Let it do what it's going to do. If it breaks the trend line there, it'll often come back and retest it. And then you can pick up a much safer, healthier entrance over there. So I'd be a little nervous about it right now.
I agree. Don't rush, you guys. Don't rush it. Let it come to you. There is a request for a couple more tokens if we have the time. We have a request for Mavia, the gaming token.
Oh, David's going to do that one.
Also
David's
Zig
all over Mavia.
Yeah, Mavia would be great. That would be great. And then Fetch. I'm not sure if you guys have done Fetch already, the AI token.
I have not followed Fetch after it mooned up, but
yeah. David B, would you bring up Dave's chart again? Because he's a Mavia maven.
Perfect.
I just want to catch a Mavia swing long.
I know, me too.
Me too, badly. Very badly.
Yeah. Do you guys see that, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So what time frame is that?
Okay, so yeah, 8-hour time frame is showing 100% order block where we're at right now. So a lot of buy orders from where we're sitting. And Mavia is a volatile one. It'll dip 8%, and then an hour later it's up 15%. So 20% swings. I'm in a low leverage long right now with Mavia though.
I am as well.
Nice. And you can see this little area here that I'm paying attention to for support.
Yep.
So it's where there was crazy wicks here, it's less apparent here. And then, I think we're going to break out of this triangle here. So I posted this in the Sniper Club as a spot entry. And I think, this was last weekend, Saturday.
Yeah.
Kind of a fake out. trying to break out, again, but we're kind of coming to this point where there's a decision that needs to be made. It's either going to break up or it's going to break down. And because of this order blocks situation, I don't see the chances of us going down likely unless Bitcoin dumps pretty bad.
And if we go down, given it's going to really dump probably down as far as 3.4, 3.5 because there's nothing in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
which,
have words down there as well.
yeah, those are just like steal of an entries there. I mean, that's like
Correct.
2x, 3x guarantee for spot.
Yeah.
But you look at the RSIs here, man. 8-hour time frame. It's like being suffocated. Like, how long can you keep the price down like that? 12 hours. Look at that.
And I think this gaming token has a lot of potential. Just personally, from the research that I've done, it is one of my long-term spot holds as well. But I've sold and bought this 3 times already.
That's awesome. Yeah. Bottomed out here. I mean, we're gonna curve up. 2-hour time frame. We might have a little bit to come down, but it's gonna curve up.
Yep.
I think so as well.
Daily.
That's great. There's another request for pith staking. I think we already discussed this. That you have to actually stake 500 to 1,000 to qualify for airdrop. So that we answered that question earlier. And then there's another. How about if somebody could chart AI tech?
AI tech.
But I'm not sure what that ticker is. There's that, and also I know you did fetch already, and then one for 𝗓𝗔. I am not familiar. David, someone's asking you to look at 𝗓𝗔𝗓𝗃.
What is AI tech?
I don't know. I think Rand mentioned that. You know what? Actually, Matthew bought that. Matthew, one of our mentors, bought that last week as well. I think it's AI. Pretty positive.
Solidus markets volume. HTX, Mexi.
Yeah, Mexian. Yeah, that's where he got it. Was Mexi.
HTX is probably where the reliable order blocks are going to be. So, guys, if you're new to charting, make sure that you find where the most volume is traded, because that will be more congruent with the order blocks that are appearing, right? Absolutely. So these are accurate order blocks. So we start off with a 1 hour right away. We're in one right now. Buyers are getting exhausted. So we may come down a little bit lower here, but because we have less green, that means it's more of a support than this other one. So I would imagine this box here, we might experience a wick. And so if the Bitcoin scenario that I was telling you guys about, where we come down to 49, 2.5% dip would fall in line with 5%, 6%, 7% dip. But it's almost, I can't guarantee anything, but I think that if we get some kind of wick or some kind of downwards move, I think this is going to be the stop right here. And that's another 7 or 8% move. And then from there, I would expect the bounce. And your target would simply be, from this high to this. Let's just say we do get a wick down here or right here in the middle of the block. Your target would be the sniper zone. So erase that. So you're looking at something like this. Yeah. Let me look at the higher time frames. So order blocks, some lower ones down there. Yeah. So on the short term, if we are bullish on this AI tech, which I imagine because it's AI, it will continue to rip. Curious to know the macro fib as well. 382. Yeah, look, we're on the 382 on the macro. That's nice, actually.
It's an interesting token.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna watch that one.
Trend line. So we may not even get that wick. So you guys can see here, 1 touch, 2 touch. And so for me now, you know, this is probably the lowest. I mean, this might be the entry. And then, yeah, higher targets. Price discovery. 60% move, likely. So, looks good.
Yeah, I got Zig coin if you want.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Cool.
There's many, many more. I don't know how much time we've got. I know you guys have about like 11 more minutes. There's a request for
David.
ARB and BNB.
All right. I'll do
Yeah,
Zig.
pass it to Bruce.
David, can you bring him up? Thanks. So Zig, interesting token in that it's, I don't know the background at all, but it basically was hovering down nowhere for a long time and has really started to pump up. This last pump, this last push from consolidation to here was 100%. So it basically doubled in value. What I did notice is that this move right here, I always want to see whether tokens obey the fib or not. Most do, and better than others. But that move right there put these support levels cleanly, right? 618, 382, 786. So the fib is, this thing is moving in that ratio. So with that knowledge, what I did is I took a look at like, where's a nice new place to possibly get involved in this. So if we take the current fib from this last move, right, and bring it up, again, we don't know that that's the top yet because it hasn't printed enough candles, but let's zoom in just a bit to the 1 hour, you can see it's pushed up, it's retracing, that the 382 is at that support level right there, which seems clear. If it loses that, then you've got the trend line right there. Intersecting the trend line is a 618. So you can possibly, if it finds support right over there, you could take a long from that and then possibly add on to it all the way down to the 618 with a lot more confidence that'll bounce off the trend line, which intersects the 618. So this might take a couple of days to play out, but that actually looks kind of interesting right now because these moves, it's a newer token clearly, and it's making big moves. But even that right over there was, 12. That little move is 12.5%. So something to keep an eye on.
Definitely. There's so many tokens to watch, you guys. There's so many options.
There is.
The alpha that they're bringing you. It's amazing.
Oh, and there's an order block right over here too. That was the other thing I wanted to say. Order block down over here, and there's a small order block. I can't see the numbers, but also right at that support level at 0.752. So I definitely would target that area to start building a position. If you're
and for those that are not part of Sniper Club, these guys do this every day, so you guys are going to get setups. If you're not part of Sniper Club, I highly suggest looking into it because these OGs are going to give you setups like this. They may not be daily, but you're going to get your levels, and if you're patient enough, like I finally learned to be patient, and I'm very profitable right now. So yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah. This is what David and myself and Simon and Dylan do all day long every day. And just do charts like this for ourselves, for the people in the Sniper Club. We love this stuff. It's kind of fun.
I know I'm addicted. I got 2 big monitors, you guys. 2 big monitors now.
Heck yeah.
Are you saying, Beth? Are you saying size matters?
Kind of. I'm blind, right. Bruce. As you see, my glasses.
Okay.
Not blind.
All right. So David put the other David's chart up. We've got time for 1 or 2 more charts. Cool. And then it's time for I think it's Mo who's next, right? Is Mo next? Who's next?
Check.
Okay, which one am I looking for?
There's a couple. There's GRT or BNB.
GRT.
And then somebody else wants a copy of the Wall Street Journal cheat sheet, and how can they apply it to just Bitcoin or all tokens? That was a question that came up as well.
GRT. So look, I was looking to grab GRT in this SR flip region. It didn't come. It's like these AI tokens are getting front ran. Yes, there's a lot of movement. So zooming in, oops, I should probably get rid of that one now. Let's see. this one says. Yeah, I've got this trend line. I don't know if that's gonna make it though.
I was gonna make it down. Ooh.
The bullish trend line would be right here, actually. 618 trend. Let me see if there's any order blocks. Nothing yet.
And there was a question earlier on Lux Algo, like if it's a bearish order block, would you put an order in for it? Like let's say it's hitting a 618, but that's a bearish order block and it's meeting each other. Would you guys still place an order then, or would you wait for it to come to the order block lower? That was one of the questions in the chat.
Probably just a portion, right? Like kind of scaling like a DC, but it's almost like you're DCing strategically versus just, you don't know where the chart's at. You're just like, I'm buying GRT today because I buy it once a week.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm doing with Bitcoin.
so like, even though we don't see an order block here, you know, the fib levels in this trend, this might be the stop.
Yep.
So maybe maybe like, you know, a small bag here, small order here, but then where these order block like down here and down here, I think that's the as low as it's going to go for GRT before the next leg up. And I'm pretty sure GRT is going to have the next leg up based on all the narrative stuff going on. And you can see that we have a long way to go for GRT.
Yeah.
You know, we're literally like what Bruce says, the grass is starting to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, I acquired that a while ago. I'm so glad that I held on to some of it. I'm kind of mad at myself for I thought I always thought it was a profit, but I should have held on to a little bit more. So but I'm looking for those entries as well.
Yeah, for sure. So GRT guys, can't go wrong buying spot with this one. This is a great fundamentals. It's not going anywhere. It's stood through the test of time. And just in the past, you know, how big of a move was this? 100% move. We're just getting started with GRT. So for me too, I'd like to grab a swing long leverage if possible. And I'll update you guys if I see it.
Awesome.
So,
cool.
Any other ones? I think I got time
One
for one
last
more.
There was BNB. That was the last one. I think was BNB. If we have time for that, we have like 4 minutes left.
And then we're really excited because 𝗪𝗏 is coming on next.
Yes.
Very excited.
Learned a lot from him. The Maz learned a lot from him the other day. A lot. So he's going to be amazing.
Bruce, you wanted to do BNB?
No, you go for it. Do it. I'm chatting with 𝗪𝗏 right now, getting ready for the next one. I've been talking for 4 straight hours, so I'm really happy you're talking.
Fair enough.
Sorry to dump it on you, brother.
No, you're good, man. Anytime. I haven't really charted this, so let's see if we can put something together pretty quickly.
I apologize. My dog is like freaking out. She had to be picked up. Like, God forbid she sits for more than 2 hours. Say hi, Peanut. Yes. Your face. She looks like the dog with hat. The dog with hat dog. Okay, go down now. Good girl.
Daily. Yeah. We're in an order block right now on the weekly, so expect some kind of rejection here. Buyers are getting exhausted. 7% move. It's probably a sniper zone too.
Yeah.
Yep. So sniper zone.
Rejection there, yeah.
Let me change it just to the sniper zone. Yes. Oh, 786. So 786. So like for me, I think if we are going to see continuation on BNB, we're going to kind of come up this way and then come back down to the trend line.
Yep.
At some point. Yep. Whether it's there or like this, something like that. But expect some kind of rejection going on here.
Bearish or like,
take some profits. But no, hey, like if you're in a long with BNB, that's awesome. I'm happy for you guys. I haven't really been paying attention to BNB.
I haven't either.
a lot of bearishness stuff down here. A lot of people were shorting it down here because of the whole Binance getting sued and CZ stepping down.
Yeah.
And then guess what? They
Yep.
wrecked the shorts in a
Yep.
big way.
Yeah, the short squeeze.
So, all right, guys. Well,
Thanks. Well, let me, David, thank you. That is awesome. David, could you take the charts off for a second? Thank you. So, Beth, thank you for your support and help.
No,
It's
of
been really
course.
hard seeing all the comments and really appreciate you jumping in on there.
I will
And
see you guys later.
𝗪𝗏, I want to
Come back
introduce
later.
𝗪𝗏. 𝗪𝗏 and I have been friends since dinosaurs ruled the earth in crypto school. And it's, I mean, just one of the most amazing educators, traders, is one of the gurus of Whale Club, and is just someone all of us should be paying close attention to how he trades, his teaching, his perspectives. And frankly, you know, I don't know if you saw any of the psychology part of it, but 𝗪𝗏 embodies all the stuff that we talked about in the psychology section in terms of, you know, being conscious about fear and FOMO and all that stuff. So not only listen to what he teaches you, but listen to how he talks about it. Listen to the tone of his voice, because I think you guys will be blown away by what you learn this next session. So, my brother.
Thank you very much. What an intro that is. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you very, very much.
You demand. You had a man.
So do you. So do you. We can't be without you and the rest of the team. Right? And we've got huge respect to the Crypto School and the Sniper Club as well. We love the Sniper Club. So huge respect. Big shout out to everyone and to Dave. No, we are a big family.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I've said that before. We are a big family. It doesn't mean that because we got been separated into different private clubs. You know, the hours that we spend with Bruce and with Cows and Shuno, the old OGs, you know, it's priceless. So we're a big family. How are you, my friend? How are you doing?
Really well. It's been a long day. We started at 6 a.m. and I've had a cup of coffee, and so I've been talking way too much. So I'm really glad you're here, so I can take a break from yakking. I think people are getting tired. People are probably getting tired of my voice. So, brother, have a wonderful session. And,
thank you very much.
Rock and roll. Catch you soon, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye,
everybody. Love y'all.
Love y'all. Big shout out to Bruce. Follow him. You can catch him in the Sniper Club, and we're gonna do another reunion sometime in the Crypto School. And we're gonna do a little secret reunion soon. Right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening from my side. So I will be monitoring a little bit the chat here on YouTube, right? So feel free to ask anything you want. And I have the Bitcoin chart on the screen. So let's see if it's going to come up soon. Okay, here it is. Great stuff. So I would like to mark out a little bit the areas of, so to say, danger around the corner, right? That is a possibility. Very quickly, I'm not going to stay there for very long, but just a little bit brief. Since that last high that we had back in Tuesday, February the 20th, we see that Bitcoin is being squeezed down, right? It's like in compression mode. It's compression. That is not always necessarily bad, right? However, we know that when you have this descending triangle, this compression, it can break into two directions. Either it's going to break above, right? Or it may break below, right? So it may break here, like this. right? This is the two possible scenarios. So you have your plan A and you have your plan B. Now, the areas that we need to pay attention on Bitcoin, right, is around 50,500. Well, to be more accurate, 50,650. So the event that you need to be careful is a break of that trend, trying to come back, fail to reclaim this area, so to say, right? It's failing to defend this area, and then it's going to come down. If that happens, right, and breaks structure, then there's a high possibility that it's going to target levels below, right? Now, I can't say how deep will go. Will it go up down to here, or will it go further down like 42 or 32? No idea. Even if it comes down all the way down to 32, it is not a bearish event. And people are going to say to me, hey, did you just say 32? Yeah, I did. So let me explain why I'm saying 32. So let's talk about a little bit the horizontal levels that we have since the beginning of the bull run, which was last year, right? When we had December 2022, right? So Christmas 2022 towards 2023, it's when everything started moving. So we reached to a point that we had a resistance around 25K. It came down, did a small retest, no problem. Common grounds, breaks the resistance, comes down, hit the support, no problem, all good. Try one more time, hits the same resistance, right? So I'm going to draw a line there to be nice and neat. So let's have a look here. So it came down to this rejection point as a resistance. So we've got equal highs, came down, equal lows, no problem. Go and breaks and goes above, right? It goes into that area, breaks the range from above, and keeps going to another level. Now, where are the possibilities? Right, the one is the range here. We've got two levels there, the top of the range and the bottom of the range. So there is a possibility that it's going to come back to retest this area. Remember, that was acting as resistance. Resistance. We haven't tested it as a support. So there is a high possibility that it's going to come down and retest that area. Now, if we want to do a deep retracement, where are the next possible areas? The area that has been tested as a support is all the way down here, right? And that is the 30K mark. And I will say more likely to go into these levels, right? Around that area, the second line, which is around the 32, right? 31.8, 32K. So even if it does that, and if I do a trend line here, just for a guide, right? Let's do a trend line. And I'll mark that as green. Let's pretend that it's a support, right? Yeah, support, no resistance. I beg your pardon. So let me fix that. Support. Here it is. So we have that green line. So even if Bitcoin comes all the way down here, closer to 32, we are still bullish, right? We're just hitting that trend line, that giant trend line that comes all the way back since the beginning of the bull run, right? And then we're going to look for continuation, right? You're going to shift to bearish, like something's going wrong with Bitcoin when and if it's going to break below that trend line, right? If it's going to lose that area and wants to go down, that will be big trouble, right? That is a brief idea of what's going on with Bitcoin right now. No FOMO, no fad, not anything. So come back to our local area and let's go into 4 hours. Again, the areas that you need to watch is based on a range. Here's a range, right? That's the range. There it is. And we want to make sure that we don't get out of that range completely. Retest it, fail to reclaim it, and then go down. This is something that we don't want to see. But if that happens, it's not the end of the world, right? It can happen anytime. It's been, Bitcoin's been going up and up and up. And since the era of 32, he hasn't done any retest of supports, right? So it just goes and goes in a higher level. It doesn't, it hasn't came back to do a retest. So if it's going to do that now, again, it's fine. It's normal. So I don't want you to panic about that, right? Have your levels marked up, and then you know what to expect. Now, another question will be, will you short that down movement? Short term, you can do. You have to be very careful because a lot of people will panic and they'll start shorting, and that will create a cascade effect. And then most likely you're going to see a very, very quick dump. And then maybe you're going to have a recoil and it's going to shoot up. And that is very tricky. So you need to be very careful that you don't get trapped on these shorts, right? Anytime Bitcoin can turn around and keep going up, and then you could be trapped. So please watch out for these. The best thing that you can do, right? You can, let's say, an opinion, an idea for you, right? And then you need to think about it. What you can do, you can shift from the altcoins to Bitcoin, so to say, because Bitcoin will go down like 10% or 20%. But if you stay on the altcoins, the altcoins will do deeper recession and maybe go down like -50, -60, and then you're going to bleed more. So if you know that, you need to move to a safer asset, then, you can move to Bitcoin, right? So you're minimizing your damage, but you're not completely out of the crypto space, because if Bitcoin turns around, you're still in it, right? So somehow Bitcoin, it is not 100% favorable, right? Everybody will think, oh, I'll go to stables because nothing happens to stables, right? If the market goes down and I move my assets to stables, that means I don't lose a lot of money, right? Let Bitcoin go down. But what if it turns around and you haven't entered? You're going to miss that action, right? So there is a plan B, so to say. Instead of you going 100% in stables, you can go into Bitcoin and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to slow down. It's like stepping on the brakes, right? Let the altcoins bleed. Give me a better levels for me to long again, right? And I'm going to stay in a safer asset, and maybe I'm going to stay on Bitcoin because Bitcoin is the slowest one, right? It's like a dinosaur. It's a king. It takes a lot of pressure to move, either in any direction, up and down, right? So think about that, and you're going to decide after later. Right. Very dark. Is that the very dark? The lines. Okay. I'm gonna put some white lines, right, from now on. So white or yellow. Right. Okay, guys. So the same thing about ETH, right? Obviously, ETH will follow. The levels are a bit different on ETH. So let me clear the noise here. So let's have a look. Where is the box, the range? So we have common grounds here, a resistance, support. So I draw the box there, and we have small deviation, some wicks going out. It's fine, it's normal. Now, the area that we want to make sure that we don't lose is that little support. And this is the time now I'm going to do these lines white. So here we are. Let me put a line here in a price tag. So around 2,860 roughly. I hope you can see that. If you're not, let me do these a bit bigger. Can we do it a bit bigger, please? Here we are. I think that's better. So around 2,860, it's the area that we need to be, monitoring. And if we see Bitcoin go lower, that will be the moment, right? That will be the moment. for us for ETH. So that's the area that you need to monitor. Do not ignore the fact that, you know, if it's going down, right? It's not a bad thing, right? I'm not saying that it's going to go down crashing. It's a compression situation here, right? It's compression, and then we may have a strong defense. But also remember, there's a lot of liquidity sitting down here, right? There is liquidity in this area, right? So we've got liquidity pool here. Why is that? Because all these people that they're building longs, guess where they have all the stop losses, right? Down here. So these people here, they're going long, they've got the stop losses there. So if the market wants to come down and grab some liquidity, no problem. They're going to come down here, break a little bit that area here, grab the liquidity, and then it should come up. And that's why I say to you, be careful and then see, you know, watch out what's happening. Okay, it's going to break the range. Is it going to come back? If it's going to go down to grab liquidity and then turn very quickly back, you know exactly what happened, as we described right here. So there is a possibility that they're going to grab some liquidity. The same thing happens with Bitcoin as well, right? So that's the area for you to monitor, and that will give you a great opportunity for you to long once again. Now, another thing just to tell our friends here, because some of you are from the crypto school, maybe others of you are not from the sniper school, not even from the sniper, not even from the whale. So let me give you another perspective, and let's go back to Bitcoin, because we need to follow Bitcoin. We're going to the weekly, right? And I'm going to bring some indicators up. And I want you to see a little bit this stochastic RSI, right? Even on the monthly. Let me give you the monthly perspective. When have a look on the stochastic RSI, right? RSI was here right at the bottom, right? And was going flat. When it's going flat, what does it mean? It means that it's a down pressure on full power and full acceleration. So price was going down all the time, right? When you have a cross up, which is a reversal event, right? It's only then that you're thinking that you may have a shift of the direction. So when you have a cross up and it's lifting from the floor, then you see that we have an up move, right? When we reach to these areas, you see that the token was giving you a short crossed out. So we had a small retracement and then another cross up, and that was the return to the up move. Now, so far, what do we have on stochastic RSI? Both of the lines are stuck to 100. So what does that mean? It means that it can go flat for some time, and Bitcoin on a monthly basis can still go up, right? Because it's on the overbought area, that doesn't mean that you start thinking reversing, right? Remember this. You're going to start thinking reversing when you have the reversal event, which is a cross down. If it's on the overbought area, you're looking for cross downs. Okay, so look at here on the monthly, we still stuck in a parallel line, right? So the fast and the slow lines are both stuck to 100 flat, right? Let's go down to the weekly. Here we are. Here's the weekly, right? Let's zoom in a little bit and get a little bit more information on stochastic RSI on the weekly, right? At the very bottom, you have a cross up and you have a reversal, right? When you got the cross downs, is these, let's say, these kind of corrections, right? And then you have a small divergence. You have the indicator going down while the price was going up, right? And then what happens? What happens when you need to, I'll give you a little trick. When you have stochastic RSI, the indicators, right, going downwards, when the price is going up, remember that the indicators, they're going to win this one. So it's going to give you a bearish divergence. So we had a small bearish divergence going on here, and then it came back down, right? No problem. Cross up, push up, price goes up. Another cross down, comes down, price goes down. A cross up, and then price, it goes up. It goes flat for a little while, and from this point here, all the way up to there, right? Price goes up while stochastic RSI goes flat. That's not divergence, right? Don't mistake that. This is not divergence. This is just, it happens that the indicator cannot go any higher from 100. Got stuck to 100. It's just you have your foot on the accelerator full flat, and that's what happens. The price keeps going. Then you have a cross down event, and then we had this sideways action. You did have some correction, then push, some correction, some push, some correction, and it took a lot of time, that time, so to say, for the indicator to come down and reset. Okay, so far so good. So on the weekly, right, again, the stochastic RSI is trying to push and go higher and higher, right? But the price doesn't move now. Let's give it a bit more some resolution. Let's go a bit closer. This is a 3-day, right? We can see the sideways action, right? And we had all this stochastic RSI. So on the 3-day now, we got a cross down event. It just happened. It is not clear yet. It just happened. What else do I see? What else do I see on the weekly? Well, and the 3-day as well. The RSI, which is again same principal indicator, right? These two indicators, stochastic RSI and RSI, are momentum indicators. So it's telling you where's the momentum, towards the up or towards the down. So if the stochastic RSI is going up, it's telling you there's an up momentum. If the stochastic RSI is going down, down momentum, right? So what do we see here? We got a divergence on the RSI. We got this high. These levels are high, right up here. So this is the levels. And then price came down, pushed one more time, and the RSI topped up a bit lower. So we got a lower high on the RSI. However, on the price action, we got high. So that is a divergence, right? On the 3-day, it's not a very huge time frame. It's a 3-day time frame. So that is a little bit the warning sign, so to say. So maybe, right, maybe we may have a small retracement. I don't know how far will it go. You may go back to here. You may go back to here. It has various levels for Bitcoin to visit. It may do very slow bleed, right? And the RSI will come back and reset again. That's not a problem. So that's why I wanted to give the heads ups today, and especially that we have the marathon, right? There is a possibility that it's going to do a small retracement if that divergence is going to play out, right? RSI's low high. The RSI, that one is flat onto 100, right? And this is just a little bit lower, 92 and 95. It's not a big difference, but it's more clear here on these RSIs when you get a low high. So, like a heads up, we may see a drop. Now, taking the fact that this is a weekend as well, right? And no, cats. Sorry about that. So we may have, right, a small pullback. On the daily, you can see that already because it's a smaller time frame. You can see on the daily that the stochastic RSI already coming down, right? And it's going to reset soon. But you can see previously that we have like the equal highs on a smaller time frame. You can see the ASO is reversing a little bit, right? So it's telling me this is a local top for the daily. So You know, I just need to pay attention to these levels, right? And I'm just want to tell you about these, to share that with you. Use the higher time frames for you to see what's going on. Use the indicators to help you. The indicators are like indicators that will not outrun the price action. There's no way. It's the other way around. Price action moves first, then indicators follow. Simple reason why, because the indicators, they're taking the current value plus the historical value, according to the settings that you have on any indicators, right? So for stochastic RSI, we've got 14 periods. So it's going back 14 periods of that specific time frame that you're looking at. So now we're looking on the daily. So this is a 14 days back, right? So he's looking all the past action for the past 2 weeks. And, you know, you can see what's going on with indicators, right? Remember that. So we have some indications, right? The indicators telling us that it's going down, right? Maybe, right? No panicking. That will give us a great opportunity for us to buy again long. Another little trick. What trick can we talk about? In general, we can't say that it's the end of the bull run or something as such. So, sorry about that. I've got my little daughter here in the room. Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the bull market, and we can have a very nice look at this on even on a high time frames like 3 months. Don't be scared to use high time frames, right? It is not the end of the bull market. Let's go into 3 months, right, and give you another perspective. I'm going to give you all the little tricks of the trade. So let's study a little bit the previous bull run. So that was the bottom of the market on the previous bull run, right? So that was the bottom of the market, and you can see when stochastic RSI was at the very bottom, right? And that's the RSI turning around. Then you have the cross-up event happening, so it moves, right? We have a separation. We call them phase 1, phase 2. I can explain that in another time. If you join us in the school, you are more than welcome, and I can tell you about phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3. That was the beginning of the bull market. Came back, retest the same areas, and then push for the second phase. So that was phase 1. That was phase 2, and it moved and broke up both previous highs. The previous all-time high all got broken, right? So it went higher and higher and higher. So when was the end of the bull run? The end of the bull run was up here when you have a cross down event and when you have the RSI on the extreme overbought, right? And then you have a small divergence. It comes down, trying to push one more time, and you see the price went higher, RSI did not even the stochastic RSI. So that's your first high level on stochastic RSI, and then you have a second high, which is a low high. However, the price was giving you a high, and that was a big trap because all the people were expecting Bitcoin to go to 100, right? And this is a huge trap, and then Bitcoin went down. So let's have a look where we are currently. So here's the bottom of the market. Here's when stochastic RSI was at the very bottom. You have the reversal of the stochastic RSI. So we have the beginning of the bull run. RSI was reversing as well. It couldn't go any lower than that, right? And it goes high. So you can see now the stochastic RSI still points upwards, right? And the RSI, the simple RSI, is nowhere near into the overbought area. So if you look on the 3 month and you keep track on the 3 month, then you know that there's no danger ahead, so to say, right, nearby to say, oh, this is the end of the bull market. We're not even near it, right? So for you to get that kind of a warning is when you're going to see the RSI and the stochastic RSI, the first one, because the stochastic RSI is way faster than the RSI. But when you get the cross down, right, when you got the crossing of the two lines, and then when you're going to see RSI on the extreme highs and turning around, that will be a warning for you to say, hey, maybe I should start thinking about taking my profits here, right? So for you to monitor the 3 month, right, and go down to the monthly, you can see that we are not towards, the end of the bull market, unless something happens, right? Something very, very drastic, and Bitcoin will crash. We don't have the crystal balls. I have one, a fake one. It's a plastic one. It's not a crystal ball, and it doesn't have batteries. So, right. So yeah, don't be scared. Don't be alarmed. Just be aware and have, be prepared and have ready cash for you to later on to add in for the new longs, because, when Bitcoin or any token, any price action cannot always go in one run, higher, always. It needs to do some retracement. So retracements are very healthy, because, let's go into weekly, right? When you have levels that haven't been retested, right, I want you to mark them and say, hey, is this level has been tested? Yes, multiple times as rejection area. So that was resistance. That was resistance. And then I got tested that twice as a support. Good. Tick. That area now, that level here is been cleared. No problem. I'm not worrying about that level. Let's talk about this level here, right? There's a common ground here, right? Here we are. So that was testing as a support previously on the way down on the bear market, right? So it came up to this area twice as a resistance, no problem. Did we test that currently as a support? No. So let me bring that back. So here we got some unfinished business. Now, either it's going to happen now, or it's going to happen next on the next, let's say after the bull run, when we're going to come back to this bear run, you're going to see some bounce in these levels, right? So that is still, let's say, an outstanding unfinished business. So horizontals, very, very important, very strong levels for you to remember and keep them and mark them up correctly, and see where you have common grounds, right? Spread out a little bit, use the higher time frames. Higher time frames has less noise. So I use these resistance here, that point here as a resistance. And look what's going on, right? Price action is repeating events in these levels. Here was a rejection. Here was again a rejection, another rejection, another rejection, another rejection, right? And rejection can be either way, can be support or resistance, right? So now you know, now you don't need to panic, right? And you don't need anyone to tell you what's going to happen. You can do that on your own on a higher time frame. A lot of people don't speak about higher time frames. That's why I wanted to do something different today and give you something more solid, something that has less noise, right? No panicking, no FOMO, no fear, nothing. Now you know, no surprises, right? So you have your plan. Let's go more closer to let's go back to 1 hour and see what's going on a bit closer. You can see very strongly, right? You can see very strongly that Bitcoin is defending these areas, right? It defends once, twice, 3, 4 times, 5 times, right? The question is, will be able to hold for the 6th time, right? Because every time that it comes down, if there are huge buying orders, every time that comes down, it takes off the pressure. How do I know this? Because it bounced very hard. Look at these huge wicks and look at the run that it did. Huge, right? Comes down here. Look what happened. Straight to the sky. So you know there's a huge buying pressure down here. It comes down, smaller. Comes down, smaller move, right? And this is why I say, you know what? That was a huge, strong push to the up. Very strong push. I can see that. Very scary. Another strong push. This time, it's a smaller push. And I'm like, what's going to happen? What's going to come down? Will it have a smaller push as well? So is it going to still going into compression mode? Go down, squeeze? What's going to happen afterwards? It's going to break off, right? It's going to explode. But the thing is, we don't know which way it's going to explode. Will it explode to the down? So the support is going to crack? Or is it the resistance going to crack? And we go shooting up again into these top of the range, at least, right? The first target will be the top of the range, right? And then later you're going to look for something higher. We're going to take step by step. No FOMO, no fear, right? We fear nothing. I can bring the other charts as well, the cash flow chart. This is what I call the cash flow chart. This is a 6-window layout. And what I monitor here is Bitcoin on the left, top right is the dominance. T1 in the middle layer, T3 on the right, and the very bottom is the dominance of Tether. So I can have an idea what's going on with the stable coin, right? The dominance, not the price level, not the market cap, just the dominance. And on the bottom right, I've got 𝗥𝗢. Why 𝗥𝗢? Because 𝗥𝗢, it's the value of the dollar, right? And why I would like to pay attention to that? Because 𝗥𝗢, or the price of the dollar, does affect my Bitcoin price. Why is that? Because Bitcoin, I compare Bitcoin against the dollar, the US dollar, right? Not USDT. Bitcoin against the index, against the dollar. So I've got 𝗥𝗢. These two on the same pair, Bitcoin and dollar, right? So if Bitcoin goes up, 𝗥𝗢 goes down. Or you can say the other way around. If 𝗥𝗢 goes up, Bitcoin goes down, right? Because they're on the same comparison, the same pair. So they're correlated with each other and they go opposite directions. So when the value of 𝗥𝗢 is going up, be aware, expect that Bitcoin price will go down, lower, right? Now, some people will say, oh, it's not always the case. I can have 𝗥𝗢 going up and then Bitcoin can go up. Okay. Then when that happens, you need to understand what's going on behind the scenes, right? So if 𝗥𝗢 goes up and then Bitcoin's going up, most likely that means it's a heavy buying on Bitcoin, right? Or they're having a heavy open interest, so to say. So the interest goes up, right? The leverage is going higher and higher, it gets stronger. Now, in the market, the general idea is for you to watch out what's going on with the spot, but the leverage, a lot of people using leverage to take advantage of the moves, right? And people that they don't want to risk into low market cap tokens, they like to go heavy on leverage on Bitcoin instead, right? It's more safer for them. And I don't blame them because they don't go in with $100 or $1,000 or $10,000. They go in with millions, right? So remember also that Bitcoin is the only digital currency licensed, right? So it's a very, very strong token, right? The rest of them are technologies and projects and not currencies. So that's why a lot of people trust Bitcoin and not the other altcoins out there. So remember that. So, and for you as well in the future, when the bull market is going to finish, so to say, what do you need? What do you want to hold? Would you like to hold Bitcoin or would you like to hold the altcoins? The altcoins will not give you any value. You cannot go out there and pay something in, I don't know, in render. I'm just using render as an example. Why? Because it's not a currency. but you can buy things with Bitcoin. But why? Because it's a currency, right? So in the future, you know, when all this hype is going to finish with the altcoins, because Ripple Run has its own package with altcoins, right? On the previous bull market, we had a lot of ADA, we had a lot of DOT, we had a lot of Matic, a lot of Phantom, right? This time, we're talking about gaming, we're talking about AI. The narrative changed, the hype is changing, right? So you don't want to be a very extreme long-term holder of other tokens that don't move, right? But you want to hold Bitcoin in the end of the day, right? So remember that. So when everything's going to finish, right, make sure that you hold Bitcoin and maybe ETH, because ETH is the second asset, right, major project that moves a little bit faster than Bitcoin, right? So if Bitcoin moves 1 or 2%, ETH will do 3 and 5%, right? The altcoins, it's like a fashion, right? 2 years ago, maybe the fashion was loving a lot of blacks, black clothing, black texture, right? Now this time it's all full of color. That changed, right? But you need to hold something that is very stable, and that will be, you know, the king, which is Bitcoin, right? So keep an eye of the chart, what's going on with the dominance. Keep an eye what's going on with the DXY. Keep an eye on dominance of the tether, and you can see that dominance of the tether will hit the floor, right? It doesn't go lower. What does it mean? When dominance of the tether goes down, it means we are shifting assets away from the stables, moving away. Majority of the time, if you wanted to see where does it go, right, you need to compare with T1 and T3. So if tether goes down, right, you have no idea what's going on with tether. It means people are selling tether, like moving away from tether, right? They're selling tether. Where do they go? Do they go into the crypto space, or do they convert that into, let's say, to fiat? Or do they go out to another market? Shifting, right? So one way for you to see that is by looking on T1 and T3. And if you see T1 going up and T3 going up while tether's going down, that means, right, that people are selling tether and they go into the crypto space, into the alts. If T1 goes very hard, you know, pumping very hard, then you know it most likely is going to go into Bitcoin, some of it, right? If T3 goes harder, then you know it doesn't go into Bitcoin, it goes more likely into the alts. If you see tether moving, but T1, T3 is not moving, right? That means, you know, most likely they're selling their tether into fiat, or they're moving to another space, not crypto, right? So having these kind of charts, you can see where their money is flowing. That's why I call it cash flow layout, right? So I can see where the money is moving. If I see any movement, I would like to see where, you know, what the people are doing, the majority of them. So this is real-time information. All the charts, all the price action is real-time. I don't need to go out and look on Twitter, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram. I don't need to read any blogs, any newspapers, any controlled media. I don't care. All I care is I want to make sure that I can see these charts, which is real time. They're going to tell me first what's going on. So if I see tether dropping, I like to see, are the charts moving? If they don't moving, then I know something's going on out of this space. That's about that. Any requests? Let me have a look here what's going on with the chat. WLD, okay, WorldCoin. Let's have a look. WildCoin, here we are. Let's have a look on the daily. Huge mover, right? Big mover. It's been going on for the past 2 days. We'll talk about it. Now on the daily, I want you to look that price action, right? What's going on here? What do you see here? Huge wicks, right? What does it mean? How do you translate that? A lot of selling pressure. What does it mean? Does it go down? Not necessarily. It doesn't mean it's going down. It tells us that someone marked the $8.5 and $9 as an area of taking profits. So all this momentum, it's frozen. So to say, that momentum stopped a little bit, right? Okay, so let's have a closer look. Let's go down to 4 hours. Right, so do we have a common ground? We have a common ground. I can see that we have a common ground. Here we are, right? So it hit that point of resistance, comes down, breaks it, goes through, comes down, and now it's bouncing above. So it's retesting this area of support, which is a very, very good news for you, right? So what is your plan? How are you going to treat that? Well, you would like to start building your position, right, as low as possible into this area, right, with some stop loss, right? Now, the stop loss, according to your size and to your mentality, is it a leverage position or is it a spot position, right? If you're in spot position, we don't usually put a stop loss, right? But you don't want to be trapped as well and buy on the very top when, you know, that token can go down 30%, 40%. If it goes down 30, 40%, you need to have a chance for you to buy lower, right? So you're going to have some kind of a threshold. How much allowance do you have, even for spot, for you to say, listen, I need to have a point of invalidation, right? I don't want to lose a lot of money. So what you can do, mark another horizontal, say, right here, I'm using this as an example, and say here, this is my spot position. I would like to buy here, right? And if we breaks above the structure, let's say you add here 30%. Let's pretend that you have, I'm using round numbers, theoretical numbers. Let's say that you have $1,000 dedicated to WLD, right? The world coin. So let's say that you have $1,000. You can put here 30% and say, hey, I'm going to grab an entry. You don't know what's going to happen. Let's grab an entry. Let's have a position, and then I can deal with that later. If it goes above and breaks that structure and goes higher, then you can deploy the rest of it. Why is that? Because you have evidence that is breaking above that range. Breaks, retests, and goes higher, you can deploy the rest of it. However, if he loses that area and comes back and bounces from here, you say, you know what? It dropped by, how much did it drop? It dropped by 25%, right? I would like to buy extra more money. Let's improve these levels, right? Let's improve my entry. So you can buy another 30%. I'm giving you ideas now. That's not a financial advice. Just giving you an idea for you to have a plan B or plan C. Hey, how can I do this? How can I fix my positions? Well, here's your first position, and then you have a second position. And technically what you've done, you DCA, right? DCA means dollar cost averaging. So it means that your second position, your second buy, brought the average entry down here. So it means that if the token goes up, you're going to be in profit from these levels. You don't need to wait the first position, right? So it's very powerful for you to do that. Now, if we, let's say that you got an entry up here and you see that it's breaking and it's not respecting this level, it cannot defend that level cannot defend the price and it's dropping, then you can say, hey, you know what? I'm going to kill that 30%, right? I'm going to close that trade. I'm going to kill it. It's only $300 and I'm minus 25%, right? So because that was a 25% move, right? Let me see that again. On the way down, 25%. So I'm going to lose 25%. So what's the 25% of the 300? Right? What's the 25%? So that will be $75. Right? So if you're going to close that down here, you only lost $75 out of 1,000. right? And here's the magic. When you're going to come back to another level, right? Let's pretend you came into these levels, right? Resistance, broke above, support. And let's pretend that that price came here and is bouncing off. And you say, you know what? It's holding. How much money do I have? Well, you got 1,000 minus 75. So you got, let's do the most quickly, 925. So you can go again and say, hey, I'm going to go with, I don't know, 50% this time. It's down to you. It's down to you. You can say this time, I know it's retracing, Bitcoin is turning around. I think this is a level that cannot go any lower. Maybe that is a 50% move. So I'll go a bit higher. If it goes and breaks above that previous level and acts as support, then you can by all means put another 50% there. So again, you're going to DCA. So you're going to count as average these levels halfway in between. So going forward, right, all the way up to the previous levels, or even let's say on your first level, you're up by 50%. So if you entered here with $975, you increase by 50%. So by cutting quick, you're losing trade, which you only lost $75. But on the next turn, on the next round, on your next try, you increase $975 by 50%, which is like more than $400, right? More than $450. You're going to, around $400. You're going to be up. So you lose $75 on once, but when you go lower and you go full force, then you going to make up all the losses that you had, plus you're going to be in profit. So, you know what? It's not a bad, not a bad situation. And I like to say that, the power of DCA, and even in sport, you need to cancel that, immediately. Listen, this is my threshold. It's not a stop loss, kind of, right? But it's a threshold. I don't want to lose more than that. 25%, I can handle it. Why? Because next time I'm going to bring it back the loss plus profit. And because my position is going to be higher, the profit is going to be 5 times that. So always have a plan B and plan A. Don't panic, right? And also, there's a lot of people, they go into a trade and they wish for the best, right? Oh, we're going up. We're going to the moon. No problem. And when things going up in a nice manner, everybody's happy, right? When things turn around and go down, this is where people panic because they are not prepared. Because they enter the trade and they only thought that it's going to go up. They never thought what's going to happen if it's going to go down. And this is where a lot of people get screwed with a trade and also psychologically, right? You're going to feel depressed and you're like, oh, shit, I've lost my money. What am I going to do now, right? No, now you know. You have an idea now. We just gave you a small, plan B in these kind of situations, how you're going to deal with them, right? And there is no such thing as, because you're going to lose one trade or two, that you're going to start thinking that you are a bad trader, bad investor, and you failed. No, you haven't failed. The markets go up and down all the time. It's been designed in such a way to grab money from the people. And when you don't have the knowledge, you're going to be one of them that's going to give that money to them. Simple as that. But if you have the knowledge that we give out to you into crypto school, and later on you can choose if you want to go into the Sniper Club or into the Well Club, right? The Well Room. This is where I'm from. You're going to get into these kind of situations in detail, how to do this, how to escape a bad situation, everything. We've got all the tricks, right? So it is very, very valuable, and it is very, it's worth it for you to get into this educational family, because we are family, right? We watch out for each other. So I'm trying to give the knowledge out to you guys because when I first entered in the trade, I was doing all the mistakes. So the mistakes that you're doing, I did them as well. Seriously, I did them as well. So, you know, it is not a bad thing for you to have some losses now and then. That's not a problem. The problem is not for you to have few failures, right? The problem is if you're gonna get stuck into the bad situations. That will be the problem, right? That's not the problem that you have 1 or 2 failures. It's okay. And remember, don't quit, right? People that they don't quit, right? They may have multiple failures, but they are gonna end up being winners one day because they haven't quit. People that quit early or after 1 or 2 unsuccessful trades, they give up and they never give a chance to themselves to win. So, you know, quitters are losers. They're not going to be winners. So be careful about that. Now, back to the world. Just to give you a small hint, look the indicators, right? And just get a high time frame. It will give you a nice idea of what's going on, right? Look here, you got a cross down the stochastic RSI on the first time, right? And then it was going down, came down, reset down here. You can see by the size of the stochastic RSI, by all means, it will not give you the size or the length of the correction. You don't know how far it will correct, but all you care is when you're going to get at the bottom and you get a new event of a cross up. Since it happened, that cross up, boom, it went up, right? And then again, it's losing some, you know, it's getting a little bit weak, right? And it's crossed down again. No problem. You can see that. What else do you see? RSI, the first time was up that high. The second time, it's lower. So you got a lower high, right? So let me do a trend line. Well, that's a terrible trend line. Let me fix that a little bit. So here's your trend line, right? On the RSI, simple RSI, right? And look at what's going on with the highs. So you got the highs going higher, but you got on the RSI, the highs are going lower. So that is a little bit of a warning. Something's going on here. Is divergence. Will that go higher? Maybe yes, maybe no. So what you do, horizontals, right? And see what's going to happen. And you can do a little box. Go to smaller time frame. Go to 1 hour. And try to see if you can spot a range. Say, hey, can I spot a range somewhere? I've got common grounds here, right? I've got a common ground, so I know this is rejection point as a resistance. Goes above, comes back, and I got my support, right? And I say, okay, it's bouncing on my support on the same level, right? Here we are. So you can close that a little bit. So here's your little box, and this is what you need to monitor. And then you're going to have plan A and plan B. That's your plan A, right? And I'm going to give you a little trick here, right? And plan B. And you need to watch these areas here. Why did I put these white lines here? It is very important for me, right? And I would like to share that with you as well. Right, what's going on? For you to make sure that you don't get trapped, right? Remember, the market makers, we don't hate them. We love them. And I'll explain to you why we love them. We love them because they're making sure that the market is moving. Without the market makers, we are doomed, right? We're going to have flat lines everywhere. So what I would like to see, I would like to see a break of the range, right? Come back, retest. So I need to see a defense above the range. And for me to make sure to increase my possibilities that we are going higher, I would like to break my previous highs, right? So a little trick that you can do half of your position. Let's say that's breaking out. you can go 50% of the position that you're interested to enter, right? And the remaining 50% will be just above that you broke the previous high. Because when you break the previous high, there's a high possibility for you to carry on. Sometimes you get the break, comes up high, and then comes back, right? It never retest. That is a fake out. We call it a fake out. Another time you get this, goes up, comes down, retest, push one more time, it prints a low high and then comes back again, right? So you don't want to be trapped and you don't want to go all the way in, right? And where will be the invalidation point? The bottom of the range. Why is that? Because once it's going to lose that range, right, it's bye-bye, good night. If you wanted to go short, you have to believe, and your TA is telling you that you want to go short, make sure that you break the range, come back, retest, make sure that it's defending, it can't get in again, and then when it comes back here and breaks that level of support, which is microstructure break, right? If you keep on breaking these horizontals and it goes lower, hallelujah, you're going down full force, right? Because you increase your possibilities by breaking and retesting. Let's give a 50-50 chance that either it's going to go down or maybe come back to the range. It's like 50-50. But if you have this little condition here, you can increase that 50 down to 70, right? And say, hey, I've got 70% chances that that is going to continuation strong move to the down, right? So the safe bet for you is to wait to break the ranges. Other people will ask me, hey, don't you trade the ranges? Yes, you can trade the ranges. And you can say, I can use a smaller time frame and I can play with the ranges from top to bottom. You can do that, no problem. But if you want to talk about spot and have a high conviction and make sure that your investment doesn't go into the red straight away, wait for the breakout. Nothing wrong with that, right? You can do two things at once. I mean, you can play a little bit on a lower time frame within the range, and then you can go heavy once you break the ranges. It's 1 minute past my time. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nancy. Kalispera. Amazing. Steroids, alpha, good stuff. Right. Can you tell us on the side of the break away from the charts for a second? Where are you from? I'm from Greece. Right. So I'm Greek. I'm from Greece. I'm from Athens. Piraeus to be precise, which is the port of Athens. That's where I'm from. But yeah. Right, guys. That's about it, about me. I think someone is already here. Did I see Chris around here? I'll be great if I see Chris. You're more than welcome, guys. If we got some more few minutes, then please, by all means, bring up the questions that you want. I see someone logging up, so until he comes, or he or she, surprise, I don't know who this is, please let me know if you have any questions or requests for another chat very quickly for a few minutes before someone else comes. I'll be more than happy to show you. Right up.
Yo, Master Talis, how you doing, brother?
Hey, brother. Let me close my screen. The master is here.
No, please don't, man. I've been sitting in the background listening to you. I always love tuning in for your sessions because it's just like such a cool, calm, collected approach. No emotion, any of that craziness. So I mean,
we don't.
I love it.
I mean, all the new traders, the first battle that they have, all of us, right? The first battle that we have is emotions, and it's the hardest fight ever, right? It's the hardest fight ever. It's like English and Scottish fights, right? Or the English and the French, or the Europe and Germany. You know, it's the hardest. It's the biggest fight ever. You need to fight down your emotions and keep it simple, right? You don't need to be on the same room. I wrote that comment earlier on the YouTube, you don't need to be on the same room with emotions, right? If the emotions walk into that room while you are trading, get up, walk out, and say, hey, we cannot coexist on the same room. If you've got emotions going on, they're going to ruin your trades. So
100%. I'm really looking forward to digging into the psychology in my session in about an hour's time. If you're around, I'd love it if you come and join me. I mean, if you, I know you're crazy on the weekends.
Today was a surprise. It was a surprise.
Jump on with me. Yeah, so come join me in an hour, and then I think because we're trying to keep the streams, just for everyone listening, we're trying to keep the streams to like 5-hour slots so that it's editable within YouTube. So we're going to be ending now this YouTube stream and then switching across to the second YouTube stream where the next session will be taking place. So I think, you guys, everybody who's currently listening, I think we've got a few hundred people listening right now. You'll see in the chat, the school server has dropped the link right now to the next YouTube link. You got to follow that link, and then there will be your next surprise guests with some serious alpha waiting for you guys there.
Great stuff.
Yeah. So I came on to greet you and share and give you some love, and obviously, feel free to close off, and then we'll shift across to the next one.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The final thought, guys. One way for you to fight emotions, use the higher time frames. Higher time frames are less noisy, and fear cannot grow into your grounds. And while you're practicing on a higher time frame, then the emotions have no space for you to grow, so they go away. Learn the basics, use the basics, horizontals, use the trend lines, use some indicators. There's nothing wrong with using indicators until you learn how price action is reacting. Sometimes price action can be confusing, can be a little bit stressful. That's why we have the indicators. And the indicators will help you to give you an idea of what's going on. If you understand how the indicators are working, then you can understand price action. And then you don't need to use the indicators later. You're going to use the price action, because price action is the only thing that is real time. End of story. Then look the other charts, like the other one that I had earlier, cash flow, see what's going on, where the money is moving, have an understanding. That will control your panic as well. You don't need to panic. If you know where the money is moving, then you understand what's going on. No panic. High time frames, no panic. And then you're going to grow this. It's going to come out natural, and you become a better trader. I'm sure all of you. And come and join us. Come and see us on Crypto School. Come and see us on Sniper Club, on the War Room. Myself and Chris, we are in the War Room. You're more than welcome. Come and join us. Have fun with us. We do things daily. It's a big team. It's Carl, it's Mo, it's Chris, it's myself, Pirate J. Pirate J. What's the Chris? What's his name? And we have the guy for the DJs. We've got the DJ stuff going on there.
Paddy the Pirate.
Paddy the Pirate. Okay, that's the one. I'll forget the nicknames. So yeah, it's plenty of people around here. So you're more than welcome to join us. It's very important because we're trying to help you guys, because when we first started, when school wasn't around, when we first started doing trading and stuff like that, we've done all the mistakes on the book and off the book. I can write a second book that the mistakes are not on the first book. I guarantee you that. So we're here now to give you not a shortcut, but just to tell you, watch out for that mistake, because it can happen to anyone. And here are the tools I did not have. Now you can have them. So it's not about babysitting you and telling you not to do this and not to do that, or you should do this and do that. No, this is not how we operate. What we do here is say, hey, use that tool, it's going to be helpful. Use that tool, it's going to be helpful. Use that method, it's going to be helpful. Use that strategy, it's going to be helpful, because we've been through the 7 seas, right? So you don't need to go the same direction as we did, and that's all. Καλησπέρα, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. I'm speaking Greek because I see some Greek comments there. So salute to my Greek fellow, speakers. Big salute. Thank you very much. And I'll see you later, Chris. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know it was a surprise visit. Something happened tomorrow and more cannot come tonight. But we're going to do this in the future again, aren't we, Chris?
Definitely. And hopefully if you feel like coming to join me, we're talking psychology in about an hour's time on after this next session. So pull in, brother.
I'll be there to join.
Yeah. The link, guys, we're going to close the stream off now. Please jump across to the next YouTube stream and we'll see you in the chats.
All right. Bye-bye.
Cool.
See you in the next link.
Cheers.
Bye.